Bai Zemin had not ignored the completely abnormal feeling of fear and trepidation that Bai Shilin had been sensing. He had also not forgotten or overlooked Shangyuan Bingzu's words when she had told him that Bai Shilin had been behaving a little strangely ever since the Sky Destroyer had started heading towards the sun. Bai Zemin had been ready to face a great enemy. He had even assumed that the fire spirit he would face would likely have a great purity of soul power, which would allow the creature to fight against enemies of a much higher level, and thus perhaps take on the current Bai Zemin to some extent. However, Bai Zemin let his guard down for a split second right after receiving the soul power of the fire spirit. The joy and relief of easily defeating an enemy he thought would be difficult to face inadvertently caused Bai Zemin to lower his guard for a brief moment, and when he sensed the aura of the enemy hidden over him, it was too late to even try to hide. But Bai Zemin was a decisive and even cruel person not only to his enemies, but also to himself. "I'm taking this whether you like it or not." He gritted his teeth and with a pull snatched the fruit from the flaming branch. Without even bothering to check the records of the consumable fruit, Bai Zemin flapped his wings as he activated overlap regeneration. Boom! Using 7,000 magic points to convert them into 7,000 new agility points, Bai Zemin's body turned into a golden blur with ash-colored flashes around the edges, and in an instant, his figure disappeared. With over 14 agility points, he only needed a few seconds to reach the Sky Destroyer, and with the ship's main cannon plus his own personal strength, Bai Zemin was confident he could defeat this enemy. As for defeating it alone, "I can't win, I can't win." The same words seemed to be eating him in the head, repeating over and over again as he pushed his body to the limit. Bai Zemin ignored the damage that the flames were causing him now that he was focusing primarily on movement speed. His only goal was the most primordial of all, a goal that all living beings, intelligent or not, carried engraved deep in their records. To survive. Definitely. Just as Bai Zemin thought of this, his skill predicted danger sense triggered. His face distorted into a horrifying expression as an overwhelming flood of pain he had rarely felt struck his soul. Red blood with tiny, golden flecks began to gush from his eyes as the image from 1 second ahead of the danger on the way was transmitted to his brain. Bai Zemin fought back the pain as he let out a war cry, and as quickly as possible moved to the left without even thinking about it. The sudden movement at such a high speed naturally wasn't taken well by Bai Zemin's body, but he didn't have time to worry about it. As WOSH, just 0.01 seconds after Bai Zemin moved, a blazing flare of crimson fire shot out beyond him from the deepest part of the sun. His right wing was directly consumed by the flames, but fortunately, it was made of Bai Zemin's shadow, so when he left the area of effect of the crimson flare, the wing grew back. Bai Zemin let out a cry of pain as the expression on his face became even more fierce and horrifying than before. He couldn't see his right arm or his back, nor did he want to know how they were. He simply tried to ignore the pain, but it was impossible, and had it not been for that thought screaming louder in his heart, he probably would have given up right there. Survive, survive, survive no matter what. Just at that moment, Bai Zemin's pupils contracted fiercely as he caught a flash of purple lightning raining down from the sky. He finally understood where the terrifying pressure and feeling of oppression he was feeling was coming from, and remembering the words Lilith had said to him long ago, he finally knew what kind of enemy he was facing. // Control room of the battleship Sky Destroyer. It had been over 40 minutes since Bai Zemin had submerged into the sun, and except for occasional low murmurs, the only sound that could be heard was that of the operators when they needed to perform some kind of action on the ship. "Lady Xia, you are one of Zemin's loyal followers, aren't you?" Yilinger asked as with wandering eyes she looked around the giant screen all over trying to find her son. "Yes, I am," Xia nodded. "In that case," Yilinger gulped and with a pale face asked, trying to keep her composure, "Do you have any idea how my son is?" "He is alive if that is what you wish to know, Mrs. Yi," Xia answered calmly. "My soul and that of His Majesty's other loyal followers are slightly in contact as we are all connected to his. As long as this contact exists, it will mean that His Majesty is alive." Yilinger nodded with her face still slightly pale and whispered softly, "That's good, that's good." Bai Delan whispered something in Yilinger's ear, and although no one heard what he said, it was clear that the man was doing his best to appease his wife's nerves and fears. However, even Bai Delan himself was feeling fear and apprehension. All awe and sense of pride about visiting outer space had vanished the instant his son submerged unprotected into the golden flames of the blazing sun. But Bai Delan had a family to look after, and as a man, he could not allow himself to show such fear in front of his wife and daughter. Meng-Chi was so nervous and fearful that she dared not look up at the giant screen. Her black eyes were wandering around inside the control room when she suddenly noted that her brother's girlfriend was behaving a little oddly. "Lily, are you okay?" Meng-Chi didn't particularly like Lily in the same way she didn't particularly like Shangyu and Bing Zhu. However, this did not mean that she hated them or anything. Therefore, seeing the always smiling, elegant, and calm Lily suddenly frowning and biting her right thumbnail made Meng-Chi wonder if there was something wrong with her. Lilith raised her head softly to look at Meng-Chi and nodded, "IMF." Abruptly, Lilith's body froze and her face turned so pale that it ended up scaring Meng-Chi. Just as Meng-Chi was about to ask what was wrong, Fire Sorrow's figure revealed itself against her will and immediately attracted the attention of those inside the room. "Who are you? How did a person get in here?" The Sky Destroyer's system failed. The 12 operators immediately went crazy, and all kinds of cries of surprise and disbelief filled the control room. Fire Sorrow's face was even paler than Lilith's, and her whole body shook hard as her eyes stared at the holographic display on the front wall of the room. A sound similar to that of a metal plate being torn apart caused the weaker ones to shriek and cover their ears. At the same time, a bright purple light covered the surroundings as a giant neon-bright lightning flash fell from somewhere and struck the ship directly. The thought that it was the end of everything welled up in everyone's hearts, but after 2 seconds the purple lightning disappeared, and when everyone looked at each other they noticed that amidst the terror they felt there was also relief. A needle could be heard falling on the floor. That's how soundless the room was. That just now was. Fire Sorrow's voice trembled, but she couldn't finish her words. "Soul punishment," Lilith exclaimed in alarm. She had felt her records being scanned by something when the purple light covered the ship, and even though she suffered no damage, she knew that if that purple light had really wanted to hurt her, there was nothing she could have done against it. "Soul punishment," Meng-Chi muttered as she looked at her with narrowed eyes. "Lily, do you know what that was?" Ylinger asked with lingering fear. However, it was then that Lilith understood what was going on. "Don't tell me, Zemin." Her entire body trembled, and the blood on her face seemed to be drained in an instant, as she realized that if she and Fire Sorrow were fine, then the purple lightning was aiming at another higher existence. As if to prove Lilith right, a split second after she screamed out in fright the name of the love of her life, what sounded like the scream of pain from a non-human beast boomed from outside, and shook the Sky Destroyer's magical barrier slightly. That was. Lin Shaoyan swallowed with wide eyes before muttering in shock, "Phoenix." Although Lin Shaoyan and the rest had never heard the cry of a phoenix before, that shriek from just now was definitely how the legend described the cry of the mythological beast capable of fighting as an equal against dragons. It was then that something that left everyone suffering a shock 1,000 times bigger happened. As if by prior agreement or as if something was forcing them to do it, the eyes of everyone moved towards Lily, but what they saw was no longer that human woman with a normal face but a seductive body. Her clothes had changed, and she was now wearing a beautiful black silk dress that clung to her skin softly. Her hair had become as black as ink, and now fell to the lower part of her back. The color of her eyes had changed into a beautiful ruby that glittered like precious gems. Her whole being had transformed, and the aura she exuded made it impossible for anyone present to react when Lilith slashed forward with her hand. A black crack appeared in the middle of the control room, and with an expression of fear but full of murderous intent, Lilith immediately stepped into the crack, being immediately followed by the unknown purple-haired woman. A few seconds passed since the crack had closed before a voice brimming with shock and disbelief sounded in the form of a whisper inside the deathly silent room. That was Lily. Backslash 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 backslash. We have been in the top 1 GT for 10 months in a row, and it means a lot to me to see that my effort pays off. Many thanks to you, who still donate your golden tickets and support Blood Warlock. Chapter 10, 40 The Rage of a Woman Who Suffered for Millions of Years. Seconds before Fire Sorrow's existence, as well as Lilith's identity, were revealed. When Bai Zemin saw the neon purple lightning raining down from the sky, 2 words immediately flashed in his head. Higher existence. Whatever was attacking him was definitely a higher existence. Why the hell is there a higher existence in this place? Why the hell is this goddamn thing attacking me? Bai Zemin's mind went into chaos as his body was struck by the purple lightning, but he disregarded any damage he might receive, and with the sole aim of getting away from whatever was chasing him, pushed his speed to the point where his entire body began to tremble in pain. Isn't that thing afraid of the punishment of the soul record? Bai Zemin didn't understand what was going on, and the restlessness of his records pushing him to survive wasn't particularly helping in this situation. Just at that moment, a cry that shook Bai Zemin's soul rang out miles below him. Scree! The cry of the phoenix was not announcing its arrival or its ascent, quite the contrary. The cry of the phoenix was announcing its descent. Bai Zemin couldn't help but look back over his shoulder, and what he saw was an image he would definitely not forget anytime soon. The creature that was attacking him was a large bird, probably over 100 meters tall. Its wingspan measured at least 300 meters, and its entire body seemed to be made of golden fire. The flames that enveloped the bird-like creature were so bright that even the flames of the sun looked dull in comparison. However, in front of Bai Zemin's eyes, the phoenix's flames quickly began to lose their radiance, and like a chicken being plucked, they detached from its body at speeds visible to the naked eye. But when Bai Zemin's black eyes met the crimson eyes of the phoenix, he did not need the other party to make a sound to understand that it would not give up until it killed him, even if it cost its life. As if to prove to Bai Zemin that he was not wrong, the phoenix opened its mouth wide, and its eyes glowed brightly. Predicted danger sense triggered, and Bai Zemin could do nothing against the howl that fled from its mouth as an overwhelming rush of pain that threatened to incinerate his brain assaulted him. The bleeding in his eyes worsened and his vision began to blur, but Bai Zemin once again howled skyward, this time angry at the world as a whole. You want to kill me? It's not that easy. He immediately used soul manipulation, and in less than a second chose the 3 skills he wanted to evolve without even thinking about it. You have activated soul manipulation. For the next 5 hours, the 3 skills you've chosen will be 1 order above normal. 3rd order gravity manipulation, 4th order gravity manipulation. 3rd order golden bones, 4th order diamond body. 6th order magic break, 7th order anti-magic domain. Bai Zemin ignored the soul record messages and did not stop his speed. He still tried to move away from the phoenix, but this time he didn't just try to dodge and run away. He reached his left hand back and turned the pain he felt into fury as he bellowed at the top of his lungs. White hole. Only half a second had passed since the small white sphere appeared before a great flare of crimson fire struck it. Rumble! A large amount of the phoenix's magical attack was devoured by the white hole, but there was still more than half that managed to withstand the suction force of the gravitational phenomenon. Double domain. Bai Zemin didn't dare to not give it his all, and immediately activated his 2 domains. First, the domain of the Wolf Empress shined, and when the 2 golden eyes shone in the stars, the power of the phoenix immediately weakened by 20%. This meant that the higher existence attacking Bai Zemin had a weaker killing intent overall. Then, a large sphere of nothingness surrounded Bai Zemin's body, just an instant before the phoenix flare struck him. Unfortunately, the goddess of luck did not seem to be on his side this time. Watching as the golden flames still continued their ascent about to devour him, Bai Zemin's pupils contracted fiercely. The 50% chance of nullifying any magical attack launched by an enemy 3 orders above him had not been triggered. A flash of madness flashed in his eyes as the feeling of death assaulted him, and without hesitation, he turned around in the middle of his ascent as he punched out with annihilation of the falling sky covering his hand. The fist that contained all the physical attack power Bai Zemin could summon hit the weakest point of the flare, weakened by the white hole and weakened again by half after entering the surrounding anti-magic sphere. Although Bai Zemin's punch effectively weakened the attack even more, allowing him to survive, there was no way for him to come out of something like that unscathed. His body flew upwards at the same time as his blood flew everywhere, getting evaporated by the flames of the sun in less than a second. Bai Zemin forced himself to fight against the pain, and taking advantage of the momentum, he flapped upwards with all his might. He wasn't quite sure since he wasn't paying attention, but just as he was trying to stabilize his body, Bai Zemin thought he saw his whole body. The situation was so bad that he didn't know if he had lost any limbs in the previous impact. Go to hell. Bai Zemin pointed down, and the white hole immediately released all the fire-like magical energy it had contained. The phoenix, shocked by everything it was witnessing and experiencing pain hundreds of times more terrifying than Bai Zemin's, as its records were being devoured, had no time to move to the side. Under its wide-open crimson eyes, its own attack turned against it and slammed it in the back. The beast shrieked in pain, and for the first time in these short seconds spoke. Impossible. It was a woman's voice. Bai Zemin didn't care that he was facing a female phoenix. Female or male, none of that mattered. What mattered was that this phoenix was his enemy. Domain 2 domains, gravitational ability, who the hell are you? The phoenix flapped her wings with new vigor and launched herself upward. The speed of the phoenix was at least 4 times faster than Bai Zemin's, so even though he was trying to move away, the reality was cruel. However, he also noticed that the phoenix was weakening very fast. Although Bai Zemin did not know what level this lower existence was at, he could feel her movement speed and power plummeting. Unfortunately, even though the phoenix was weakening greatly with every passing second, it would probably take a minute to descend to a lower existence, and another minute for the law of time that had stopped since the time she ascended to a higher existence to strike her and turn her body into mortal remains. 2 minutes. Bai Zemin wasn't even confident of surviving 30 more seconds. Just as he saw the Sky Destroyer, Bai Zemin suddenly stopped and his expression froze. Right? Even if he returned to the Sky Destroyer, would it make any difference? Bai Zemin did not believe that the main cannon had the power to kill a higher existence. Besides, roar. Bai Zemin looked over his shoulder, and his figure was illuminated, as from the mouth of the phoenix, a great whirlwind of golden fire roared in his direction as if it had a life of its own. If he dodged this, what would happen to the Sky Destroyer? No, for starters, even if he took this attack, would it be enough to keep the ship from being destroyed? The Phoenix probably knew that she would die anyway. Killing one lower existence and killing several no longer made any difference to her destiny. Why the hell was this damn Phoenix attacking him, to begin with? Bai Zemin could not understand how a higher existence could be so stupid. His predicted danger sense skill was triggering harder and harder, but Bai Zemin could no longer feel pain. He was so overwhelmed by everything he was going through that he had even forgotten that not far away from him were 2 allied higher existences. Just before Bai Zemin's eyes completely darkened as an adverse effect of the skill predicted danger sensed overwhelming his brain and hurting his sense of sight, he saw a golden-colored barrier, even brighter than phoenix flames, appeared between him and the whirlwind of fire. Boom! Bai Zemin heard a muffled and suppressed explosion, and immediately afterward 2 extremely anxious voices sounded on either side of him. Are you okay? For a brief moment, Bai Zemin's brain went blank, and it wasn't until then that he finally remembered about Lilith and Fire Sorrow. That's how focused he had been on surviving. I'm fine, he muttered in a weak voice as he nodded. Lilith quickly took to watching his body with extreme attention as she carefully supported him, as if she feared that the ash-colored wings on his back would stop moving, and he would fall into the terrifying ball of gas known as sun. Lilith was astonished, and her mood greatly improved upon discovering that Bai Zemin's condition was not nearly as bad as she expected it to be. However, there was someone who was more focused on revenge than Lilith. Rumble. Fire Sorrow's murderous intent was probably the greatest murderous intent Bai Zemin had ever felt in his entire life. Even he who had killed billions of lives felt small, similar to a baby in front of a large building. Bai Zemin felt so overwhelmed that he was literally forced to deactivate the domain of the Wolf Emperor. As for the anti-magic domain, Fire Sorrow was a higher existence of the 7th order. She was not affected at all. You too. The Phoenix's voice contained something else besides surprise and anger. There was fear there as well. As if finally awakening from that consuming state of rage, the female Phoenix exclaimed in shock, "Demonic army! Why is the second in command of the demonic army in this place?" Lilith might not be very well known among all the higher existences that existed, but Fire Sorrow was a different story. How dare a little 5th order Phoenix? Fire Sorrow's body trembled as she whispered to herself, "How dare you?" She had suffered millions of years of sorrow that devoured her heart until it turned Fire Sorrow into an empty shell inside. Only she knew for certain how much she had suffered, endured, and how many times she longed for a small glimmer of light in her life. In the last few days, months if one counted the time spent inside the collector's pocket world, Fire Sorrow had smiled more times than she could remember in the last few thousand years. Genuine smiles, smiles that came from her now not-so-empty heart, thanks to the small glimmer of hope that had recently entered her life. And yet, a little phoenix that wasn't even 20 years old wanted to take away that hope she had found after millions of years of searching. A little fifth-order phoenix below level 550. Fire Sorrow's level was the absolute peak of the seventh order. If she, one of the most powerful beings in the cosmos, could not protect someone, then she might as well not exist and disgrace herself. Fire Sorrow didn't care about motives, nor did she ask for reasons. She extended her flawless hand outward, and with eyes as cold as ice clenched her fist fiercely. Spatial distortion. The female phoenix had no time to cry out in pain. Hundreds of black cracks appeared around her body and exploded, causing the phoenix's body to split into hundreds of pieces to then be sucked into the spatial hole that had formed. Just before the hole closed completely, Lilith watched with a pale face as void lightning struck the phoenix's dismembered body into nothingness, without leaving even ashes behind. Backslash 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 backslash. We have been in the top 1 GT for 10 months in a row, and it means a lot to me to see that my effort pays off. Many thanks to you, who still donate your golden tickets and support Blood Warlock. Chapter 1041 Fire Sorrow's Doubts. Looking at the spatial distortion that had not yet completely calmed down, and the remaining traces of sparks from the void lightning that had turned the body of the fifth-order phoenix into ashes, Lilith could not help but feel a tinge of fear in her heart. That fear she felt increased as she felt Fire Sorrow's murderous intent slowly settling in, and then a question automatically appeared in her heart. Lilith knew in her heart that unless she used a power she did not want to use, she would have no hope of defeating Fire Sorrow for a second time. After all, the reason why Lilith defeated that time was because Fire Sorrow was taken by surprise when Lilith activated Niflheim, which gave her time for her to close the distance enough to use the power of the absolute frozen domain on Fire Sorrow. It was then that Lilith wondered if during her combat against Fire Sorrow, the second in command of the demonic army had really given it her all. Because feeling that terrifying murderous intent and power she had seen before, Lilith did not doubt that Fire Sorrow had probably destroyed more than a few worlds. It was hard to imagine that the kind and gentle woman who always smiled softly at everyone or scolded Lucifer like a big sister whenever he didn't behave actually hid such a powerful murderous intent in her heart. Several seconds later, Fire Sorrow turned around and the cold expression on her face had completely melted. She looked at Bai Zemin with extreme concern. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Bai Zemin sighed before adding in a voice thick with gratitude, "Thanks to you too, that's it." This was the second time Bai Zemin felt utter desperation. The first time was against Ghost Emperor Jack. At that time Bai Zemin knew that he had no hope of winning, fleeing, and naturally, he also did not expect to receive help from anyone. Although against Thao Zhai, it was also a moment filled with despair. Bai Zemin knew that he had a small hope of surviving and winning as long as he completed the last requirement of his evolution before dying. But this time against the fifth-order phoenix, Bai Zemin could not have survived if not for Lilith and Fire Sorrow's quick intervention. That is the power of a completely loosened higher existence. He clenched both fists tightly as he muttered through his teeth, "I couldn't do anything but run from it." He had received a very small portion of the Phoenix records when Fire Sorrow killed her. Although the damage Bai Zemin had caused her was not much, something was something, and therefore he naturally received a small portion of her records. From those records, Bai Zemin learned that the higher existence that almost killed him was in fact level 450 before her level dropped below 420 after being hit by the soul record. This meant that the Phoenix was only a fifth-order being that had evolved relatively recently compared to monsters that had lived hundreds of thousands of years. A level 450 weakened Phoenix made me flee like a homeless dog. Bai Zemin smiled bitterly and shook his head. Now I realize how insignificant I am in this big universe. And there was still the golden domain packed with experts that he would have to face in less than 6 years. For the first time in a long time, Bai Zemin had doubts about himself. "Zemin, you," Lilith looked at him with a slight frown and pointed out, You just survived several attacks from a higher existence, while you are only a lower existence of second order, but you feel sad. Even the strongest fourth-order soul evolver would have been turned to ashes, incinerated in less than 2 seconds by the flames of a fifth-order phoenix. I only survived because my armor increases my movement speed by 50% when I'm fighting alone. Bai Zemin shook his head. Basically, I survived long enough for you to save my life only because I was able to run fast. Silly boy, not only did you survive numerous attacks from a fifth-order phoenix, which is characterized as one of the most powerful races in terms of magical attack, but you survived with practically ignorable injuries considering the situation you were in. Fire Sorrow finally paid more attention to Bai Zemin's body, but she found it hard to believe what her eyes were seeing. The armor that he, along with Kali and Shangyu and Bingzhu, had spent so much work on was quite damaged. Several plates worked with the Leviathan scales needed to be replaced, and some of the metal had melted, so some maintenance that would probably require a day or two of work was impossible to avoid if he wanted to bring the armor to its peak again. Fire Sorrow also noticed that his right arm was nothing more than large bones, and a good portion of his back had caught fire from the heat, revealing flesh and muscle beyond the skin. However, while Bai Zemin's condition was pitiful, the reality was that his injuries were not particularly serious considering who he had faced. How can it be that you have the passive skill Diamond Body? Fire Sorrow asked in astonishment. If I recall correctly, among the evolution requirements of that skill is the need for a fifth-order soul stone. As for whether or not Bai Zemin had the ability to kill a fifth-order being, it was clear that at the very least he wasn't capable of doing such a thing in a head-on, fair battle. But hearing Fire Sorrow's question, Bai Zemin hesitated. It was true that one of the big reasons why he had survived with relatively light injuries was because he had evolved the skill Golden Bones to Diamond Body. The defense stat was an untracked stat, so it was impossible for him to know it accurately, but Bai Zemin was absolutely certain that his total defense, regeneration speed, overall recovery rate, everything had increased by at least 2 or 3 times. In fact, Bai Zemin still had ruler of all matter, and if he had used it, his injuries would be even less serious. It was just that he was cautious, and instead of unleashing all his trump cards at once, he saved them for the most critical moment that came his way. But could he really reveal to Fire Sorrow the existence of soul manipulation? This was a skill whose existence he could not let others know about, the exceptions so far being Lilith and Kali. Fire Sorrow seemed to notice that her question turned out to be more delicate than she expected, so with a slight smile containing some bitterness she nodded. "Don't worry, I understand." "I'm sorry," Bai Zemin apologized, a little embarrassed. Fire Sorrow had helped him quite a bit during this time, but he still couldn't trust her completely. Not when those beautiful purple eyes seemed to look past him and nod at him. Partly to lighten the slightly uncomfortable and sad mood a bit, Lilith asked worriedly, "Zemin, your eyes. What's wrong with them?" This? Bai Zemin sighed with his eyelids closed. He could feel the 2 crusts of dried blood on either side of his face. Predicted danger sensed allows me to sense and thus move accordingly to any danger 1 second ahead of time. But the higher the danger level and the greater the power difference between me and the attacker, the stronger the backlash my brain receives. He explained calmly. Your brain cut the connection with your eyes to avoid further damage. Lilith nodded with an expression of understanding. That's just the way it is. Therefore, it will probably take me a day or 2 to regain my sight. Bai Zemin shrugged his shoulders. He really was lucky, and only now did he realize that he was luckier than he thought. His predicted danger sense skill would probably no longer activate after his eyes had suffered so much damage, and thus he would only be sensing danger when the Phoenix launched her attack, which meant that Bai Zemin would no longer have 1 second to close the terrifying difference in speed and power between the two. Just as Bai Zemin turned around and was about to suggest returning to the Sky Destroyer, he realized that he still had the anti-magic domain active, so he deactivated it. And that was when Fire Sorrow's pupils contracted several times to the size of needles. "You wait." Even though he couldn't see, Bai Zemin turned slightly and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "You ask what's wrong?" Fire Sorrow whispered in shock. For the first time, Bai Zemin felt that Fire Sorrow was looking at him as if she was looking at a real monster. Other than Kali, whose emotions were very well hidden, Fire Sorrow was the only one who until today had not looked at him, as if she was looking at an anomaly despite all the immense shocks she got since she met him. Even Lilith was not able to pass that challenge. Today, Fire Sorrow lost as well, and Bai Zemin whispered in his heart, "Of course." "That now? What was that?" Fire Sorrow asked, unwilling to accept something she knew thanks to her vast knowledge after reading countless ancient books and living countless years. She was immune thanks to the immeasurable difference in power between the two. But that didn't mean Fire Sorrow didn't feel obstruction when it came to mobilizing her mana to activate a skill. And she knew that there was only one skill in the entire cosmos capable of achieving such a monstrous effect strong enough to ignore the difference between a lower existence and a higher existence. Bai Zemin's eyes could not see, but he still looked at her for several seconds before sighing to himself. "That thing I just deactivated is the anti-magic domain that was once mastered by the barbarian king," he calmly explained. "I still can't use it at will, and it's only thanks to another skill of mine that I can use some of its power. But someday I will succeed when I become strong enough." "It really is." Fire Sorrow's eyes sparkled with complicated light as she looked at the young man in front of her, feeling more and more confused. She had no doubt that Bai Zemin knew of the barbarian king's existence from Lilith, but this was of no importance to her at the moment anyway. Gravity manipulation, blood manipulation, annihilation of the falling sky, domain of the Wolf Emperor. All of these were wielded and used by the Heavenly Wolf in the past, and that was why Fire Sorrow was at least 80% sure that the young man in front of her was the reincarnation of Sirius. Of course, there were noticeable differences between the two existences. For example, Sirius did not have record devastation, nor did he have that strange golden skill that allowed him to modify his records to some extent. Overall, Bai Zemin was more powerful than Sirius was when he was level 100 in the Second Order. But the appearance of the anti-magic domain made that 80% confidence plummet enormously. Fire Sorrow no longer knew before whom she stood. After what seemed like a long time, she hesitantly asked, "Who are you?" Leaving aside the fact that this was the first time she had met someone capable of wielding two domains at the same time, without dying as a consequence of the terrifying pressure such skills had on one's records, the anti-magic domain belonged to the barbarian king. Therefore, Fire Sorrow was no longer so sure whether Bai Zemin was serious or not. Bai Zemin looked at her silently for several seconds, and after a brief silence finally sighed. "If you find the answer to that question before I do, I will be grateful if you tell me. I've asked myself that question several times so far." He shook his head, and as he gently flapped his wings to return to the warship, he added, "I only know that whoever I was in the past, if I ever had another life, does not and will not change the fact that I am currently Bai Zemin, just a human born of an ordinary family." Would Fire Sorrow still be as friendly after this? Bai Zemin did not know. The truth was that Bai Zemin did not want to trick her, and he certainly would not play with the feelings of a woman who had suffered for countless years. He had suffered for a few years, and he knew how painful the heart was. He didn't want to and couldn't imagine how much Fire Sorrow had suffered from heartbreak. Therefore, he would be honest with her, and hopefully they would not be enemies in the future. Backslash 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 backslash. We have been in the top 1 GT for 10 months in a row, and it means a lot to me to see that my effort pays off. Many thanks to you, who still donate your golden tickets and support Blood Warlock. Chapter 1042, Fire Sorrow Departure and No More Secrets. Zemin, wait. Lilith's voice sounded behind him, stopping Bai Zemin in mid-flight. He turned around softly and waited silently for her next words, for although Lilith hadn't said much aside from stopping him, Bai Zemin already knew her well enough to notice the slight changes of vibration in her tone of voice. She was anxious. Lilith looked past Bai Zemin, straight towards the Sky Destroyer. Although her eyes naturally couldn't see inside the warship since she had no such skills, Lilith could somehow tell that her eyes most likely met head-on with everyone in the command room. "Zemin, my identity and that of Fire Sorrow have been exposed." Bai Zemin was taken by surprise at first, but when his lover's words fully settled in his brain, he subconsciously looked up at Sky Destroyer before turning his attention back to her. He nodded and muttered under his breath, "Right." The existence of practically immortal beings, higher existences, was only known to two lower existences within Bai Zemin's circle other than himself. Namely, those two lower existences were Shangyuan Bingzu and Kali. After all, although Bai Shilin also knew it, the little girl was just a newborn who did not understand the difference between both existences. To her, Lilith was one of her mothers and Fire Sorrow was an older sister who had recently appeared but was a very good person. The fact that more people now knew about it wasn't particularly a big deal to Bai Zemin. Everyone in the Sky Destroyer was people he could trust to some extent. Even the 12 operators definitely wouldn't dare divulge a word of what they saw today if Bai Zemin ordered them that way, not when they all had a family to worry about. Besides, who in their right mind would want to lose one of the highest-paying jobs in the entire faction, as well as the countless privileges that being part of the Sky Destroyer fleet automatically granted them? The problem was another one, a completely different one. I guess I'll just have to take my mom's punishment later. Bai Zemin sighed to himself before looking at Lilith. My little succubus, suppress your charm as much as possible once we get back to the ship. I don't want my father to fall in love with my future wife, leaving my mother a widow. Widow? Lilith was startled. Yes, because she will kill him not before cutting them off. Bai Zemin made a scissors gesture toward the crotch. The corner of Lilith's mouth twitched several times as she understood what the little scoundrel in front of her meant. Without her realizing it, however, the nerves and dread she felt of being discovered and perhaps misunderstood by Bai Zemin's family were somewhat calmed by his joke. It was a joke, wasn't it? Lilith began to sweat as she secretly thought that she had better put more effort into suppressing her natural charm. As for Fire Sorrow, I'll be back in a few days. She looked at Bai Zemin with complicated eyes for several seconds before adding in a gentle voice, now that you have the divine daydream pomegranate in your possession, you just have to make that Feng Tian Wu girl consume it. The effect of the fruit will show up immediately, and it shouldn't take long to make her open her eyes again. Bai Zemin nodded calmly. Thank you for everything, Fire Sorrow. I promise to pay you back someday. There is no need. Fire Sorrow shook her head as she sighed. Fire Sorrow definitely needed to calm down a bit and think things through more clearly. Ever since she met Bai Zemin, she had been living too fast, and the amount of adrenaline she had felt over the last while was so great that she had forgotten how fast her heart could beat for many different reasons. Even a higher existence like her needed some peace after receiving so many shocks and surprises blow after blow, especially since she had lived millions of years in a state of total calm, where the emotions of her life were turned off. Now that those emotions had been turned on, Fire Sorrow needed time to adapt, and staying close to the young man in front of her wouldn't help. As for Bai Zemin, he naturally felt it was a pity, but he didn't care too much either. Cruel, he didn't think of it that way. At the end of the day, Fire Sorrow and he had no relationship. She was in love with Sirius, not with the existence called Bai Zemin. In fact, Fire Sorrow was kind to him, only because she believed in the possibility that Bai Zemin's soul was Sirius' soul. The appearance of the anti-magic domain had changed things, and Fire Sorrow would probably need time to think things through more clearly. As for whether she decided it was not necessary to contact him again, Bai Zemin could only move on with his life and his goals. Everyone had their own reasons for living no matter how small, and Fire Sorrow was not the engine that kept Bai Zemin up and running. There was only one thing that worried him a little, but Fire Sorrow's next words calmed him down completely. You don't need to worry about me revealing the existence of all your skills, nor the fact that annihilation of the falling sky is in your hands, she said with a serious voice and sincere eyes. I promise on my life that unless absolutely necessary, I will not reveal your identity to anyone, and the moment I do it will be to help you. Although Bai Zemin didn't really understand what she meant by her last line, he nodded gratefully. Thank you. I hope that if we ever meet again in the future it will be as allies and not as enemies. Same to me. Fire Sorrow forced a smile and after looking at Lilith hesitantly finally shook her head. Lilith, I will return to Cram World. You. Safe journey. Lilith shook her head. She looked at Bai Zemin with a faint smile before looking back at her. This is where I belong. Even though I'm part of the demonic army, my home is here. Fire Sorrow's eyes sparkled with many complicated emotions as she listened to Lilith's words. What she especially felt was shame, pity, and, ironically, sorrow. I see, she nodded, and as she looked at the pair of two, she finally caught a glimmer of something she would need to study for a while to understand. Without adding anything else, Fire Sorrow turned, and with a fierce flap of her 6 wings, turned into a flash of purple light that, in a matter of seconds, disappeared beyond the nearest white dot. For almost a full minute, Bai Zemin and Lilith remained silent before she slowly said, maybe when she comes back, she will finally understand that at this rate she will create more regrets for herself again. Bai Zemin shook his head, and as he turned to return to the Sky Destroyer, he muttered, "If she ever comes back, that is." Backslash backslash backslash. As Bai Zemin returned with Lilith to the control room of the Sky Destroyer, something he already expected happened. Attention was divided on both of them. Everyone's eyes were focused on Bai Zemin's wounds, especially his right arm, which barely had any flesh on it and was no different than a large crystalline bone that glittered like a diamond. However, seconds later those same eyes would move to Lilith only to return to him shortly thereafter. "Old man, you seem to care more about Lilith's beauty than your son's condition," Bai Zemin joked. Although he couldn't see, sensing the movements of those near him was a piece of cake. "Lilith this," Bai Delan didn't care for his son's joke. He looked at him for a moment and murmured worriedly, "Zemin, your wounds. About Lily." Bai Zemin could already feel his mother's sobs and Meng Qi supporting her, so he replied towards them, "Mom, princess, I'm fine. Although it looks like my injuries are very bad, they are actually no big deal. See, I'm even healing and regenerating right now." As if to prove his words, Bai Zemin extended his arm outwards, and with his health stat currently being around 20 points, thanks to the effect of immortal blood radiance, along with blood manipulation, everyone could see new tissues forming in front of their eyes in real time. If he could keep up this pace, Bai Zemin would probably be completely healed in a week at most. Ylinger seemed to be drowning in her own tears, and as she tried her best not to faint looking at her beloved child's condition, she tried to focus her attention on the black-haired, ruby-eyed woman who easily qualified as the most gorgeous she had ever seen before. Are you really Lily?" A flash of guilt and shame shone in Lilith's eyes as she noticed the doubt and confusion in Bai Zemin's mother's question. She immediately bowed and said in a self-reproachful voice, "Mother-in-law, father-in-law, I'm sorry. Lily is just my shortened name. My name is Lilith." "Lilith," Ylinger whispered, still unable to comprehend the situation. Everyone had watched as Lily, Bai Zemin's fiancée, suddenly changed into a beautiful woman whose aura was enough to cast a spell on anyone. She had torn through space with her hands and appeared outside the Sky Destroyer, and it was also she, along with the other purple-haired woman, who saved the life of who everyone believed was the most powerful soul evolver on board. "Lilith, is that your real name or is that another alias you're using?" Lilith straightened her posture and stared in astonishment at Meng Qi. Meng Qi looked at her coldly and said in an indifferent voice, "You're not just a normal soul evolver. Actually, I dare say you're not even human, not from our Earth at the very least." "That's..." Lilith felt slightly overwhelmed, and for a moment didn't know how to respond or what she should say. Seeing this, Bai Zemin sighed and naturally stepped in to support the woman he loved. "Wait a moment, please. Things are not that easy." He shook his head and added, "It's true that Lilith hid her identity, but she did it partly because she had her reasons and partly because I asked her to." "You asked her to?" Meng Qi was surprised to hear Bai Zemin's words and immediately asked, "But, big brother, why would you want her to hide her true self?" "For starters, Lilith's natural charm is too high." Bai Zemin smiled wryly. "When I introduced Lilith to you, second-order soul evolvers were a rarity, but a normal second-order soul evolver would fall victim to her charm even if she restrained herself and had no ill intentions." Meng Qi opened her mouth to tell him not to be so exaggerated, but when she saw how the 12 operators seemed to have difficulty keeping their eyes off Lilith, and even her own father, who was a third-order soul evolver, was gritting his teeth, she realized that her big brother's line of reasoning wasn't exactly wrong. Ylinger could not blame her husband for what he was experiencing. Even she, as an adult woman, admitted in her heart that the woman in front of her was synonymous with perfection in every possible aspect a living being could imagine. However, there was something Ylinger did not understand. "That explains things a bit. But why did she hide until now? Why did she appear in front of you? Are you being affected by this charm you speak of? How long have you known each other?" Bai Zemin forced a smile that eventually ended up resulting in a wry smile at his mother's flood of questions. However, it would be a lie if he said he hadn't expected it. Besides, Ylinger's questions were most likely the questions that Meng Qi and Bai Delan wanted to ask. "About that," he sighed, and a moment later his expression turned serious, as did his voice. "It will be a long story. A story involving many secrets of the universe, including the God of Christianity and Lucifer himself." Backslash 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 backslash. "We have been in the top 1 GT for 10 months in a row, and it means a lot to me to see that my effort pays off. Many thanks to you, who still donate your golden tickets and support Blood Warlock. Chapter 1043 Crucial Question. Before he began to tell his story together with Lilith, the first thing Bai Zemin did urgently was to head to the room where Shangyuan Bingzu was trying to contain Feng Tianwu's flames under control by using her skills to release large amounts of cold energy. Of course, when Shangyuan Bingzu saw the condition in which Bai Zemin appeared, she had a drastic change in her expression. However, even before she could say anything, there was someone who beat her to it. Bai Shilin let out a sharp cry that contained both anger and fear when she saw her father so badly injured. This was quite possibly the first time the young girl had seen her beloved father with injuries of this level. It was quite a challenge for Bai Zemin to calm Bai Shilin down. In fact, he failed to completely calm her down, and the little daughter continued to cry for more than 20 minutes before falling asleep in his arms. I think I now understand a little bit what my parents felt when they saw me sad in the past. Bai Zemin shook his head at the same time as, using his healthy hand, he tenderly caressed the dried tears on his little angel's face. Shangyuan Bingzu seemed worried about Bai Shilin as well, but she could not move from her place, so she could only watch from afar. Are you all right? It seems like the fruit guardian was really powerful to be able to hurt you to such a level. A wry smile automatically formed on Bai Zemin's face when he heard Shangyuan Bingzu's words. Oh, if only you knew. I was half a hair's breadth away from not being able to tell the tale. Shangyuan Bingzu's face turned slightly pale as she heard his words, but before she had a chance to say anything, she saw Bai Zemin take out a fruit that looked a bit like a peach but redder and slightly smaller. For now, let's end one problem before another one starts, he smiled bitterly. Shangyuan Bingzu nodded. She watched silently for a few seconds as Bai Zemin covered his body using flames and ice before squatting down next to Feng Tianwu. It's quite amazing that even with all this protection on me, I can still feel the heat of these flames, Bai Zemin remarked casually. Fortunately for him, he still had time, and the effect of soul manipulation would continue to run for a few more hours, which meant that the skilled diamond body was still present and increasing the defense of Bai Zemin tremendously. If it wasn't for diamond body, it probably would have been quite a question whether I could get close to her like this. He really wanted to know what kind of flames these were to be able to be this fierce, even more so than his endless blue lotus flame, whose power was that of a peak third-order flame at this point. The magic happened when Bai Zemin brought the fruit close to Feng Tianwu. The temperature of the place immediately dropped considerably, and although it was not that noticeable at a glance, both he and Shangyuan Bingzu saw a slight improvement in Feng Tianwu's practically crimson skin. Shangyuan Bingzu, just out of curiosity, but how will you feed her that fruit? Bai Zemin, that's a good question. Shangyuan Bingzu, don't tell me you plan to do what I'm thinking. Bai Zemin, it seems that I need to sacrifice myself for the common good. Shangyuan Bingzu, are you really going to kiss this woman the same way you did with me in Oblong World? Bai Zemin, kiss, little Bingzu, when was it that you and I kissed? Shangyuan Bingzu, I'll freeze you to death. Bai Zemin brought the fruit close to Feng Tianwu's lips, and after he stopped joking, he slowly explained, well, jokes aside, things are different now. Different? Shangyuan Bingzu was slightly startled. In the past, my blood manipulation skill was not strong enough to allow me to control the body of other living beings. Under Shangyuan Bingzu's well-attentive eyes, Feng Tianwu's small mouth opened delicately, and when Bai Zemin placed a part of the fruit between her teeth, her lips closed again. Although in normal times it would not be possible for me to control the body of a third-order soul evolver, especially not that of a soul evolver whose soul power is as pure as Feng Tianwu's, at least I can reach this level at present. Bai Zemin explained as the sound of chewing mingled with the sound of ice forming and cracking as a consequence of the heat sounded inside the room. For every mouthful of fruit that entered Feng Tianwu's mouth and subsequently went down her throat, her body temperature dropped, and consequently, the amount of mana Shangyuan Bingzu had to expend to prevent the Sky Destroyer from being destroyed from the inside became less and less. About a minute or two later, Bai Zemin sighed in relief as he slowly stood up. He watched for a few seconds as the red on Feng Tianwu's skin slowly receded, and finally looked at Shangyuan Bingzu with a faint smile that exposed his exhaustion. You see, no need for kisses this time. Shangyuan Bingzu blushed very slightly at his words. She snorted and said in a cold voice, you make it sound like there was a kiss that time. That time, About when are you talking about, little Bingzu? Shangyuan Bingzu. Bai Zemin, do you really want to become an ice cream popsicle? Bai Zemin, if you're going to lick me like you lick one, then I will take the challenge. Shangyuan Bingzu, I will tell your little succubus about this backslash. Bai Zemin, soon you will be a little succubus too if you go on like this. Shangyuan Bingzu, ever since we played that stupid game proposed by your little succubus, your shamelessness shot through the roof. Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu waited until Feng Tianwu's body temperature decreased enough to not affect the warship, before heading to the control room where the rest of them waited. Fortunately, although the divine daydream pomegranate that Bai Zemin fed Feng Tianwu wasn't nearly as powerful as the one Fire Sorrow had shown him for reference, a rank 5 consumable item was still beyond what in theory a lower existence should be able to manage to get their hands on, except for very particular circumstances. When do you think she'll wake up? Shangyuan Bingzu asked as they walked toward the control room with Bai Shilin in her arms. Shilin, probably in an hour or two, Bai Zemin replied calmly. You know very well I'm not talking about Shilin, Shangyuan Bingzu sighed. To be honest with you, I don't understand why you would help the person who in the past caused you so much harm. Shangyuan Bingzu knew that there was a girl in the past who hurt Bai Zemin's heart by playing with his feelings, and although he never said this girl's name, the truth was not too hard to guess with all the clues along the way. She looked sideways at him for a moment before turning her attention back to the front, and after a brief pause she said slowly, Don't tell me you still have any romantic feelings for her. As if, Bai Zemin rolled his eyes. His voice was calm and unfluctuating as he slowly said, Feng Tianwu apologized to me a year ago, and I forgave her wholeheartedly. After all, it was thanks to her that I realized I had been in love with someone that didn't exist in the first place. If you forgave her as you say, then why do you keep a clear distance from her? Shangyuan Bingzu questioned. Forgiving and forgetting are two different words and even more different things, Bingzu. Bai Zemin paused outside the control room for a moment before adding, Feng Tianwu is a valued subordinate to me. Her strength is needed, and you know it. Besides, she is loyal and has never caused any kind of trouble since she joined our ranks. Shangyuan Bingzu frowned slightly but finally nodded, as she found no way to refute his words. If my subordinate is willing to do so much, then my duty as their leader is to respond in the same manner. Nothing more, nothing less. At that moment the door slid aside, and the eyes of everyone inside the room that had been focused on Lilith turned towards the two newcomers. 3, counting little Bai Shilin who was sleeping in Shangyuan Bingzu's arms. Bai Zemin took Bai Shilin and sat on the throne-like seat, and without a word, Lilith stood to his right. After a moment of silence he nodded, All right, now we can begin. And so, for the next hour as the Sky Destroyer flew smoothly back to Earth, Bai Zemin told the story of how he and Lilith met. She also joined in and added a comment or two, occasionally, to emphasize details that he treated as if they were normal routine stuff. When he finished they paused and waited for the questions they knew would come, and the first to break the silence was none other than Wen Yan, the quieter and shyer of the two twins. So, gods and demons do really exist. Well, I think at some point in history all the gods we know probably existed. Bai Zemin nodded. Not sure, but that's what I think. Seeing that he stopped, Lilith slowly explained. At present, there are only 8 beings that we can call gods or demons, since the power of these 8 is at least a little above any other living being in the universe. But, as Zemin just said, it is likely that the gods you know existed at some point. For example, in Norse mythology, there is the ice goddess Skadi, and this was a title that had a being even more powerful than the most powerful 8 today. So, God and angels really do exist, Meng Qi muttered to herself in astonishment. She looked at Lilith's 4 wings and quickly asked, The color of your wings is black, you are a fallen angel. At least within my knowledge, there is no faction of fallen angels. Lilith gently shook her head. She flapped her wings lightly, to the amazement of the 2 little twins, who exclaimed in surprise, and said in a serious voice, I belong to the demonic army led by Lucifer. The room immediately fell silent as Lilith said these words. A needle could be heard falling. Demonic army. Ylinger hesitated and looked at Lilith with some caution, no longer daring to be as casual as before after knowing that she was facing a legendary being on the level of the angels that mankind revered so much. Lilith smiled with some bitterness at this. She tried to be as warm as possible as she said softly, Mother, now that you know who I am, you don't need to change your ways towards me. Regardless of my identity, The fact that I love Zemin from the bottom of my heart has not changed, nor has the fact that you are my family now." Lilith's words calmed Yi Linger down a bit, but it would probably take a couple of days for her to be able to act normal in front of Lilith again. Then, Lilith. Meng-Chi looked at her much calmer than the rest and directly asked what many were wondering. "You're a demon, aren't you? And you work for Lucifer, the devil." "My current race is Succubus, a demon." Lilith nodded before shaking her head. "But you're wrong, I don't work for Lucifer. I follow his orders since he is the one who leads the demonic army, but unlike the other higher existences who need a faction of higher existences to survive, I am very young. This means that even if I wish to leave the demonic army and fall to a lower existence, I will still live on without any problems. Do you understand what that means?" Meng-Chi nodded silently. Simply put, Lilith could refuse Lucifer's orders to a certain extent because she wasn't really bound to the need to be a higher existence to continue existing, and Lucifer certainly wouldn't want one of his strongest demons to go away. "Are demons evil as told in the legends?" Wen Yun asked suddenly. Lilith chuckled as she shook her head. "Angel or demon, dragon or phoenix, we are all soul evolvers just like you, except that we are no longer bound by the law of time. Good and evil live within every existence, higher or lower. None of that matters. In the demon army, there are certainly many who are cruel and bloodthirsty, but there are also such among the ranks of the army of heaven. Some of them are even worse than demons." After a brief pause that was seized by Meng-Chi, even Bai Zemin's ears twitched slightly as she asked something that no one, not even he, knew if Lilith would answer. "In that case, would you mind telling us why you chose my brother out of so many humans?" Meng-Chi asked slowly and with narrowed eyes. "I understand that you were interested in blood manipulation, but according to your story you were already close to him at the time everything happened. Am I wrong?" Backslash 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 backslash. "We have been in the top 1 GT for 10 months in a row, and it means a lot to me to see that my effort pays off. Many thanks to you, who still donate your golden tickets and support Blood Warlock." Chapter 1044. 3 days later, Feng Tianwu's recovery. Bai Zemin and Lilith had met on day 1 of the apocalypse. Probably no more than several seconds or a minute at most had passed since the moment the soul record abruptly broke into the lives of all living and non-living beings on Earth. However, a doubt he had always had was precisely what Meng-Chi had just asked. Among so many humans, why on earth had Lilith set her eyes on Bai Zemin? If she had met him after he got his hands on blood manipulation, perhaps it wouldn't be so strange. After all, Lilith knew that blood manipulation was a powerful skill, and it even turned out to be much more rare and special than she had previously believed. However, Meng-Chi had said it. Lilith had clearly been watching Bai Zemin even before he killed the level 5 mutant bee from which he obtained the skill scroll from which he learned blood manipulation. If Lilith answered saying that she knew he was special thanks to her being a higher existence, it would probably be enough to fool everyone, but not Bai Zemin. After all, he now knew that being a higher existence did not mean having special abilities of some sort. They were geniuses, but they still relied on the skills they had in mana. Lilith remained silent as she listened to Meng-Chi's question, and a conflicted expression crossed through her eyes. Putting aside the fact that she knew Bai Zemin wouldn't believe such an obvious lie, Lilith also didn't want to lie to the person she loved. The fact that she kept secrets from him was due to numerous reasons, 3 being the main ones. First of all, Lilith did not believe that this was a good time for Bai Zemin to know some things. Second, and related to the first reason, Bai Zemin had a lot of burdens on his back and Lilith knew it perfectly well. As his chosen life partner, Lilith's duty was to do her best not to increase the weight her beloved was carrying. Third, Lilith simply didn't know how to say it. She didn't even know from where to start. Meng-Chi narrowed her eyes and a flash of coldness shone in her gaze as she saw how Lilith didn't seem to be able to answer her question. "You're hiding something, aren't you? From my big brother." Lilith took a deep breath and looked Bai Zemin in the eyes instead of Meng-Chi, who was the one pushing her. "Zemin, there is a reason why I knew where you would be when the soul record arrived on Earth. There's also a reason why I searched for you specifically." "I know," Bai Zemin nodded softly. He never pushed Lilith for answers, but this didn't mean he was stupid. "I haven't forgotten that before our feelings gradually grew your reason for helping me to survive and giving me the support that made me grow up faster than normal. Your purpose was to get my help to achieve your goal." Lilith nodded and after a brief pause said quietly, "My goal at first involved something not beneficial to you, but please believe me. It's not like that anymore. I see. Bai Zemin lowered his head as he nodded softly. No one could see his expression, so it was hard to tell how he was feeling or what he was thinking. Lilith was about to say something as she watched him fall into deep contemplation, but it was Shangyu and Bing Zhu who interrupted her first. You sound sincere. Lilith looked at her in amazement. You. The one from whom Lilith least expected to receive words of support was her. But Shangyu and Bing Zhu added with a cold voice and eyes, remember what I told you that day in the ruin of the library. I will definitely chase you to the uttermost confines of the universe. If you toy with his heart, I will personally take your life. The coldness in Shangyu and Bing Zhu's tone of voice, as well as her words, did not surprise Lilith, but they definitely surprised everyone else. This was the first time Meng-Chi, Yi-Linger, or Bai Delan heard Shangyu and Bing Zhu openly express not so disguisedly her feelings towards Bai Zemin. Feelings of friendship, perhaps. But to Meng-Chi and Bai Zemin's parents, it didn't sound that way. Besides, it was clear from Shangyu and Bing Zhu's words that she had already known of Lilith's existence for some time now. Bing Zhu, you. Even Bai Zemin was surprised, as this was the first time he had heard anything about the not at all friendly conversation the two women had held in the past. My intention is not to harm him in any way. Lilith shook her head softly. She didn't mind Shangyu and Bing Zhu's words, as Lilith knew she meant well. I love Zemin, and when I love someone I give myself completely. You are the same, aren't you? If you say so. Shangyu and Bing Zhu frowned slightly at Lilith's last words, but she soon shook her head and did not say anything else. Bai Zemin couldn't see but still raised his head so that Lilith could see his expression as he slowly said, I know Lilith needs my help with something, and I will help her no matter what it is, even if it's something dangerous that could end up costing me my life. Big brother, you. Meng-Chi bit her lips, frustrated. Nothing to be surprised about. Our father did teach us not to let go of the hand of the one who helped us, didn't he? Bai Zemin smiled slightly. Besides, Lilith just said it, didn't she? Her focus changed, and she loves me so she won't harm me. And you believe her? Meng-Chi snorted. To this day she has never told me a lie. I have no reason to not believe in her. Bai Zemin chuckled, which earned him a wince that worried his mother. After telling her that he was fine, he added, she kept some secrets hidden from me and she still has her mysteries. But I'm hiding something from her too, so it's okay. We just need to know that we want what's good for each other. And in my eyes, that's enough. Bai Delan and Yi-Linger exchanged glances before letting out sighs at the same time. In the love between a couple, there has to be trust, much more trust than in any other relationship. Bai Delan nodded. Or else that couple will not be able to stand the test of time, no matter how much love is involved. You can't live on love alone, Yi-Linger added. She stared at Lilith and said in a gentle voice, if we can one day really reach that level of higher existences and live forever, then it means that a couple needs even more trust than a normal couple, because otherwise it will be impossible to last for eternity. Sometimes, a single betrayal or even a single lie is enough for a dynasty to fall, remember that. Lilith nodded and said in a serious voice, I understand. There was no need for Yi-Linger to camouflage her words like that. At the end of the day, Lilith was even older than her. After several seconds of silence passed, Bai Zemin calmly asked, any other questions, or else we can continue with other matters. The 12 operators were silent. They knew in their hearts that being able to listen to this conversation was already a great privilege. The Wen twins looked at each other and shook their heads toward the other. Despite all the things they had experienced, they were both still too young to understand things too profound. I don't like her, but I have no voice or say here. Meng-Chi shrugged her shoulders at the same time as she grimaced. Lilith looked at Meng-Chi and immediately took revenge for earlier. I think you don't like any of the girls who seem to show interest in your big brother, my lovely sis-in-law. The expression on Bai Delan and Yi-Linger's faces changed slightly, but they quickly recovered. Meng-Chi frowned slightly as he slowly asked, are you suggesting something? Me suggesting something? Lilith waved her hand and said with a big smile, of course not. What could I be suggesting? That you lick. Lilith. Lilith jumped in surprise and her eyes twitched slightly. She looked at Bai Zemin sitting next to her with great shock in her expression. This was the first time he had yelled at her like that, and clearly in anger. She choked, but after several seconds managed to say softly, sorry, I think I went a little overboard. Meng-Chi's question had sent Lilith into a corner, so she wanted to pay her back with the same coin. but Lilith had forgotten in her fit of frustration and anger that her words would also end up causing problems for Bai Zemin. After a moment of silence, Bai Zemin slowly released the air from his lungs as he calmly said, "It's okay. You didn't say anything bad anyway, did you?" "I didn't," Lilith meekly replied. "I'm sorry, I yelled at you." Bai Zemin took her hand with his healthy hand and gave it a light squeeze. "You don't need to." Lilith's voice broke a little, but she managed to hold back the urge to cry. To her, Bai Zemin's existence was very, very important, even more important than Bai Zemin himself realized. Shangyuan Bingzu was somewhat surprised, but not really that surprised. She looked at Meng Qi out of the corner of her eye and saw her face slightly pale. She sighed, and after thinking about it for a moment found a way to help lighten the atmosphere a bit. "By the way, who was that purple-haired woman? Another higher existence?" Indeed, Shangyuan Bingzu's question was big and important enough to slowly attract everyone's attention, at least enough to take their minds off what had just happened. Bai Zemin had never felt so much like hugging Shangyuan Bingzu as he did at this moment, but unfortunately, it was neither the time nor the place. Instead, he answered delightedly, "She is Fire Sorrow. She is also part of the demonic army just like Lilith. Second in command of the demonic army." "Oh," Shangyuan Bingzu raised an eyebrow and brought both hands to her waist. She looked Bai Zemin up and down several times before calmly saying, "And have you known her long? I'm just asking so I know if at some point you were planning to tell this to me. You're second in command. It's no big deal, so don't worry if you don't want to answer." She was pissed off, definitely. Bai Zemin immediately realized how angry his second in command was. "I only met Fire Sorrow on the same day that Earth evolved to the third stage," Bai Zemin explained. "Oh, about a month time outside world. Good thing there are no tools capable of altering time, no, or else that would be a lot longer." Shangyuan Bingzu opened her eyes wide and slowly folded her arms as the toe of her right foot went up and down, tapping the floor gently but very fast. Bai Zemin coughed and cleared his throat as he whispered in his heart, "My dear second in command, you are practically revealing classified information of the highest level there." Just then, a chuckle that sounded like silver bells, softly mingling in the summer breeze, sounded inside the increasingly chilly room and brought some warmth to the winter on its way. Everyone's eyes turned to little Bai Shilin, who at some point had opened her big black eyes and was looking at Shangyuan Bingzu with a big smile. "Mommy, are you jealous of Big Sister Fire? Don't worry, she's just Father's friend." Great, now it turns out that even Bai Shilin was hiding things from her. Shangyuan Bingzu gritted her teeth and gave Bai Zemin a death glare as she made a note in her heart to spend more time with her daughter. Her position as the first mother would be in jeopardy at this rate, something Shangyuan Bingzu could not afford. Well, in theory, Bai Shilin's first mother was Shilin, but the former queen of the Weaver Ants was a different matter, so in Shangyuan Bingzu's heart she didn't count. Fortunately for Bai Zemin, the conversation did not become overly complicated, and although there were some hiccups in between, everyone came to accept the fact that there were legendary beings such as angels, demons, gods, and many more. However, Bai Delan's words were a great relief to everyone in the control room. "Even if these higher existences are this strong, none of that is any of our business. Unless they want to die like that phoenix from before, they won't touch us, right? So, our lives will go on as before, and we just have to keep doing what we've been doing all this time. To survive." 3 days later, in a room decorated very demurely, but still with the essence of an elegant woman, Feng Tianwu's eyelids twitched gently for a moment before slowly opening. Backslash 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 backslash. "We have been in the top 1 GT for 10 months in a row, and it means a lot to me to see that my effort pays off. Many thanks to you, who still donate your golden tickets and support Blood Warlock." Chapter 1045 Sorrowful Tears. After arriving on Earth, Bai Zemin arranged for Feng Tianwu to be taken to her parents' home. Wu Yijin herself took the mission into her own hands. The one who received her was Feng Tianwu's mother, Xian Xufan. Feng Tianwu's mother was a beautiful woman who looked to be about 35 years old. Her hair was auburn, and her eyes were honey-colored, while her white skin as smooth as silk. Privileges that she was able to sustain through eating food of the highest quality, including third-order mutant beast meat on some occasions. Her level was no big deal, only 24. In fact, The only reason she had managed to reach that level was because both her husband and daughter repeatedly insisted on it, or else there was no way she would go anywhere near a bloody and smelly battlefield. "Oh my God, Miss Yijun." Xian Shufan opened her eyes in surprise when she found Wu Yijun standing outside her house. She gestured as she stepped aside and shouted towards the inside of the house, "Please come in and let me attend to you as you deserve. Emily, get me those spiritual relief leaves." Xian Shufan was a kind-hearted woman, but her problem was that she was a very snobbish person. She treated people depending on their position in society, and in this new society, Wu Yijun was basically the third most powerful person in all of New China. In terms of politics, she even surpassed Shangyu and Bingzhu. Wu Yijun looked at her with indifference but still maintained the decorum she needed to maintain. "Mrs. Xian, I'm afraid I won't be able to stay and drink tea with you. I only came here following orders from the leader." "Leader?" Xian Shufan first stared confused, but when the word leader settled in her brain her eyes twitched, and her voice became cautious and respectful. "His Majesty. What could His Majesty possibly need from a humble woman like me?" Xian Shufan's family was one of the most prestigious and powerful families in all of New China. This could be seen by the fact that even Wu Yijun needed to maintain a certain degree of respect in the face of a woman with seemingly no real ability. Feng Hong was an extremely powerful mage of level 119 and was currently being eyed for an important position as one of the leading mages of the new kingdom. As for Feng Tianwu, last time it was known she was already a soul evolver above level 130 whose destructive power was definitely among the highest in the entire faction. Many even compared her to Shangyu and Xinyu in terms of magical ability, even though Shangyu and Xinyu was practically 40 levels above her. Given that her husband and daughter held practically absolute positions of prestige, even the parents of the king himself had to smile even if it was only out of politeness when standing next to Xian Shufan. However, the king was a different matter. Bai Zemin didn't need to smile at anyone he didn't like, because he had the power to overwhelm them all. In fact, Xian Shufan had only met the young king a few times, but she knew from what she had heard that he did not like people who abused their power, and was not a fan of leeches either. As for Xian Shufan, she knew deep in her heart that she was a leech who enjoyed the benefits her husband and daughter brought to the household. Wu Yijun took a step back and pulled out a green seed from her pocket. She threw the seed on the ground, and under Xian Shufan's astonished eyes a beautiful yellow flower as thick as a door and about a meter tall grew from the earth. A few seconds later, the flower's petals opened, revealing a beautiful woman appropriately dressed in a white robe resting inside with her eyes closed. "Tianwu." Xian Shufan immediately lunged forward at the sight of her daughter and began to sob. She knew that her daughter's condition was not good after using some kind of strange skill, but her husband refused to tell her more, so she had no idea how serious it was. Seeing her daughter with her eyes closed in front of her, and coupled with Wu Yijun's presence made Xian Shufan mistakenly think that something bad had happened. "Mrs. Xian, Lady Feng Tianwu is now out of danger." Wu Yijun was a kind-hearted woman to begin with, so seeing a mother crying like this in front of her unconscious daughter made her voice soften. She continued, "According to the words of our healing mages and even the leader, Feng Tianwu should wake up sometime within the next 100 hours. Xian Shufan no longer felt like talking too much, and Wu Yijun had certainly not come to make friends, so after explaining things a bit the two women said their goodbyes. Exactly 70 hours later, Feng Tianwu opened her eyes. Her vision was somewhat blurry for the first 5 to 10 seconds, and it took her about half a minute to understand that this was her room in her parents' house. Changping District. It was the first time Feng Tianwu had heard her own voice in a long time, and despite feeling a little strange, her voice was still as beautiful as ever. She slowly sat up and immediately felt a slight dizziness, along with a mild twinge of pain that disappeared as soon as it appeared. As she gently held onto her head, a few messages flashed in Feng Tianwu's eyes. Thanks to the effect of the rank 5 consumable fruit, Divine Daydream Pomegranate, you can now use the power of domain of the fire god Agni once without suffering backlash for up to 30 minutes. Magical power plus 8500 permanently. Fire resistance plus 20% permanently. The effect of ice gold type skills becomes less effective against you. Just at that moment, the door to the room opened, and when Feng Tianwu looked up, she saw her mother standing frozen staring at her with wide eyes. "Tianwu." Feng Tianwu sighed as her mother threw herself directly over her, and as she stroked her back she calmly said, "Mother, if I were a critically injured patient, you would have killed me just now." Her words had only fallen when Feng Hong appeared in the room. The moment Sky Destroyer returned to Earth, Feng Hong immediately requested a short leave of absence from his duties. In normal times such a thing would naturally be refused. There was no time to rest after all. However, it was Bai Zemin who personally granted the man some time to see his daughter. "Father," Feng Tianwu nodded gently as she tried to calm her mother down. "You seem to be perfectly fine," Feng Hong said with some hesitation. The man was quite tough, so his expression was calm, but the dark circles under his eyes made it more than clear that he had not been resting well at all for the past while. "It seems so," Feng Tianwu whispered after scanning her body. She looked at Feng Hong and asked softly, "How long have I been unconscious?" "Approximately 2 months, probably a little longer." "More than 2 months," Feng Tianwu whispered at the same time as she lowered her head and plunged into her own thoughts. After a few seconds, she looked at her father and calmly asked, "The last thing I remember was seeing that powerful enemy mage running away after fighting against the leader. Did we win?" "China got united again, and we are now recognized as a worthy kingdom by the Soul Record." Feng Hong nodded deeply before adding, "That powerful mage had a second clash against the leader and almost killed him and the others, but after being MIA for 2 weeks, everyone returned safely." "I see," Feng Tianwu nodded. She surveyed her surroundings for a moment as she softly said, "The mana in the world seems to be denser and purer than before, did it?" "Earth evolved again," Feng Hong sighed. "The evolution was too abrupt and the gravity increased too much. Millions of survivors lost their lives." After her father's words settled in her head, Feng Tianwu nodded slowly without saying anything. "Tianwu, what skill did you use?" Feng Hong sighed. He sat on the edge of the bed and caressed his daughter's legs above the blanket covering her body as he said with some trepidation, "Your condition had worsened so much that you had to be locked up over 200 meters deep in an ice chamber. It got to a point where even the strongest soul evolvers couldn't get near there." Feng Tianwu frowned slightly as she listened to her father's words, finally realizing how strange the situation was. Why was she alive? Feng Tianwu was fully aware of how terrifying the power of the domain of the god of fire Agni was. She could feel it deep in her soul, like a coiled legendary dragon, sleeping and waiting for the moment when someone would decide to wake it up to wipe out the entire world. At that moment, Feng Tianwu felt the slight hopelessness in Bai Zemin's ever-steadfast eyes when he asked for her help for the first time. She knew that unless he had no choice he would definitely not come to her, even if she did not want to admit it was the truth. When Feng Tianwu looked into his tired eyes back then, and saw the slight hesitation in those ever-steadfast eyes, she felt something strange in her heart. She liked Bai Zemin's eyes, unwavering, never faltering and sparkling with unconquerable courage. Therefore, when he came to her, she did what she believed she had to do. She activated the one skill that could help him overcome the looming crisis ever closer. I thought I would never open my eyes again." Feng Tianwu frowned as she whispered to herself. "And you probably wouldn't have opened them again," Feng Hong said in a deep voice, drawing her attention. Feng Tianwu hesitated for a moment before quietly asking, "What happened?" Feng Hong stared into his daughter's slightly reddish eyes fixedly for a full minute, and the more he looked at her the more his own eyes moistened as he recalled all the things that had happened. "Tianwu, even Miss Kang and Miss Zia couldn't do anything to help with your condition at that time," Feng Hong explained in a choked voice. "You know what that means, don't you?" "I do." Feng Tianwu was not surprised. The fact that the two mages with the most powerful healing skills in the entire faction couldn't help her meant that she was destined to die, but this was something she already knew. "But Bai Zemin, he didn't give up." Feng Hong sighed. The gratitude in his voice practically overflowed as he slowly said, "Bai Zemin kept looking for ways to help you, and fortunately he managed to find one." Feng Hong noticed the change in his daughter's expression, as well as in her aura, and although she quickly seemed to return to her usual indifference, she failed to deceive him. He continued as if he hadn't noticed anything. "No one knows how, and those who do know have their mouths shut tight. Somehow, Bai Zemin learned about the existence of a high-ranking treasure capable of helping you. He planned a big operation, and with a small but powerful team used the Sky Destroyer to head for the sun." "To the sun?" Feng Tianwu's eyes widened wide, and even her mother was startled as this was the first time she heard something like this. This treasure was a fruit, and it can only grow in extremely hot places once every million years. Hence, the sun. Feng Hong nodded firmly. Bai Zemin immersed himself in the flames of the sun for almost a whole hour to obtain that fruit and save your life, Tian Wu. And from what I could hear, it seems he was very, very close to dying. Hearing her father's words, Feng Tian Wu lowered her head and bit her lips so hard that she drew blood from them. Feng Hong stared at his daughter calmly as she clenched her fists tightly, and in the silent room, her voice was clear to him and his wife. That person, does he perhaps want to make guilt and regret consume me for the rest of my life? I thought we would be square if I managed to survive. But now. Tian Wu Yu. Xian Shufan covered her mouth as she looked at her daughter in shock. This was the first time in many years that they had seen Feng Tian Wu shed tears. But the person in question didn't seem to notice, and as she stared at her hands on her knees clenched into fists, her tears tinkled softly, leaving small wet specks on the snow-white sheet. Those were sorrowful tears. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// We have been in the top 1 GT for 10 months in a row, and it means a lot to me to see that my effort pays off. Many thanks to you, who still donate your golden tickets and support Blood Warlock. Chapter 10, 46 Plans to Attack Russia and Assault Team. Of course, Bai Zemin had no idea what happened in the home of the Feng family. Exactly one day after the Sky Destroyer landed, and the subway hatches closed completely covering the terrifying intergalactic warship, Bai Zemin's only unconscious loyal follower finally woke up after so long. In the collector's pocket world, Bai Zemin observed with a faint joyful smile the large 3-meter-tall Ant-Man standing as firm as a steel tower in front of him. Kong Jun, it's good to see that you have fully recovered. Kong Jun's voice sounded as robotic as ever. Lord Bai Zemin, apologies for my incompetence. Hearing his words, Bai Zemin sighed and shook his head. Not only do you not need to apologize for anything, but you are also not incompetent at all. No one expected that bastard Thao Zhai would suddenly pull out such a powerful ace up his sleeve. Not even in my worst calculations did I expect the appearance of such a lethal weapon like that. Had it not been for the fact that Bai Zemin had acquired the ability to create small white holes to absorb and then release enemy energy in the opposite direction, he would have been dead long ago. Precisely because he had tasted firsthand the power of that crimson beam, he understood how miraculous and amazing it was that Kong Jun had survived after being hit full on by that thing. Lord Bai Zemin, the princess, how is the princess? Straight to the important thing, Bai Zemin chuckled. Don't worry, Shilin is perfectly healthy and sound. She'll probably take a while to break through the barrier separating the second from the third order, but she's on her way to making a perfect breakthrough. Princess Shilin will become much stronger than most soul evolvers with each order advancement. She is destined to become a formidable existence, and someday her name will become known throughout the world. Kong Jun nodded. The pride and reverence in Kong Jun's voice as he spoke of Bai Shilin were so high that they practically crept from every fiber of his existence. I'm sure it will be like that, but not only throughout the world, Kong Jun. Bai Zemin nodded, and as the image of the beautiful girl, of his daughter, flashed in his memories, he could not help but feel warmth and pride. Bai Shilin was an existence that had been born from the records of 3 soul evolvers that could be considered anomalies, some more than others, but anomalies nonetheless. Physical strength, magical power, learning ability, even future vision. Bai Shilin had everything it took to become one of the most powerful existences in the history of the universe. She just needed time to grow up, and Bai Zemin would make sure to take all the hardest and worst shots to give his daughter that time. ////. 2 days later, Bai Zemin held an important meeting about the faction's next course. The top commanders who were at distant bases could only be part of the meeting via video call, because with the size of the Earth greatly amplifying the travel time for normal vehicles, even helicopters, was just too great. I think the best idea is to wait, Wu Yijin pointed out. She was sitting on the left side of the main seat, a seat naturally occupied by Bai Zemin. Wu Yijin ignored everyone's eyes. Her only focus was the man younger than her sitting next to her. Earth just went through its 3rd evolution, and it was definitely worse than the 2nd. The gravitational surge of the world not only killed millions, but also destroyed many structures that were not prepared to withstand that much pressure. It's been about 1.5 months since then, too little time to recover and prepare. Leader, I think Miss Wu Yijin is right. Kang Lan remarked from a slightly lower seat in terms of status. mobilizing the army to conduct a major operation now. I'm afraid it could be a big problem in several respects. Several more people expressed their support at Wu Yijin's words. Among them were her parents, Sun Ling and Wu Keqian. Bai Zemin listened to everyone and accepted their arguments, but after an hour he lowered his head and gently tapped his finger on the tabletop without agreeing immediately. Seeing this, everyone remained silent with some apprehension in their hearts. Everyone present was fully aware that Bai Zemin wanted to attack Russia to take revenge on the Northern Army. After all, it was the Russians who had supplied Liang Peng and his faction with heavy weaponry. Had it not been for the Russians, the Transcendent faction would not have suffered so many casualties during the war in Inner Mongolia, and many lives could have been saved. Thousands of families might be smiling happily instead of crying inconsolably at the loss of their loved ones. After several minutes, Bai Zemin looked at one of the few people who had so far said nothing. Evangeline, what is your personal opinion on this matter? Bai Zemin's black eyes met the emerald-green eyes of the beautiful blonde-haired assassin, and after a brief pause he added, should we attack the Russian territory as soon as possible or wait? Evangeline stared at Bai Zemin for more than a full minute, then she lowered her head and slowly said, from the faction's overall point of view, and in terms of stability, what Wu Yijin and the others put forward is the wisest and probably the best option to follow. She rarely spoke, and among those present most of them had only heard her voice 2 or 3 times at most. However, Evangeline's voice was very beautiful, soft as a delicate baby's, elegant as a lady's, but thick with coldness. I didn't ask for the best for the faction, Bai Zemin said indifferently. I asked what your personal opinion is. Evangeline kept her eyes on the table for several seconds, but finally looked Bai Zemin straight in the eye and said, with bloodlust that sent shivers down the souls of the bravest and cruelest, my personal opinion is that we should crush all of Russia. If it were up to me, I would move the army right now for the sole purpose of causing a massacre that will make them think 10 million times before opposing us. As Bai Zemin stared at her with indifferent eyes, several soul evolvers began to mutter among themselves. Does she have some kind of feud with Russia? I don't know. I think she has Russian blood in her veins. Could it be related to her past? I heard she was a professional assassin even before the world evolved. Approximately 30 seconds later, during which Bai Zemin and Evangeline stared at each other, as the voices inside the room became louder and louder. Bang! Bai Zemin struck softly enough not to destroy the table, but loud enough for the sound to suppress the rising voices. Everyone quieted immediately. He took his eyes off Evangeline, and as he looked at everyone he began, as 90% of you pointed out, mobilizing the army to attack Russia at this time would be completely absurd. We're not even completely sure what things are like on foreign soil, except for the few images our satellite managed to pick up faintly. Most of those present, including Wu Yijin and Shangyuan Bingzhu, sighed in relief. Evangeline, on the other hand, had no apparent reaction. But if he were looking at her, he would have seen the disappointment shining in her beautiful, now slightly dimmer eyes. Therefore, I will attack Russia myself, along with a small team that will be available to few people in case you want to accompany me. Bai Zemin's words came too abruptly, without any forewarning, and therefore everyone was taken by surprise, particularly those who thought the conversation was over. Hua Bai Delan looked at his son with wide eyes, and although he had many things to say, his words got stuck in his throat, choking him like a chicken captured by the neck. Hadayahata. A loud but melodious and beautiful laugh broke all decorum and echoed in high definition in the silent room, completely breaking the silence that had developed because of Bai Zemin's words, just like a porcelain vase crashing to the floor. Everyone looked at Shangyuan Xinyu in shock. Mo Shangyuan Xinyu, Shangyuan Bingzhu slammed the table with wide eyes. This shameless woman, Shangyuan Bingzhu gritted her teeth, and if looks could create holes, her mother's body would already have several. But Shangyuan Xinyu wiped tears from the corners of her eyes, a big smile showing her white teeth shaped on her face at the same time as her tear-moistened blue eyes shone focused on Bai Zemin. Bingzhu, our little king is really interesting, don't you think? He doesn't even spare his father and directly almost killed him with just 1 or 2 lines, ha ha ha. Bai Zemin looked at Shangyuan Bingzhu's mother. The corner of his mouth trembled as he slowly said, Shangyuan Xinyu, you've finally gone completely crazy out of your mind, haven't you? You are so mean. Shangyuan Xinyu immediately stood up and like a disheartened woman crossed the distance between her and Bai Zemin in an instant. Under the wide eyes of everyone present, particularly a small group of people, Shangyuan Xinyu threw her small but charming body on Bai Zemin. Shangyuan Bingzu, Mom you. Wu Yijun, a aunt. Sun Ling, I thought I was bold enough, but this Bingzu girl's mother is even worse. I should behave a little more like her. Wu Keqian, L Ling Yu, what do you mean by that? Sun Ling, what? I also have interest in the boy. Wu Keqian, you. Wu Yijun, Mom. As the room immediately turned into a mess, Shangyuan Xinyu wrapped her slender arms around Bai Zemin's neck and looked closely at him with seductive puppy eyes. Little king, you'll let this little sister of yours join the assault team, won't you? The corner of Bai Zemin's mouth began to twitch far harder, and it took all of him to control the Joni between his legs as he felt the woman's small yet charming body on his lap. You can join in if you want. Yay. Shangyuan Xinyu leaned forward, and as a token of appreciation pursed her pink lips, but before her soft mouth reached its destination, a strong tug by her ear stopped her. Ouch, 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 Bingzu, is this how you treat your mother? I'm just dealing with a pervert. Shangyuan Bingzu coldly snorted as she pulled her mother away. As it turned out, Bai Zemin had to wait more than half an hour for things to calm down a bit thanks to the scandal Shangyuan Xinyu had caused. However, 30 minutes later, things finally calmed down enough, and exactly 20 minutes after that the assault team that would attack Russia had been completed. So, Shangyuan Xinyu, Shangyuan Bingzu, Nangongyi, Bai Delan, Jiang Lion, Sun Ling, and Evangeline. Bai Zemin looked at the golden-haired assassin for a moment before continuing. The 7 previously named will attack Russia together with me. In addition, Wen Yun and Wen Yan will join us. Both sisters will be very helpful in stealing the enemy's technological equipment and weaponry away for us. And just like that was how the assault team that would plunge Russia into chaos was formed. However, there were 2 things that Bai Zemin did not expect to happen, and one of them would force him to change his plans abruptly. Backslash 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 backslash. AN, guys, chapters will arrive somewhat irregularly for maybe 2-3 days as I am flying from South America to Asia, which takes time considering the stops. Sorry and thank you for your support. We have been in the top 1 GT for 10 months in a row, and it means a lot to me to see that my effort pays off. Many thanks to you, who still donate your golden tickets and support Blood Warlock. Chapter 10, 47 very kinky moments on the way. It took Bai Zemin a total of 3 days from the outside world, 30 days inside the collector's pocket world, to get fully recovered from the injuries he had received in the operation that had taken place in outer space. Although the Fifth Order Phoenix had not managed to hit him directly with her attacks, the aftershocks alone were enough to shatter a good portion of his body. While the wounds that plagued Bai Zemin's body had not been serious as far as his life was concerned, his right arm had practically disappeared after being incinerated by the Phoenix's flames, leaving behind no more than small pieces of half-burnt flesh stuck to his bones. In addition, part of his back and ribs on the right side of his body had suffered burns that, although not as serious as those on his arm, still required time to heal. During those 30 days inside the collector's pocket world, Bai Zemin not only set out to recover, but with the help of Kali and his little sister, Meng Qi, he repaired his armor and created other pieces of equipment such as leg protectors, shoulder pads, upgraded his old cloak, among others. Bullet, why don't you forge a pair of boots by yourself? Kali's question certainly managed to take Bai Zemin by surprise, and he gave her a puzzled look. Kali explained, back in Eventide World, I remember that Seraphina's magic boots were not treasures from the soul record, but were boots forged by a blacksmith. You are much better than those blacksmiths, so I'm sure you can do something better. And with my help we can make a pair of boots worthy of an anomaly. Bai Zemin was happy that Kali was talking more even if it was just with him, but he had a problem with her words. My dear Powder, when you refer to me as an anomaly, are you praising me or insulting me? He asked with a small smile. Kali's pale lips curved slightly for the briefest of split seconds before returning to her usual nonchalant expression. Of course, it's a compliment. Your amused smile from just now tells me you're lying. Lying me? You slander me, Kali snorted before adding, besides, I didn't smile. Of course you smiled. I didn't smile. Of course you. I didn't smile. Forget it. Although Bai Zemin certainly wished to forge a new pair of boots for himself, circumstances were not particularly peaceful for him to take his time. Bai Zemin considered himself to be a meticulous, and sometimes even a bit of a perfectionist type of man. That Leviathan said something regarding other generals, and he also said His Majesty. Bai Zemin stopped standing on top of the tallest building on the base, and as the cold night wind blew across his face he analyzed. That means there is someone behind that monster, and considering that thing also said something about freedom, it's not hard to imagine how hard things will become soon. A gust of rose-scented wind blew, and at the same time as he smiled slightly, the most beautiful voice of all sounded beside him. It seems that you have already discovered everything by yourself. Bai Zemin continued to look off into the distance as he said, That's right. During the past few days, Bai Zemin with the help of Wu Yijin had moved around 20 tamed mutant beasts to the collector's pocket world, so that soon the number of the mounts would increase exponentially thanks to the time discrepancy between the two sides. And he had even hired people who would never betray him, as they had much to lose and little to gain to work the soil of the place. In just 1 month's time, the Transcendent faction would begin to see results. A great flood of resources would begin to rain down on their heads. But while others were taking care of those things, Bai Zemin brought Lilith up to date with everything that had happened during her absence. You chose Blood Warlock as your third order class, and I must say that the requirements are really peculiar this time. Lilith sighed. She looked at her beloved out of the corner of her eye as she said without knowing whether to laugh or cry, Zemin, as you have realized, there are very powerful beings in different parts of the earth, and those you need to hunt are strong enough to be able to kill you. Therefore, you need to be careful. I thought that after evolving to the second order I would be invincible in my world, but I was naive. Bai Zemin smiled bitterly. No, actually I also thought the same thing as you. Lilith took his hand and continued, Zemin, Earth is a world probably as strange as your existence. In this place was born Fire Sorrow, Lucifer, Sirius, and most likely many more terrifyingly powerful soul evolvers. We shouldn't judge this world using common sense. Bai Zemin could tell that, although the requirements he needed to complete this time to evolve seemed to be simpler thanks to his immeasurable increase in overall power, the reality was quite different. Although I only have to kill a few enemies this time, they all seem to be incredibly hard. Bai Zemin forced a smile as he said, The soul record is asking me to kill what are probably several top-level 4th order enemies while I'm at level 100. Not to mention the peculiarity of the other requirements you need to complete this time. Lilith could already feel a full-blown headache coming on, but before that she felt someone's presence approaching. Oh, you have a guest, he. At the same time as Bai Zemin nodded, Lilith disappeared. And just a moment later, a lithe silhouette rose hundreds of meters in an instant, bringing with it a strong gust of wind. He looked at the beautiful young woman in front of him with indifference, and the girl returned his gaze like a brave pig who was not afraid of boiling water. After a few seconds, Bai Zemin opened his mouth first. Eleonora, what do you want? What manners? The beautiful evolved soul with mind-reading capabilities belonging to the United States of America faction whispered to herself. Bai Zemin frowned slightly, as he realized that this girl's attitude was slightly different from what he remembered. During all the time that had passed, Bai Zemin had never contacted Eleonora. He had her well watched by powerful soul evolvers 24/7, not obstructing her daily life at all, but making sure she followed the faction's rules properly as instructed. Aren't you afraid that too many of your faction's secrets will reach the United States? Eleonora snorted. However, far from being offended or annoyed by the brat's words in front of him, what Bai Zemin felt was puzzlement. Although the curvaceous 18-year-old blonde was acting tough, the fact that she did not dare to look Bai Zemin directly in the face did not make her threatening at all. Just as Bai Zemin was wondering what was wrong with her, Lilith's giggle rang in his ears. My cute Zemin seems to have become quite the hunk while I was away. It was only then that Bai Zemin finally remembered the fact that his race had evolved to a higher stage. Bai Zemin didn't know how handsome he was, but he knew that his charm was high, particularly with the opposite sex, and even more so with human females. Immovable heart plus high human made Bai Zemin a male, who aroused the most primal desires of the females of his species, just as a strong lion did in the lionesses of its pride. Seeing the slight blush on Eleonora's face completely confirmed any doubt. Bai Zemin smiled wryly and shook his head, not knowing whether he should really laugh or cry. You know what happened in outer space, don't you? Eleonora closed her mouth when she wanted to deny it. Finally, she nodded. I do. I can't control my skill, and when I saw that Shangyuan Bingzu woman 2 days ago, she was thinking about what happened in the sun. Bai Zemin sighed heavily. I knew it. Really? Do such powerful beings really exist? Eleonora asked hesitantly. There were parts of Shangyuan Bingzu's thoughts that I couldn't read, but I know they are about some powerful being from the course of the conversation you all had. Oh, Bai Zemin looked at her in surprise, as he thought the girl in front of him knew everything. Unless a higher existence reveals itself, there is no way for a lower existence to know about its existence. Lilith's voice cleared his doubts. Except Kali, that little girl might be even more anomalous than you. Bai Zemin looked at Eleonora and calmly replied, Eleonora, many things will change soon. She finally looked him in the eye. The surprise and apprehension in her voice were evident. What do you mean by that? What I mean is that depending on the choice Angelo and the United States of America make within the short period of time to come, our alliance will dissolve and we will turn into enemies. The blonde beauty's expression changed greatly when she heard Bai Zemin's words, which far from sounding like a threat, sounded like irrefutable facts. It had been about 5 months since she had decided to stay in China, while Chen he headed with Angelo's team to the United States. During this amount of time, Eleonora had come to learn many things about the Transcendent faction, their leaders, the type of governmental and military organization they were governed by, as well as who were the strongest of them all. As patriotic as Eleonora was, and regardless of the love she felt for her country, feelings and logic rarely got along. And Eleonora knew that if she put aside emotions, she had to admit that the faction led by Bai Zemin of China was more powerful than the faction led by Angelo in America. Even if Angelo had evolved to the Third Order and had become perhaps 2 or 3 times more powerful than before, Eleonora knew that Bai Zemin had unilaterally struck a massively sized Fourth Order beast off the shores of Shanghai. Soon it will be time for you to return to your country, so I hope you will pass my words to Angelo. Tell him that I, Bai Zemin, will never hand over the reins of my life to another living being, even if they are gods. Bai Zemin's eyes flashed with rarely seen ferocity as he coldly said, anyone who becomes my enemy, I will crush them with no regard for the past. Thanks to the Soul Record's warning, in which it made it clear to him that if he wanted to evolve into Blood Warlock, he could not join any faction, and the fact that he needed to expel the invading factions coupled with Fire Sorrow's appearance near Earth, Bai Zemin was 85% certain that soon the higher existences would burst onto the stage that should only belong to lower existences. Even if they couldn't act directly, nothing prevented them from moving cunningly or indirectly, as Lilith had been doing until today. Eleonora looked at Bai Zemin with her beautiful blue eyes wide open, and for a long time she was unable to say a single word. Eleonora was supposed to be able to read his mind, but Bai Zemin's race surpassed her by an entire stage, so even if she was a level 145 soul evolver, it was of no use. Still, she was able to understand some things. Eleonora could sense his anger, apprehension, wariness, distrust, and above all, ferocity. I'll tell Angelo your words, she nodded. Bai Zemin nodded back and was about to leave when the girl in front of him stopped him. I heard you plan to attack Russia, is that true? Eleonora's eyes flashed with genuine curiosity, and although Bai Zemin carefully observed her for almost a full minute, he couldn't notice any kind of malice from her. It seems these months here have made you mature. She blinked, surprised as she hadn't expected those words. Bai Zemin continued, at the very least I can say that you are no longer an unbearable brat like before. You're still a brat, though. You? Eleonora's body trembled slightly, glaring angrily like that of a small tiger wanting to pounce on him to bite him several hundred times. Anyway, Bai Zemin waved his hand and nodded. That's right. The idea is to attack Russia in 7 days. 7 days? Eleonora frowned and muttered something to herself before staring at him again. In that case, take me with you. Excuse me. Bai Zemin moved his face closer with his left ear towards her, a clear gesture of someone who thought he had misheard. I said take me with you. Eleonora gasped and her eyes widened in frustration. I want to join that little team of weaklings of yours to help. Bai Zemin was really and genuinely surprised this time. He looked at Eleonora from the tip of her toes to the last strand of hair on her head for so long that the beautiful American began to feel uncomfortable. Stop looking at me like a fucking pervert. Bai Zemin thumped his chest and sighed in relief. Thank heavens it's you. For a second I thought you'd been switched with someone else, and I was already wondering how I'd explain this to Angelo. You really get on my nerves. Eleonora gasped with a face red with anger as she looked at him with eyes about to spit flames. First of all, a brat like you shouldn't say bad words. But considering that American culture is much more open than Asian culture, I guess it's normal for you guys to talk about fucking. Bai Zemin turned to leave after saying these words, and at the same time as his body became a blur, his voice rang out in the surroundings. 7 days from now at dawn. North Gate. If you don't show up then I'll assume you changed your mind. Wait a minute. Eleonora lunged forward at lightning speed, but all her hands touched was air as Bai Zemin's body turned out to be no more than an afterimage. She shouted skyward, "You think a lady like me is someone easy, just so you know I still." Her face turned ugly as she realized what she was saying and quickly stopped. "Bai Zemin, I must eat your flesh and drink your blood." Unfortunately, or not for the beautiful blonde girl from the United States of America, Bai Zemin not only hadn't heard her but wasn't even on Earth. He had returned to the collector's pocket world, only this time there was no one but him and Lilith there. A world all to themselves in which a wager would take place similar to that night at Bai Zemin's parents' house, but much wilder and kinkier. Backslash 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 backslash. Guys, chapters will arrive somewhat irregularly for maybe 2-3 days as I am flying from South America to Asia, which takes time considering the stops. Sorry and thank you for your support. We have been in the top 1 GT for 10 months in a row, and it means a lot to me to see that my effort pays off. Many thanks to you, who still donate your golden tickets and support Blood Warlock. Chapter 10, 48 The Beginning of a Wildfire. The interior of the collector's pocket world had changed enormously over the last period of time, particularly since the time when the operation to obtain the rank 5 consumable fruit that took Feng Tian Wu away from the clutches of death ended successfully despite the not-so-small inconveniences not expected. The once silent grasslands were now teeming with life, with mutant beasts ranging from fierce flame tigers to horned elephants and even mountain lambs occupying the once empty places. As the mutant beasts relaxed, none of them attacked the other, which was extremely rare considering that unless a mutant beast reached the second order, it would always attack with ferocity and fearlessness. These were the mutant beasts that the group in charge of the Transcendent faction had put a lot of effort into taming, and despite the losses, the future results would more than make up for it. There were also large plantations that stretched for over 5,000 meters in length and breadth, grain, rice, soybeans, fruit trees, etc., adding a picturesque view to the previously purely green map. Usually, there were at least 5 people overseeing everything, but at this moment, there was no one paying attention to either the mutant beasts or the crop. This was because the highest leader of the entire faction, the king himself, had ordered everyone to take a few days off to work on other things in the outside world. On the top floor of the finally finished and luxuriously decorated villa, similar to a Victorian-era castle, the only 2 intelligent beings in the collector's pocket world stared into each other's eyes for a long time. Although neither of them said anything, their eyes were more expressive than 1,000 words could convince. After what was over 2 minutes of silence but seemed like only a few seconds, Lilith softly opened her mouth, and as her red lips curved into a lazy smile, her melodious voice brought the house to life. "Little brother Zemin, would you mind telling this big sister why you have suddenly called me to this place far away from all intelligent life, and where no human being can reach?" Instead of answering her question, Bai Zemin took a big step forward, closing the distance between them in less than a breath, and before Lilith had time to say anything, he wrapped his right arm around her slender waist, pulling her to him with a single tug. Far from looking surprised, the upward curve in her full lips and the mischievous gleam in her eyes laid bare that the beautiful 6th-order succubus expected this, and from the way she cooperated with him by pressing her soft, generous bosom against his rock-solid one, it was clear she wanted it. "My little succubus, you really don't know why?" Bai Zemin asked. His gaze was serious, and his black eyes were narrowed as he watched her like a predator, carefully analyzing the beautiful features of his prey. Lilith opened her mouth to say something, but followed by the loud slapping sound along with her body moving abruptly. The only thing that came out of her mouth was a small cry of surprise, mixed with a bit of pain that soon turned into an itch. "You've been bad." As Bai Zemin stroked her face with his left hand delicately, his right hand, with which he had just spanked her hard on her right buttock, now moved in small, gentle circles over the bruised area. It was only a spanking, but the effect it had on Lilith was practically immediate. She enjoyed both strokes even though the firm hand on her bottom moving in circles caused a strange itching sensation that was hard to understand. Wrapping her long, slender, snow-white arms around his neck, Lilith stood slightly on tiptoe and with a look as soft as silk whispered charmingly, "I've been a bad girl. And what will you do to punish me, Daddy?" If the delicious breath of aphrodisiac flowers coming from her mouth, along with every word she whispered to him, inches distant, wasn't enough then, the content of Lilith's words were certainly more than enough to throw Bai Zemin's insides into a fire. He encircled her waist again, and without warning, easily lifted her off the ground with a single hand. Lilith let out a small high-pitched cry at the sudden abrupt movement, and as if her body went into automatic mode, she wrapped her long, smooth, and sheen-like legs around his waist like the most delicate snake. The forest fire was burning not only inside Bai Zemin. The fire burning inside Lilith was even more dangerous than his. Like a snake seeking to devour its prey in one bite, Lilith pressed her luscious red lips to his and began to kiss him frantically. At the same time as her surprisingly long tongue entered his mouth and began to tangle uncontrollably with his, Bai Zemin could feel Lilith's body move from left to right and up and down with rapid, fluid movements. Lilith didn't hold back her charm this time, she let go completely. And Bai Zemin took everything like a champion despite being only a second-order soul evolver. Lilith's tongue was like a cobra tangling around Bai Zemin's, and her saliva was so exquisite that he couldn't get enough of it, so he sucked as much as he could to get more of that delicious elixir that was turning him into a beast for no reason. Feeling the curvaceous and extremely supple body of such a beautiful woman, his crush at that, writhing like a water snake demanding more attention, not only didn't help things to be more relaxed, but Bai Zemin literally felt like howling with excitement. This kiss contained love, but practically 90% of its existence represented purely and exclusively naked lust. As the sound of pursed lips feeling and devouring each other, along with the female's faint moan, accompanied by the male's grunt sounded in tune with the unmistakable sound of saliva sharing, Bai Zemin grabbed Lilith's ass with both of his hands. He opened his palms and spread his fingers to the point where his skin almost broke all to have the benefit of feeling more of that luscious, soft, fluffy, marshmallow-like flesh overflowing between his fingers. Bai Zemin caressed, squeezed, patted, felt, kneaded. He treated Lilith's ass as his personal property as he took firm, purposeful steps in the direction of the large bed in the center of the spacious room. Once he let her back rest on the bed, Bai Zemin expected Lilith to give him some room to move, but nothing could be further from the truth. Far from releasing him, Lilith tightened her legs like padlocks around his waist, while using her slender and delicate but strong arms to make sure that her tongue never left his mouth. Bai Zemin did not complain, but like a good obedient boy, willingly participated in the fierce combat Lilith's snake tongue was presenting to him. The two kissed and felt for about 10 minutes, and by that time the two were a mess even though the real thing had not yet begun. Messy clothes, wet crotches, arousing feminine scent flooding inside the four walls, increasingly desperate moans and grunts. The scene was certainly arousing enough to awaken the most nefarious and perverted desires of the purest being in the universe. Bai Zemin stuck out his tongue, and without any elegance or pretense, licked from the lower part of Lilith's neck to her lips, taking inside his mouth all the excess saliva that had slipped between her lips during the animal kiss they were sharing. Naughty little succubus. Bai Zemin licked her ear delicately and planted feather-like kisses on the left side of her neck as he whispered in a husky voice filled with desire, "I see you learned how to turn me on me easily. I don't know whether to feel happy or not anymore that you are finally calling me as it should be." Lilith squirmed uncomfortably at his caressing hands, sliding tortuously gently over her legs. Lilith's legs were so soft that Bai Zemin literally felt as if he was running his palms and fingers over silk instead of skin. After kissing for several more minutes, Bai Zemin finally couldn't take it anymore and began to move his hands towards the straps of her dress. However, it was at that moment that Lilith stopped him abruptly. "Wait," she shook her head and pushed him back slightly. "What's wrong?" Bai Zemin looked at her like a child whose candy had been taken away. "Let's make it a little more fun." Lilith smiled like a sly little fox, and while caressing Bai Zemin's face she whispered in his ear, "Let's bet. This time we'll have at least 7 days in this world all to ourselves." Backslash 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 backslash. We have been in the top 1 GT for 10 months in a row, and it means a lot to me to see that my effort pays off. Many thanks to you, who still donate your golden tickets and support Blood Warlock. Chapter 1049 A Stamina Battle, Part 1. Chapter 1049 A Stamina Battle, Part 1, // When Bai Zemin heard that Lilith wanted to play betting games, his movements froze as his mind processed what this meant. However, it wasn't hard for him to remember that delightful night when the two of them had their first level of deep intimacy. He slowly pulled away from her, just far enough to look into her eyes. Are you sure you want to bet with me in bed? I'm a new Zemin now compared to back then. Lilith could feel the flame of fire called lust burning fiercely in his black eyes, but far from scaring or being intimidated, she was fascinated by it. I will love to taste this new Zemin. She licked tantalizingly at the hand with which he was caressing her face, and without taking her eyes from his she whispered, but we won't just have fun in bed. This time we'll do many, many wild things. A rather creepy smile slowly formed on Bai Zemin's lips, and she needed no confirmation from him to understand that he was overjoyed with her idea. So what do you want to bet this time? Bai Zemin stood abruptly and turned his back on her. Lilith relied on her hands to lift her upper body slightly, and as she watched him take off his shirt, she couldn't help but lick her lips. Once the top was off, Bai Zemin slowly ran his hot eyes up and down the legs of the beauty on his bed, and as his eyes moved higher and higher, his voice became more and more needy. After all, we need to stake something for a bet to make sense. Lilith did not stand, but with a quick, graceful movement turned her body until she was on her knees and hands. Her ruby eyes seemed only to exist for what his pants hid, and as she approached him like a small but seductive cat wiggling her butt tantalizingly, Lilith whispered, "If I win, I want you to call me Big Sister, and in return, I will call you Little Zemin. You will do so until you can defeat me, and only then will you have the right to choose new forms of address." Bai Zemin's gaze was lost in the seductive movements of her waist that seemed to be calling out to him in invitation mode. "Fine. If I win, you will call me Daddy whenever we are being intimate. Besides, I also want you to try on all kinds of outfits for me." "I understand the outfits part. You don't need to ask. I plan to role-play a lot with you too." Lilith stopped when her face was an inch from the strap of his pants and lifted her face slightly to let him see her bright eyes. "But if you think I gave everything last time, then you are wrong. So from the beginning there was no need for you to tell me what your wish is." Under Bai Zemin's well-attentive and narrowed eyes, Lilith lowered her face and opened her mouth directly towards the obvious hardness that was completely marked underneath the clothes. "You sound confident." Bai Zemin nodded slowly and said in a serious voice, "Show me what you are." He was forced to cut off his line before he finished it, and subconsciously raised his head towards the ceiling as he let out a small hoarse grunt. Lilith let out a somewhat choked chuckle that made him look down to see what she was doing. Under Bai Zemin's slightly surprised eyes, the image of the beautiful Lilith trapping his manhood between her lips. "What did you do?" he asked with a grimace on his face. Other than Lilith, only Bai Zemin knew the reason behind his surprise. Although her lips did not touch him directly, as strange as it seemed, Bai Zemin felt as if 1,000 small hands were caressing him. Lilith let out another amused giggle again, and her mouth seemed to turn into a steam room as large amounts of hot, slimy saliva flooded Bai Zemin's pants. When she pulled back, more than a dozen bridges of hot, wet saliva joined her lips to his now harder manhood. She slurped noisily, sucking those bridges back into her mouth. Bai Zemin was flushed with embarrassment as he panted like a thirsty dog. He looked at her and asked with wide eyes, What was that?" If it wasn't for him holding back, Bai Zemin was 60% sure he might have lost his mind and spurted his load right there at the moment. Lilith's lips slid over his hardness through his pants and underwear. "Now that I no longer need to hold back when it comes to you, and my charm is completely loose, you will understand how dangerous a succubus can be, my little Zemin." Lilith slowly stood up and wrapped her arms around his neck delicately as she said in an innocent voice, "Do you want to go first, or would you rather I suck you completely dry now? It will only take a moment, I promise, Tilda." Although Bai Zemin knew that Lilith was only provoking him, he couldn't help but fall into her game plainly roundly. There was no self-respecting man on the face of the earth capable of taking such words. "If I don't make you become a good and obedient submissive every time we are in bed, then I might as well stop being a man," he said through gritted teeth. "Oh, don't be so serious, my little Zemin. I can't let you stop being a man, or else where will I get physical satisfaction from in the future?" Lilith smiled like a gentle little fox, but her eyes glittered dangerously. "Besides, You seem to be forgetting something. What do you mean? Before Bai Zemin could finish his words, Lilith pushed him gently but hard enough to send his body straight backwards onto the bed. As he relied on the palms of his hands to lift his upper body, he watched wide-eyed as Lilith crawled like a black panther in her silk dress directly between his spread legs. Back to that first night at your family's house, you and I bet on a time basis, remember? But this time, Lilith smiled, and with a strong tug of her hand sent both Bai Zemin's pants and boxer to the opposite side of the room. This time it's different. Before he had a chance to say a single word, let alone plead with all the angels in heaven, Bai Zemin felt his world go blank as his root was sent straight into the depths of what appeared to be a warm, viscous pool, but whose suction force was as strong as that of a black hole. There was no time for protests or moans. All he could do was groan shamefully as his first shot of the day went straight down Lilith's throat. This was a great shame for him, but Bai Zemin knew in his heart that merely being able to maintain his sanity was an accomplishment that probably only he among all the lower existences in history was capable of. Lilith's head jerked slightly upwards, but she held his head inside her mouth just before releasing it, and for a few seconds her throat moved with each gulp she took. Bai Zemin watched the whole scene in amazement, and with his eyes wide open. Slowly, Lilith applied a little extra suction force to her mouth, as she pursed her lips, drawing her head upwards. A pop sound rang out in the quiet room, and Lilith's eyes sparkled with amusement as she looked into his eyes. I was a little surprised at the shooting force at first. It's my first time doing this after all. You cheated, Bai Zemin muttered softly. Cheat? Lilith let out an amused chuckle and pointed out. I'm just using my passive and active skills as a succubus. Are you forgetting? The skills are part of our deepest records, part of our soul, part of us. Bai Zemin took a deep breath and after a moment nodded with a serious face. Very well. Don't cry later, and remember it was you the one who wanted to play like this. Leaving that aside, Lilith leaned over and planted a deep and noisy kiss on the crown of his manhood while staring into his eyes. I wonder if it's because your race evolved from a normal human to a high human, but you taste really tasty. Is that so? Of course, do you want to try a bit? I'll squeeze it out for you. Thanks, but I'll pass for now. Oh well, you're lost then, ungrateful little boy. Lilith shrugged her shoulders. Without giving Bai Zemin any more time, she pulled his foreskin upwards, covering practically his entire head. Taking advantage of that small space left open, Lilith swirled her long snake-like tongue and using the tip slowly forced her way inside. Bai Zemin's face contracted slightly, crumpling into a pained expression, but what he felt was absolutely the opposite of pain. Lilith's eyes glittered as she stared at him. Slowly, she began to move her tongue back and forth across the top of the glands of his penis. Because her tongue was deep inside the foreskin, Lilith's tongue was stimulating Bai Zemin much more than it would normally do if she just played with his little brother's head. A minute later, the sound of gushing water could be heard inside the room, along with the gasps of an incredibly aroused man. Lilith's movements kept getting better and better with each passing second. She was no longer moving her tongue back and forth on top, but was now swirling rapidly inside the foreskin of his head, stimulating every part of the shaft with great dexterity. The bed between Bai Zemin's legs was a mess that had been created by different liquids. Lilith's saliva that had become frothy due to the constant swirling of her tongue, his pre-cum, and, of course, his cum. Bai Zemin had no idea how much time had passed, but he could count that he had cum over 7 times in total. After who knows how long, Lilith slowly pulled the foreskin of the glands back with her tongue still inside, and before her tongue was completely free, she used the tip to pull the skin slightly upwards in a temporary parting lick. I think I've eaten enough for several years. She sat up on her knees and looked at Bai Zemin with a big smile. Little brother Zemin, how about conceding defeat? It's only been 5 minutes, you know. He took a deep breath and slowly advanced towards her. His black eyes glowed like a predator's as he said in a husky voice, "This competition is about who can hold on the longest before giving up, right?" Yes, Lilith frowned slightly, but the smile on her face remained. If I can make you come almost 10 times in 5 minutes, that means in an hour you will have over 100 orgasms. That should drain at least half of your stamina, correct? Correct. Bai Zemin nodded and grabbed her by the arm. Very slowly, he pulled her towards him and whispered in her ear in a deep voice, "So I guess I'll have to use regeneration to recover my stamina until I run out of mana, and then I'll have to use overlap regeneration to recover 100% of my mana. And then keep using regeneration." Lilith's confident expression finally changed when she heard this, but before she could say anything, she found herself being lifted and spun in the air. It didn't take Bai Zemin more than a second to have her the way he wanted her, with her ass in his face and her face directly attached to his root. "Take off your clothes, my little succubus. For these 7 days I will train you until you become a good and obedient little girl." Saying that, he spanked her butt as if to enforce his command. "Ah, Zemin, you." Lilith tried to look at him, but due to her current position, achieving such a thing was quite difficult. "Take off your clothes," he ordered in a husky, thirsty voice. "You've already talked big this whole time, and honestly I'm getting tired. Or what could it be that you're all blabber and little action?" Backslash 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 backslash. Next chapters in the next few hours. Last one before big things happen. Chapter 1050, a stamina battle last. Chapter 1050, a stamina battle last, backslash backslash. Lilith took a deep breath to calm herself down, but all she managed to do was to get even more excited when her nostrils filled with the smell of manhood coming from her beloved's male root. Without a word to say, her black dress disappeared, and before Bai Zemin's burning eyes appeared her completely naked body. Almost. This sexy little thong does nothing but turn me on even more. He used both his hands to force Lilith's butt down further and directly dug his teeth delicately into her spongy right buttock, and it makes me want to eat you even more. Lilith looked back over her shoulder as she slowly caressed her partner with her right hand. Her ruby eyes glinted slightly as she said in a soft but defiant voice, "Then why don't you eat me and show me how hungry you are? But be careful, you might come with just a taste of me." Bai Zemin snorted and did directly as she said. With a swift but careful movement, he moved the thin string of her black thong to the side, and the exquisite scent of slightly restrained flowers assaulted him completely once he released the source. He heard Lilith's giggle, followed by her voice filled with amusement. "Little brother Zemin, little Zemin down here is trembling so much. Don't tell me that just my scent almost made you come." Although the legend of succubi needing to suck life energy through the semen of men in order to get stronger and survive wasn't exactly true, there was one thing that was true. Succubi were dangerous sexual creatures, and Bai Zemin had in his bed the succubus with the highest enchantment in the entire multiverse. The fact that he hadn't gone insane, despite being only a level 102nd order soul evolver, was a feat worthy of praise for years to come, if anyone knew about it. "You laugh while you can." Bai Zemin used the tip of his tongue to gently and carefully lick around Lilith's crotch. He felt her body shudder gently in his grip, but acted as if he knew nothing as he spoke between licks. "You may make me come many times more than I can make you come, but so what with that? If I can subdue you and make you achieve pleasures high enough that you can no longer stand, then it is my victory." After a brief silence, Lilith agreed in a trembling voice, "I guess you're right." She gently licked the head of his stiffness and then planted her nose directly next to the frenulum. Taking a deep breath, she whispered, "If you manage to make me faint and not be able to continue due to the pleasure limit, I will gladly admit defeat, Daddy Zemin." "Don't worry." Bai Zemin gave a quick lick to the small pink pearl on top and partially covered by a delicate hood. When his tongue returned to his mouth, bringing with it a little taste of the flavor of her juices, it was hard for him to continue speaking confidently. "I will make you admit defeat very willingly." Leaving those words floating in the air, Bai Zemin immediately got down to business, or rather, tongue to the work. Bai Zemin might not be experienced in how to lick a woman, as this was his first time, let alone how it felt to have his manhood deeply buried in a woman's femininity. However, there were many times that one didn't need to have too much actual experience in the field, but some knowledge and a lot of desire to please one's partner. As he flicked his tongue up and down gently, and listened to Lilith's choked little mules choking on his manhood, he felt his confidence swell even as he shot his hot cum deep into her throat for the 9th time. 10 minutes later, Bai Zemin had come another 7 times while he had only managed to make Lilith come once. Strangely, however, it was Lilith who for some reason seemed slightly anxious, and although she tried to hide it, she was not able to hide this from Bai Zemin, who knew her body and gestures to perfection. 3 days later, Bai Zemin no longer knew how many orgasms she had had in total, but it was definitely over 1,000. Such a thing was naturally impossible and unthinkable before the apocalypse. Not only could a man not come that many times, but even if he was somehow able to do so, he would definitely die feeling a great deal of pain. However, despite having come so many times and feeling overwhelming pleasure that threatened to consume his senses, Bai Zemin was still diligently licking Lilith's most sensitive part. He could no longer remember how many times his tongue had traced from A to Z around and over his lover's clitoris. As for Lilith, she had come approximately 200 times during this time, which was not even one-fifth of the number of times she had brought Bai Zemin to the peak of pleasure. The room had become a mess in the first 24 hours, and the smell of sex was so strong that the air between the four walls was practically visible, with female and male hormones seducing each other. As for the bed, well, calling it a pool was probably more accurate to describe their situation. The poor bed was full of the semen residue that Lilith couldn't swallow as well as her own fluids, since 15 hours after starting, she was not only having orgasms but had started squirting everywhere like an unstoppable fountain. Partly to avoid drowning in their own fluids and partly to add more fun to the situation, Bai Zemin and Lilith changed the location of the match and moved from the bed to the ball. "You really are a fucking pervert, Zemin." Lilith gasped and could barely contain the squeal that almost escaped her mouth as her lower mouth quivered and squirted uncontrollably. She was head down to the floor with Bai Zemin's arms around her waist and both of his hands firmly gripping her ass. Lilith had locked her neck from behind with her feet, and her two arms half wrapped around his waist as his sticky, slippery manhood released his 1143rd load directly all over her face. Bai Zemin willingly swallowed all the juices that the love of his life gave him, and after swallowing it all he slapped her ass as he said in a confident voice, "Don't you like the view, you perverted little bitch?" What did you call me?" Lilith opened her eyes wide. Bai Zemin's response was a spanking even harder than the previous one, and as her ass turned red, he went back to diligently eating her. Lilith's eyes rolled for a moment, but she quickly went back to work, unwilling to admit defeat. As the standing man held the woman practically floating in the air in the famous 69 position that allowed them to pleasure each other, one of the many mutant tigers roared as it looked with confused eyes at the tall human and the succubus-class demon on the balcony, grunting and moaning uncontrollably for many hours. Time is a relative thing, and when one is having fun it tends to pass very quickly. On day 4, Bai Zemin and Lilith moved from the balcony to another room, and in a matter of 1 or 2 hours of hard work at most, they managed to turn the bed of whoever slept there into a new disaster for the collection. As the two continued to pleasure each other and time went by, Bai Zemin never let go of Lilith. He took it upon himself to move her wherever he wanted to go, and as she swallowed his cock like it was the most delicious delicacy in the world, he did the same and not only licked, kissed, and sucked her exquisite womanhood, but also gave soft and delicate nibbles to her lips from time to time. By the time the 6th day ended and the 7th began, it was evident who would be the winner of the bet at this rate. Bai Zemin's face was still healthy, and except for the unusual warmth in his eyes, everything seemed normal about him. In fact, he was still casually walking around the house naked while dragging Lilith with him as if she were a doll. As for Lilith, she was no longer sucking the still rock-hard stiffness of her beloved with the same intensity as before, and the focus in her gaze was by far much lower compared to 6 days ago. While being licked by Bai Zemin relentlessly, her body kept shaking and shuddering continuously at the same time as the time gap between each orgasm became shorter and shorter until it reached a point of squirting 2 times in just 3 minutes. "Impossible," Lilith whispered in a tired voice. She simply let herself be carried by Bai Zemin as she used her small right hand to grip his pole with her face resting next to him. Any sexual activity could become extremely strenuous, even more so than fighting a bloody war. Hang. Bai Zemin slapped her right buttock hard enough to wake her up, but only for a second, as after a soft grunt, her eyes began to close once again. Hey. Bai Zemin finally paused from his endless licking, and as he moved his waist to smack his partner's lips with his manhood, he teased mercilessly, "Big sister Lilith, don't tell me you can't take it anymore." "It's not fair," Lilith muttered with clear exhaustion, not only physically, but also mentally and spiritually, an obvious consequence of having so many orgasms without any rest. "It's not fair. What thing is not fair?" Bai Zemin smacked her ass and with expert dexterity went back to eating Lilith to orgasm again in less than 1 minute. As she squirmed at the same time as his face was blessed by her Vendite water, Bai Zemin continued, "I think I can use overlap regeneration at least 2 or 3 more times, which means I can replenish much more than 20,000 mana points. Mana which I can use to transform into hundreds of thousands of stamina points." He had started off losing to Lilith, But in a long-duration battle, Bai Zemin was confident he had the upper hand, and his monstrous stamina in conjunction with regeneration and overlap regeneration made him a fearful existence on any battlefield. Even in the bedroom. "Little suck, no, sorry," Bai Zemin said in a mocking voice. "Could it be that you're actually admitting defeat, big sis Lilith?" Lilith seemed to wake up a snot upon hearing his question and hesitated, however. She suddenly jumped and cried out in surprise as she felt Bai Zemin's tongue snaking dangerously close to her sensitive area. "Wait." Bai Zemin did not stop and continued to play gently. Lilith gritted her teeth and said, frustrated but helplessly, "I admit defeat." "I'm sorry, but I don't think I heard you very well. Would you mind repeating that?" "I admit defeat." "What? I can't hear you." "I admit defeat." "What? I admit defeat. All right, you win," Lilith shouted, gasping in indignation. Chapter 1051, Request for Help from the United States. When Bai Zemin left feeling extremely satisfied thanks to Lilith, and at the same time extremely proud after defeating her in bed even though she was a succubus, and he was a human with such a big difference in levels, the first thing he did was to head home since he would soon be leaving for the north of the continent to attack the Russians. However, things did not always go as one had planned. Bai Zemin had barely walked through the door of his family's home, with his mother greeting him with a big smile on her now much more youthful face, when someone he hadn't heard from in a while called him. "Bai Zemin, I need your help." Ylinger immediately shut her mouth when she heard the other party's natural English accent, and as the commander's ring runes glowed, Meng Qi, along with Bai Delan and Bai Shilin, appeared in the room. Bai Zemin frowned as for a moment he did not recognize the owner of the voice. However, something soon clicked in his memory that helped him reconnect the loose wires. "Angelo," he replied with some hesitation, "what's the problem?" "The problem is that—" Bang! Angelo was forced to shut up when the door to Bai Zemin's house opened with a bang, and when Bai Zemin turned in surprise, he found Wu Yijin gasping for air. After a few seconds of silence to catch her breath, Wu Yijin stared at Bai Zemin with trembling eyes as she said in an agitated voice, "Bai Zemin, you need to see this. Something really big is happening in America." Bai Zemin stared at Wu Yijin, and after more than 20 seconds of silence said in a deep voice, "Angelo, explain the situation of your country for me." As Bai Zemin followed Wu Yijin to a subway room built not long ago at the Champing District base, where they were currently located, Angelo explained everything that had happened over the past few months. Amazingly, the United States Army had become much more powerful, and its bases much more orderly. All this happened because Angelo was an outstanding and very capable leader who, without prejudice towards China, applied everything he learned when he visited the Transcendent Faction's base on the Asian continent. The strength of the U.S. faction had grown so much that, with Angelo at the head, they had managed to recover more than 90% of the lost American soil in the first 5 months. Although things had slowed down a lot later on, there were still no major problems, until a week ago. Don't ask me where those damn creatures came from because I won't be able to answer. Not only did our satellites not catch anything, but the supercomputer that practically has a godlike presence in the United States detected something particularly strange. Angelo sounded perplexed, but also somewhat fearful when he spoke of those damn creatures. As Bai Zemin listened to Angelo, he and Wu Yijin finally arrived at the subway base, which had been built as a sort of extension of the satellite base that was located further to the center of Beijing. On the larger computer, a photograph of what appeared to be at least 10,000 colossal beasts flying over the shores of America was caught by the satellite. "Dragons!" Angelo blurted out in anger, surprise, and fear at the same time. "Those damn creatures are real dragons like the ones in the books and tales of legends." "That's right, dragons. Unlike the purple flame wyvern, the mount of the demon lord in Eventide World, the beasts Bai Zemin was looking at appeared to be true dragons and not dragonkins or wyverns. Bai Zemin, those things are not only immune to the strongest missiles or cannons of our American army, but the natural mana layer coating their bodies is at least 10 times more robust than that of any soul evolver of the same level." Angelo's voice was extremely serious as he said, "Normal bullets just bounce off. Penetrating bullets don't even leave a mark on the scales of those things. Cannons and missiles can only push them back unless we hit their wings. Even the magic skills of our mages are barely of any use, and because those dragons can fly, it's practically impossible for melee warriors to reach them in the sky." 1 month ago, I managed to become the King of America after unifying the United States, all thanks to you and the technology you shared with me. Besides, that Chen He guy is a great general. He single-handedly managed to take back more than 6 states even though at first no one liked him too much and didn't trust him. Angelo sighed. Soon, however, his voice became heavy, but ever since those damn dragons that came out from heaven knows where things got complicated. At first, we thought we'd be okay even though they took down one of our bases, but we realized how big the problem was when even mobilizing our best soul evolvers with our best weapons, we were pressed step by step back. After a pause of about 5 seconds, Angelo said something that made Bai Zemin's blood run cold. Bai Zemin, I swear to God if the situation wasn't really bad I wouldn't ask for your help, because it's more than clear to me that it will not be for free, but given the circumstances, I really have no other choice. So bad is it? Bai Zemin frowned sharply. Angelo was silent for a few seconds before finally saying slowly, my faction had a total of 56 bases stationed at crucial points within the United States, but in just 1 week 12 of those bases that were knocked to the ground. Bai Zemin's expression finally changed for the worse upon hearing this. 12 bases in just 1 week's time. Such a thing was insane, and if it wasn't for Angelo himself saying it, there was no way Bai Zemin would believe such stupidity. He had seen with his own eyes some of the power of the American forces, and Bai Zemin had no problem admitting that they were indeed very powerful and capable. However, such powerhouses lost practically 1/5 of their territory in just 1 week. Even if Bai Zemin didn't want to, he had an obligation to take this matter very seriously. Angelo, you participated in the battle against these dragons, and yet you guys lose. Bai Zemin knew that Angelo was very powerful, so much so that if it wasn't for the fact that the beast he killed in America possessed a strange and absurd regenerative ability, Angelo would have easily killed it in a few moves despite the huge difference in levels. At first it was fine. When I joined, the dragons were rejected again and again. But suddenly 3 extremely powerful and intelligent dragons appeared that even I can't underestimate. In fact, if it wasn't for Chen He saving my life once, I'm afraid you and I wouldn't be talking right now. Bai Zemin took a deep breath as a name popped into his head. 9-headed immortal dragon. What's that? Angelo asked. It's nothing, Bai Zemin replied calmly. Bai Zemin had already encountered a monster from ancient times and defeated it in combat, the giant Leviathan. Thanks to the giant beast, he came to know that there was at least one very powerful being with stupidly strong 4th-order minions. Now that the United States of America was being attacked by dragons, Bai Zemin could only think of the 9-headed immortal dragon, which he needed to kill to complete one of his evolution requirements if he wanted to break the 3rd order and gain the unique class blood Warlock. However, even if it wasn't because Bai Zemin needed to kill the 9-headed immortal dragon in a forced way, he would still help Angelo. To begin with, Bai Zemin did not want a brave warrior of his race to die just like that. Even if Bai Zemin wanted to be the ruler of all humans on Earth, he first needed humans to rule. Otherwise, he would be nothing but a ruler in name, without any benefit worthy of all his efforts. Therefore, he could not allow the American faction to fall just like that. At the end of the day, they would be part of his transcendent faction's strength sooner or later. Besides, Bai Zemin narrowed his eyes as he thought in his heart, who can guarantee me that those damn dragons will obediently stay in America and not come to burn down my house here in Asia? Angelo, tell me something, where you are now. Plans were just that, plans. Many times life and its circumstances forced one to discard any plan and left him with no choice but to adapt or fall prey to failure. Bai Zemin had already organized the group of people that he would take with him to America to support Angelo's faction to finish off the dragons. Nangong Lingxin, Bai Shilin, Shangyuan Bingzu, and Kang Lan. Nangong Lingxin, with her ability to reflect and repel attacks, could take care of defending whoever needed it most in times of need, either from the fierce magical attacks of the dragons or from their terrifying physical body. Bai Shilin not only had monstrous physical strength capable of crushing mountains with her small snow-white fists, but also had great magical power circulating in her small body. Enough magical power to create tens of thousands of ice swords and send entire armies to the afterlife. Shangyuan Bingzu, she didn't need anyone to talk about her powers. Even if she was still stuck at level 100 and was nowhere near as powerful as Bai Zemin, her power was completely and utterly undeniable. A peak 3rd-order existence would have to kneel before her in a protracted battle. As for Kang Lan, She was the third most talented existence for magic, just behind Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu in the past. It was not until later, with the appearance of Feng Tian Wu and the subsequent birth of Bai Shilin, that she had to give up her seat. Besides, her healings would definitely be needed. Even Bai Zemin would have to rely on her in case his conjecture was true, and the nine-headed immortal dragon appeared on the battlefield. The surprise of Bai Zemin and the others, however, a person was waiting for them at the top of the eastern wall of the base. "Oh, I wonder what that girl will do now." Lilith let out an amused giggle as she watched Feng Tian Wu's slightly crimson hair dancing in the wind. Bai Zemin, along with the others, looked down from Little Snow's back, and after his black eyes and her slightly reddish-colored eyes met for a few seconds, he decided to go down and take a look. Little Snow landed on top of the wall, and under Feng Tian Wu's intense staring gaze, Bai Zemin dismounted while the others remained on the big white dog's back. "Feng Tian Wu, I'm glad you woke up." He nodded with genuine relief on his face. However, his expression soon turned serious as he said in a deep voice, "I hope you won't use that skill ever again unless you really don't mind throwing your life away." Feng Tian Wu stared straight into his eyes for a long time before calmly replying, "There are many things that were thrown away at times we thought they were of no importance." Bai Zemin looked at her in confusion, but did not think too much about her words. As for the fact that the woman in front of him might be talking about what happened between them in the past, Bai Zemin never thought about it, not even for a brief moment. At the end of the day, in his eyes, there was no reason, way, or explanation for Feng Tian Wu to have any feelings for him. Time together. In the past, they did spend a lot of time together, but that was a long time ago. Let Wu Yijin give you a task, or you can head straight to Shanghai with your father if you wish. Strong manpower is needed to finish the new base there. Bai Zemin waved his hand about to leave when he suddenly stopped short. "Let me ride with you." Bai Zemin looked at Feng Tian Wu and after a moment said in a serious voice, "No need. We can't take many of our powerhouses away from home to go help others." However, the ever-rational and indifferent Feng Tian Wu shook her head like a stubborn brat. "Let me ride with you." He frowned and was about to say something when she beat him to it. "For starters, you weren't counting on me to protect any of our bases, right? Then I don't see anything wrong with you taking me." /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1052, More Problems Targeting Earth. I think Little Snow will need to expand further if we continue at this rate. In the blue sky, just above the white clouds where the wind was blowing especially hard and the pressure was much higher, Nangong Linksen's somewhat helpless voice was barely heard by her companions. Kang Lan glanced at a certain someone out of the corner of her eye before turning her attention back to the front, and after a moment of silence she remarked, "I think that's why our leader chose only 4 people besides him for this operation." Although Little Snow was a third-order mutant beast, her body was far from massive compared to other creatures. She was a mutant beast more focused on speed and ripping strength, so while she was much larger than a normal dog, it still wasn't enough to fit a large group of people on her back. When Bai Zemin chose Nangong Linksen, Bai Shilin, Shangyuan Bingzu, and Kang Lan, he did so not only because of their individual characteristics and strength, but also because of the physical build each of them had such that they would definitely be fine riding Little Snow's back. But the joining of a 6th person broke that balance, and now they were all squeezed together. Feng Tian Wu didn't look at Kang Lan, but her words were clearly directed at her. "Maybe one of you should have stayed behind then." "What do you mean by that?" Shangyuan Bingzu stared at her with a slight frown and pointed out, "It was you who did as you pleased. Are you a 5-year-old child?" Feng Tian Wu finally looked at Shangyuan Bingzu, and her eyes flashed weirdly as she said in a voice no longer so indifferent but more confident, "This is a very important operation, so the more firepower we have the better, right?" "You're right, but that doesn't take away from the fact that you acted like a 5-year-old brat," Shangyuan Bingzu emphasized. Feng Tian Wu ignored her words and continued, "Nangong Linksen can defend, Kang Lan heal, and Bai Shilin has a skill that allows her to see the future minutes in advance in addition to her physical strength comparable to the strongest. As for me, other than Bai Zemin, there is no one who can defeat me in the entire faction. Not even your mother Shangyuan Xinyu can do it." A glint of dangerous light shone in Shangyuan Bingzu's eyes as she said in a low, ice-cold voice, You sound too confident for someone who neither participates in any training together nor was part of the most terrifying battles in recent times. I'm simply pointing out facts, that's all. Feng Tianwu replied indifferently as she used her slightly fire-red eyes to look into Shangyuan Bingzu's ice-blue eyes. As I said, other than Bai Zemin, there is no soul evolver in our faction capable of defeating me. Not Shangyuan Xinyu, not Evangeline, and not you either. Shangyuan Bingzu stared into her eyes and suddenly let out a chuckle. You think because you are of a higher level you are stronger than me. I don't think so, I'm sure of it. Feng Tianwu continued as indifferent and aloof as ever. In fact, if I'm honest, I don't understand why you are here. Shangyuan Bingzu's expression changed slightly, but Feng Tianwu didn't give her a chance to say anything as she immediately continued. Your ice can probably affect a peak-level third-order soul evolver, but this time we will be facing fourth-order enemies, won't we? I think between us who is left over here is you, second leader. Shangyuan Bingzu's pupils trembled slightly, and her beautiful face turned light pale when she heard Feng Tianwu's words. As her emotions slightly went out of her control, the temperature immediately plummeted, and the air cooled to the point where semi-transparent ice particles began to rain down from all directions. Feng Tianwu, are you forgetting that Shangyuan Bingzu's status is higher than yours? When Bai Zemin's cold voice that had remained silent until now rang out, Feng Tianwu's expressionless face finally showed a small crack. She looked at him, and noticing the small but unmistakable trace of anger in his eyes, she couldn't help but sigh. Feng Tianwu looked at Shangyuan Bingzu, and after a brief hesitation said in calm, I apologize for just now, I said too much. Although her voice was soft, everyone could tell the sincerity with which she was apologizing. This came as a great surprise to Kang Lan and Nangong Lingxin, as they both knew how proud this woman was. Feng Tianwu was rarely willing to participate in hunting missions with any team unless they were all extremely powerful soul evolvers. In fact, she even preferred to carry out other missions such as capturing an enemy base by herself, rather than teaming up with those who in her eyes were drags. This was not her disdaining others, but her being too rational. At the end of the day, Feng Tianwu was no longer who she was in the past. She simply knew that everything would work out better if she did things alone, since everything would be over faster and no one on the team would have to risk their lives. Unfortunately, Feng Tianwu's rationality that was based on a win-win situation was seen as pride and arrogance by others. It was precisely because of this that Nangong Lingxin and Kang Lan were very surprised to hear the sincerity in her voice when she apologized to Shangyuan Bingzu. In fact, even Bai Zemin was taken by surprise. Shangyuan Bingzu looked at Feng Tianwu for a few seconds before shaking her head without saying anything. Seeing her fall silent, looking off into the distance with an unreadable expression on her seemingly calm face, Bai Zemin could not help but frown slightly in his heart. He was really worried about Shangyuan Bingzu, as she seemed more prone to losing control over her emotions compared to the past. And Bai Zemin noticed that, while this increased since she got stagnant as well as her strength from not being able to evolve beyond level 100, the truth was that he knew she became more and more emotional with each evolution and new class she acquired. Little Snow's speed was certainly very high, as not only was her agility stat was far above what a mutant beast of her level should have, but she also had passive and active skills that boosted that already monstrously high movement speed to even higher altitudes. However, the size of Earth was at least 3 or 4 times larger after evolving to the third stage, so traveling from Beijing to America was not something that could be done in a day or two, much less a few hours of constant flight. Even if Bai Zemin wanted to rush to the United States before something big happened, he and his group needed at least 4 days to accomplish it. He and the rest of them could only wish the American team well. //. While things on Earth were getting more and more out of control, the rest of the universe wasn't particularly calm either. If the universe in general was a big ocean, then the planet Earth was nothing more than a small boat in the middle of its vastness, and to bring down a small fishing boat all that was needed was a strong enough storm. Coincidentally, that storm seemed to be brewing fast, and the creators were none other than higher existences. Cram World, Higher World in its 7th stage and the main headquarters of the demonic army. A faction led by Lucifer had recently fought at the Chaos Wall against the invaders of the Golden Domain, and although the losses were not small for them, the result ended up being much better than everyone thought. all thanks to the existence of Lilith, who had never participated in previous wars against the Golden Domain, since she was not only less than a century old, but had recently joined the faction. Although they had completed their task, however, other factions went looking for trouble with them and attacked the members of the demonic army who were roaming other worlds. Fortunately, however, things did not escalate, and after a day or two, what seemed to be a new war between factions of higher existences finally died down. Due to the many deaths during the war against the Golden Domain, and the relatively few that occurred during the minor war against the other factions, the castle where Lucifer lived was not as crowded as on past occasions. In the meeting room, whose giant stone door was firmly closed, only 2 of the 7 seats around the round table were occupied. With a slightly pale face similar to that of a person with pressure problem due to a lack of sugar in their blood and large black circles under his eyes, Lucifer looked with a dead expression at Fire Sorrow's constantly changing face. Due to everything that had happened lately, Lucifer had expended a lot of energy and was unable to sleep even for a second. As a result, his face was a mess just like his hair, and his usual lazy expression had turned sour like someone who had eaten 3 kilograms of lemon. So, his voice was low and weak, so that were it not for the silence in the room, the wind, gently rushing through the window, would carry it far from being heard. You're telling me that Earth, our home world, the planet that we saw with our own eyes being destroyed, reappeared? Fire Sorrow nodded silently, and in response he nodded as well. I see. So, this Earth you saw has only been evolving for less than 2 years, but it is already in its 3rd stage, Lucifer asked. After a slight hesitation, Fire Sorrow nodded. Not only that, Lucifer, I'm telling you it's our Earth. There are many dreadful treasures there that were left behind. There are even some capable of killing higher existences if given the required energy. Lucifer nodded and after a brief pause said calmly, Fire Sorrow, I think you need to take a nap. How about 3 years? Fire Sorrow stared at him for a few seconds, and after a brief pause pointed out, wasn't it you who told me that you saw Lilith coming out of nowhere coincidentally where in the past our world was located? Don't tell me you didn't think she might be on Earth, Lucifer. I know you well enough. Lucifer sighed and plopped down on the table as he muttered in a tired voice, Fire Sorrow, did we not see with our eyes how Earth was destroyed? But put that aside and let's say it was an illusion. Were the records lost when that stupid wolf directly killed 90% of the life on Earth, including most of our faction, also false? Back then, Lucifer, Fire Sorrow, and other important roles with subclasses that granted them power, depending on the number of the headcount, their faction had lost a lot of strength when Sirius, the leader, destroyed everything for some reason. That's, Fire Sorrow frowned, but any trace of doubt disappeared as soon as it appeared. She knew what she had seen and experienced. Lucifer, do you remember the guy you saw with annihilation of the falling sky stuck in his chest? Lucifer raised his head slightly before letting it fall once more. What's up with that? It was you who sent me to sleep telling me I was crazy when we got back. Well, it turns out you weren't crazy. I met that guy on Earth, and he can wield annihilation of the falling sky. Lucifer finally lifted his head from the table, albeit ever so slightly, but Fire Sorrow noticed the strange glint in his eyes as he said, this time in a clearer voice than before. Go on. Knowing that she now truly had his attention, Fire Sorrow finally became serious and continued to narrate what she had seen and experienced in the last while away from the faction. But what neither she nor Lucifer knew was that they were not the only ones talking about Earth, nor were they the only ones who had learned for various reasons that a new planet in its 3rd stage had suddenly appeared in the universe. In a world of blazing fire and lava, where the rocks were so hot that a second-order soul evolver would be incinerated in seconds if they stepped on them, a beautiful woman with bright red hair as fiery as the mightiest flame stared in a certain direction, with a frown as many other beautiful human-like existences and beautiful phoenixes gathered around. The leader of a faction did not always discover immediately when a higher existence member of their group died, but this particular faction was slightly different. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1053, Eternal Rebirth Flame and Chenhe. Endless Crimson Flame was the name of the Higher Existences faction led by Eternal Phoenix, and usually a faction's name was based on something important either solely to the leader or to everyone who was part of it in general. Unlike the other factions, Endless Crimson Flame had the fewest members overall. In fact, all of them added together probably amounted to no more than a few million, probably just scraping 10 million in total. However, being fewer in number did not mean that other factions dared to underestimate them. After all, even the dragon faction that was one of the most terrifying of the 8 considered them extremely frightening enemies to face despite the fact that they verbally disdained them and hated them to the bone for some reason. Empress, a beautiful golden-haired female wrapped in a dress of red flames and with an extremely charming body, approached the lady looking into the distance and whispered from a short distance with some concern in her voice, "Is something wrong? You have been in the same place for the past few days." No one knew Eternal Phoenix's real name. No one knew her story. Even her closest confidants referred to her as Empress or Her Majesty, since Eternal Phoenix was the name outsiders used to identify her. All of the phoenixes were extremely beautiful, so much so that Endless Crimson Flame had the largest number of tall beauties in general. But Eternal Phoenix was on a completely different scale. Eternal Phoenix's beauty was so high that for a long time it was doubted whether the most beautiful woman in the cosmos really was Uriel of the Army of Heaven. And the only reason Uriel was called the most beautiful was because she had a larger number of admirers in general, or else it would be a close battle for the title. Of course, this was without taking into account the existence of Lilith, who had been revealed to the universe not too long ago. Skin as white and smooth as the finest jade, slightly narrowed eyes that added a touch of seductive charm to her demeanor, and a body that even leaders of other factions of higher existences drooled over. Eternal Phoenix was undoubtedly a femme fatale. She was fatal because if anyone even tried to touch her, they probably wouldn't have time to regret their stupidity. "Sunny, one of our own has died." Even her voice was extremely pleasant to listen to, just like the sound of raindrops hitting the window on a cloudy winter day, and evoking a feeling of strange peace and warmth. Sunny was a 7th Order Phoenix and also the first commander of Endless Crimson Flame. She blinked in puzzlement before saying, "Empress, not that I doubt you, but are you sure about it?" Endless Phoenix nodded silently. She stood saying nothing for over 10 minutes before softly opening her pink lips again. This member was in the 5th Order, just joining us maybe 2,000 or 3,000 years ago at the most. But even then, to kill one of our own takes a great deal of effort. Sunny frowned slightly as she realized where the conversation was headed, and thus realizing the problem behind her leader's strange attitude. "My flame has the name Eternal Rebirth Flame, one of the 10 flames capable of killing gods and demons that is said to have existed since the beginning of the universe. Although it is not as strong as the flame of burning wrath possessed by Archangel Michael of the Army of Heaven in terms of magical power, my Eternal Rebirth Flame has a special characteristic that allows me to revive from the ashes again and again." Eternal Phoenix seemed to be talking to herself about the power of her flame. "Since I always put a blaze of my flame in each member, everyone is able to be reborn up to 2 times at best and 1 at worst, except when the soul record steps in or when the power difference is overwhelmingly high." Sunny remained silent for almost a minute after Eternal Phoenix paused before opening her mouth. "Empress, what are you suggesting?" "Our familiar could not have been killed by a 6th Order soul evolver, much less 5th Order. It was too fast. It had to be a higher existence of 7th Order. Only someone at the level of a commander has enough power to crush a phoenix without giving it time to respawn." Eternal Phoenix turned and looked at Sunny with slightly glowing eyes as she calmly said, "Either that or our familiar for some reason attacked a lower existence, evoking the punishment of the soul record. And since the time difference between the punishment blow and death is too low." Seeing that she did not continue, Sunny's expression changed and she said in a resounding voice, "Empress, please don't joke. A lower existence killing a higher existence. The difference between them and us is bigger than the size of the universe." Eternal Phoenix looked at her subordinate for a few seconds before calmly saying, "Sunny, I'm going away for a couple of days. I want to see with my own eyes that place to get a better understanding of the situation. I feel something is not right." "Empress, you don't need to go that far." Sunny's eyes flashed with a hint of pain as she looked at Eternal Phoenix. Very few people knew that, while the power of their Empress, Flame, was terrifying in reality, there was also a terrifying price to pay in order to use the power to theoretically revive endlessly. But Eternal Phoenix did not listen to Sunny. Just like the other leaders, she too was stubborn after all. ///// Planet Earth, United States. Illinois was home to one of the largest bases of the United States of America faction. At the base, More than 7,000,000 inhabitants joined day by day to add their little grain of sand and survive until the next one. Thanks to the large cleansing perimeter carried out by the strongest groups of soul evolvers in the past, the survivors had not seen a zombie or mutant beast in a long time, except for the occasional appearance of a flying beast that would be shot down as soon as it showed intentions of descending and causing trouble. However, things had changed recently, as during the last 3 days the most powerful fort in Illinois was mercilessly attacked by huge winged creatures, with thick scales covering their bodies. Millet was a general in the United States Army even before the Soul Record arrived on Earth, clear evidence of his bravery and leadership ability, as well as his own personal strength. Millet, now a second-order soul evolver, had been fighting hard all this time to unify the country, so when the dragons appeared, he immediately showed his own claws to defend his homeland. Die! The American soldier roared furiously as he slashed viciously with his sword downward. The great dragon, whose right wing had been shredded after being hit by 2 shells fired by battle tanks, had already suffered several wounds, as it was encircled not only by 3 second-order soul evolvers, but also besieged from a distance by snipers with the skill-piercing ballistic. When Millet activated Quake Cut and hit the broken scales around the beast's neck, the dragon finally let out its last roar as its hot blood covered Millet's body, giving him the appearance of a demon. You have obtained the soul power of second-order winged dragon level 76. The same message, but with a difference in the amount of records absorbed, flashed in the eyes of everyone who used their abilities to suppress the beast. Being the one who had contributed the most, Millet received the biggest boost in his main stats. Just as he was slightly rejoicing as he felt his wounds heal and his body grow stronger, the sharp sound of howling wind rang out from the distance, which made him turn abruptly. "General! Sir Millet! My God!" The last thing Millet's pupils reflected was the image of a purple-scaled dragon over 15 meters long and at least 5 meters tall, just a split second before the upper half of his body disappeared without a trace. Third-order dragon, one of the second-order soul evolvers who had participated in the battle to suppress the second-order dragon, shouted with a terrified expression on his face. The others were also extremely frightened. There was no way they could take on a third-order dragon. In fact, killing a third-order dragon in the past required 2 of the faction's most powerful warriors, and one of them ended up losing a leg before the beast finally succumbed. Under the wide-eyed and panicked soul evolvers of the American faction, the giant purple-scaled dragon soared into the sky before swooping down, causing the wind around him to explode under the immense pressure. The beast was still over 500 meters high, but his overwhelming aura caused those closest to him to spit blood and die. Only the strongest remained standing, but everyone knew that this would not be the case for long. Just at that moment, the sound of howling wind sounded from the distance. Swoosh! The red pupils of the purple-scaled dragon suddenly contracted, and when the beast moved his head slightly to the side, he barely caught a glimpse of white light before disaster descended upon him. Boom! The sky rumbled as a pain-filled roar involuntarily erupted from the shattered mouth of the purple-scaled dragon. Watching as the large dragon was sent flying with blood splattering along the way, the soul evolvers who had given up on their lives looked off into the distance in shock. Over 700 meters away, riding on a white mutated second-order tiger, an extremely handsome Asian-looking young man dressed in silver leather armor and a bright red bow pulled the string of his weapon as a new white arrow slowly took shape. The target was the badly wounded dragon, with about 1/3 of his head shattered. "That's..." The second-order soul evolver who shouted first looked wide-eyed at the young Asian as he muttered to himself, "Temporary Commander Chen He. That's the guy from China that our leader dragged with him. Isn't he like really strong? Of course he is. Damn, I thought this old man wouldn't return home today." As everyone subconsciously relaxed, showing how much confidence they had in the young Chinese guy's strength, even though he was not American like them, Chen He held his breath and narrowed his eyes. Calculating the strength of the wind, the strength of the world's gravity, as well as the trajectory of the beast, he finally released his grip on the white arrow as he coldly said, "Sonic light arrow." Boom! A white line tore the sky in two, followed behind by a loud explosion that shook the clouds in the distance. Damn human! The purple-scaled dragon that had been taken by surprise only had time to curse before his head was pierced from side to side, as if his high defense didn't exist at all. You have received the soul power of third order Iron Winged Dragon Crack. You have received strength plus 213, agility plus 96, stamina plus 201, mana plus 105, magic plus 150, health plus 197. Chen-He did not lower his bow, but continued to shoot arrows towards the dragons in the sky that were shooting flames and lightning from their mouths at the human army. Although his attacks were not as strong as the ones he had used earlier to kill the Iron-Winged Dragon Crack, dragons of the first and second order posed no threat to Chen-He, and he only needed at most 5 arrows to kill the toughest ones. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1054, A Desperate Situation in Seraphim's Wings. The battle against the dragons outside the Illinois fortress did nothing but get bloodier and crueler with each passing minute. The war tanks and IFVs, along with the gun-mounted vehicles on the ground, proved that, while they could not pierce the scales of the dragons, they were still useful against them if the weapons were fired by soul evolvers with skills like bullet enhancement, penetrating bullet, mana bullet, heavy bullet, and many more. Boom! A battle tank located at the front of the 4th defensive line opened fire. The 120mm cannon was pointed skyward, and after a loud explosion, the projectile powered by a level 46 first-order soul evolver completely shattered the wind resistance and opposed the powerful gravity of the world. A level 39 first-order dragon with the power to take on a weak second-order human soul evolver was unlucky enough to be hit by the cannon's projectile. The beast let out a roar of pain mixed with anger as its left wing was torn in half, and although it tried to keep its balance in the sky, the weight of its body carried it straight to the ground in a head-first fall. Bang! The second-order dragon was over 20 meters long and over 7 meters tall. Its scales were so hard that even though it had fallen from a height of over 1,000 meters, they still did not break after hitting the ground. From the center of the crater, where a large cloud of dust was rising, the beast slowly used its strong legs to stand up. It was then that the dragon sensed something, and just as it raised its head, it saw 2 flashes of yellow light beyond the dense cloud of dust that covered it approaching at full speed. Sensing danger and unwilling to fall, the dragon opened its mouth wide, and immediately 2 magical circles appeared on either side of its body. Roar! The surrounding atmosphere trembled as the dragon roared, and from the 2 magic circles burst 2 large purple lightning bolts. Boom, boom! The dragon felt more confident as it destroyed the 2 attacks on its way, but it had only taken 2 steps on its walk to the outside of the crater when its entire body froze and its pupils constricted as it noticed that from the front, from the sides, and even from its back, more attacks of a similar nature to the ones it had just destroyed were approaching. Boom! Followed by a loud explosion that completely destroyed an area of over 400 meters in diameter. Burning flames and waves of mana spread everywhere. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. About a dozen phantom fighter planes crossed paths directly above the great cloud of fire and dust that rose more than 50 meters high. The 12 pilots, as if by prior arrangement, looked toward the center of the explosion, and after a few seconds, all broke away again to move on to new targets. Seconds later, the body of the first-order dragon with 2 limbs blown off, scales completely broken, and its 2 wings missing slowly came into view inside a crater more than 700 meters in diameter. The beast was dead. Even with its defense and natural mana cover protecting its body, it could do nothing as it was bombarded by a dozen of mankind's most powerful aircraft, piloted by men with skills focused on improving the machine they controlled. Similar scenes could be seen everywhere in a diameter of more than 80 kilometers around the Illinois fortress. Evolved humans and normal humans used everything they had to stop the dragons that kept coming from a distance. However, even though the dragons were falling, the humans were also dying. They were dying at a much higher rate in reality. To deal with a single dragon, even the weakest of them required at least 5 soul evolvers or the focused bombardment of at least a dozen heavy weapons. When a dragon fell dead, more than 10 humans fell into pools of blood or simply disappeared without a trace that they ever existed in this world. Many of them did not even understand what happened even after death. In the distance, a third-order level 135 dragon opened its mouth in the sky, and from its illuminated throat shot a whirlwind of giant flames straight down to the ground. The flames had not yet reached their destination, but the more than 3,000 men on the ground could feel their bodies begin to heat up, their weapons to melt, and the earth they were standing on slowly turned to lava. Shield of the King. A serious and slightly urgent voice sounded in the distance, and just as the 3,000 soul evolvers thought they were dead, a large, shiny golden barrier covered with all sorts of strange runes appeared more than 200 meters high diagonally to the ground. BOOM. As the torrent of burning flames met the thick golden barrier head-on, the sky rumbled and the clouds completely disappeared from an area over 1,000 meters in diameter. The flames spread over the barrier as if they wanted to find an opening, the tiniest of cracks to slip through and continue advancing, but the barrier stood firm despite the initial shudder. Lady Andrea. Thank God. We are saved now. Some fell to their knees as they felt the strength in their legs leaving them while looking up at the Armageddon above their heads. Others fainted unable to withstand the loud explosion that blew out their now bloodied eardrums, and others shouted in ecstasy and relief as they looked at the brown-haired woman with honey-colored eyes approaching from a distance. The third-order dragon, over 50 meters long and over 15 meters tall, hovered in the sky as it stared coldly at the approaching helicopter. Standing before the open door of an Artemis-type helicopter, Andrea gave the dragon a cold stare back and after a few seconds stepped back as she calmly said, "Anderson, it's your turn." Soon, a man who appeared to be about 5 years old, appeared in Andrea's place. When the third-order dragon saw Anderson pointing his magic staff at it, immediately sensed unprecedented danger. However, just as it planned to cast its innate skill fire, breath, and arrow that did not cause any real damage struck its chest. The dragon felt something similar to an electric shock, and for an instant, its brain was paralyzed. Although it was only an instant that passed as fast as a simple exhalation, for the third-order dragon it marked a before and after. When the level 135 creature regained its senses, the calm and powerful voice of the strongest mage in the United States of America was all it managed to hear just before the sky lit up. Division of the Moon. The surrounding mana shuddered as everything surrounding the dragon over 500 meters, with the beast as its center took on a silvery glow. Roar. The beast let out a pitiful roar of sorrow as its body was lashed by hundreds of thousands of light beams that, while looking beautiful from a distance, were extremely lethal and destructive. Approximately 10 seconds later, the magical skill seemed to end, and at the same time as everything seemed to return to normal, the bloodied body of the lifeless dragon fell powerlessly from the sky straight to the ground. It disdained so much when it looked down at the humans from a higher view. Anderson slowly lowered his staff as he looked down at the ground. His eyes met Chen He's, and after a brief nod of recognition, he retreated back inside the helicopter, closing the sliding door behind him. Standing atop a mountain, Chen He sighed as he watched the Artemis-type helicopter move into a new battle zone. I've even used deflection of senses to stop that beast. Those dragons are really scary. He shook his head as his body slowly became blurry. At this rate, they'll end up wiping us out within 2 nights. Although Chen He was countless times more powerful than in the past, it was still not an easy task for him to take care of a third-order dragon. And if he met 2 or 3 of them, he would have to bet his life to come out victorious. At the end of the day, dragons were geniuses by nature, and their records were strong from the moment they were born. If it were not for the fact that Chen He was a genius among geniuses, it would not be possible for him to do what he was doing with apparent ease. The war continued all day, and all night, only to continue through the morning and noon the next day. The dragons gave the humans no rest at all. So far, there were more than 145 dragons that had been killed by the American army, but to accomplish such a feat, the losses the American faction suffered could only be described as catastrophic. 55% of the heavy armament in Illinois and nearby bases had been destroyed. More than 25% of the total ammunition that the United States of America had was expended, from low-caliber rounds to the more powerful missiles, bombs, and cannons. As for human losses, even leaving out the survivors who had died victims of stray attacks, shockwaves, or sonic roars, Angelo's faction had lost a total of 1.4 million troops, among which more than 40% were soul evolvers. Standing on the tallest skyscraper in Illinois, which rose over 1,000 meters into the clouds, Angelo's expression was sad as he watched the clouds of fire and listened to the explosions getting closer and closer. Behind him, one of his concubines, who had an interesting skill that allowed her to analyze the battle situation in a matter of minutes, looked at his back with concern. "Angelo, we'll be fine, won't we? We still have you after all." This was the first time she had seen him this down. Angelo would like to turn around and say, "Yes, we'll be fine," with a calm smile on his face, but the situation wouldn't allow it even if he wanted to. The only reason he had not rushed to the battlefield yet was because he could sense the existence of a terrifying dragon enveloping him with its aura more than 100 kilometers to the south. And Angelo recognized this dragon's aura because they had exchanged blows on more than 3 occasions during the past wars. This dragon was a beast that could annihilate the entire faction, were it not for Angelo's existence to restrain it. "Bai Zemin, hurry up." The handsome young man with sky-blue eyes looked straight ahead with a determined gaze, determined to give it all for all or nothing. "At this rate, we won't make it through tonight." Things were already this bad that they couldn't get any worse. Even if Angelo stepped forward and forced the enemy leader to act, he had no choice but to do so. If he stood still, they would all die. If he stepped forward and battled, then he would face the leader, and if he managed to kill the leader in the next few hours, his faction would survive. It was as simple as that. Fight for survival, evolve and grow stronger. Nothing had really changed. Everything was the same since day one. Life and death, two sides of the same coin. 50% you live and 50% you die. Even the strongest did not have their life bought in this world. One change was all it took to fall deep into the river of death. Seraphim's wings. 2 bright silver wings popped out to either side from the center of Angelo's back. The wings were about 5 feet long each, and from their feathers, motes of silver light were continuously released, which seemed to heighten his aura while at the same time purifying the mana he used. At the same time, and as if sensing the resolve of the human faction's leader, an earth-shaking aura rose from the distance, followed by a male voice filled with pressure and dominance. "I wondered how much more you could take, but it seems this is your limit. Come, let me have some fun before the others arrive." Chapter 1055, The Price of Power and True Despair. "The others?" Angelo frowned deeply, and a glint of wariness shone in his eyes as the enemy lead dragon's words slowly began to dig deep into his head. Was the lead dragon talking about more dragons, which would put a quicker end to the war? Or maybe... The first probability was bad enough, but the second made Angelo feel a chill run through every fiber of his soul. His expression became more serious than ever, and his ever-clear eyes suddenly darkened. The aura around him turned slightly crimson as his murderous intent exploded outward with no restraints from his body. "Hadiadahasa." A mighty laugh filled with amusement and exhilaration rumbled in the sky, as if the owner of the laugh found it incredibly interesting and exciting to sense the murderous intent of the leader of the human faction. The dragons of the first and second order immediately stopped roaring when the mighty dragon's laughter rang out. The movements of the third order dragons froze, and they simply flapped their wings in the sky as they looked reverently in a southerly direction. The soul evolvers and human soldiers also stopped firing. None of them activated any skills, and their eyes focused wide open on the giant mountain in the distance. Rumble! The ground began to shake gently, and bringing with it a strong pressure that was simply unmatched on the current battlefield, a beast 60 meters long and approximately 25 meters tall rose into the sky. His scales were jade green, and his eyes were a darker green. His body was sturdy enough to shatter the walls that separated the human fortress from the rest of the world. His entire presence was brimming with magical power, and his murderous intent was as immense as the descending sun silhouetted against the distant sky. "Oh my God!" A second-order human soul evolver involuntarily waved his sword as he looked at the giant dragon scales reflecting the sun's rays like diamonds. A beautiful soul evolver who was preparing to shoot an arrow lowered her bow, and with a slightly pale face muttered, "God have mercy on us." He stared coldly at the beast more than 3 kilometers away. He involuntarily tightened his grip on his speedflame bow as his eyes flashed. That fourth-order monster finally showed up. In different Artemis-type helicopters, the elite soul evolvers that were part of the main group of the United States of America recognized the green-scaled dragon immediately as the beast that Angelo had fought repeatedly over the past few weeks. A flash of silver light broke from the center of the base, soaring skyward and like an unstoppable comet charging toward the massive scaled beast. Angelo. Andrea didn't realize how tightly she was gripping her scepter as she stared at the flash of silver light with concern. Anderson said nothing, but his white knuckles and the slight tremor in his right hand, with which he held his magic staff, laid bare his deepest feelings at present. Jack, Robinson, among others, they all looked at the flash of silver light about to collide with the green giant. That flash of silver light was the embodied representation of the only thing that could stop that beast. Kakakakakaka, the green-scaled dragon whose name was Naos, laughed out loud, and while opening his mouth wide to receive the flash of silver light, he blurted out, "This time I'll definitely eat you." Comparing sizes, Angelo was no different than an ant before the fourth-order dragon Naos. When he came close enough to feel the beast's hot breath, Angelo looked inside the mouth about to close with intent to devour him, and without hesitation slashed with his sword in a diagonal arc. Severance of the Nether. A flash of blue light shot out from the blade forward at the same time, as a flare of bright green fire exploded out of the fourth-order dragon's mouth. Rumbieli. The two attacks met head-on, and after a brief stalemate that shook the sky, disaster finally descended upon the world. Everyone heard Neo's high and mighty laugh as green flames covered the sky. Blue lightning bolts fought against the green flames in a desperate attempt to prove their superiority. Even from a distance of over 20 kilometers, the soul evolvers and human soldiers could feel the ground beneath their feet trembling as the sky grew brighter and brighter. Neo's barely moved from his position due to the weight of his body, and the hardness of his scales helped him to resist without problems not only the shock wave, but also the power of his flames and the blue lightning that hit him after exploding. Angelo, on the other hand, retreated more than 200 meters, and only then he flapped his wings to stop in the sky. Unlike Neo's, whose physical and magical defense were monstrous, Angelo had the physical body of a human, so no matter how strong he was, his flesh could not compare to that of a legendary beast born to wreak havoc with its mere existence. Soon the two collided again, and this second explosion, caused by the clash between the blade of Angelo's sword and Neo's giant head, marked the resume of the war that had been paused before. Neo's appearance had little effect on the dragons. In fact, instead of increasing their ferocity, they seemed to become a bit tamer, as if they feared his presence. On the other hand, the humans reacted in a completely different way. "Fucking lizard, go fuck yourself." Robinson swung his two-handed axe and split the body of a second-order dragon into two pieces, bathing in the beast's warm blood as he glared at his next prey with red eyes. "You all should have stayed home." Jack's right hand was a blur as he pulled the mutant beast tendon that was his bowstring relentlessly. His eyes were as cold as an eagle's, and each of his attacks claimed the life of a dragon or severely wounded at least two of them. "You folks picked a bad day to come out and see the sun." A group of 20 dragons, among which there were 7 second-order and 1 third-order, flew towards the west wall of the fortress as they laughed and chatted with each other. Shit. Human. How the hell did he get here?" Like a ghost, Chenhi appeared in the sky right in the middle of the group of dragons. The sunlight reflected slightly on his shiny leather armor, giving him an even more outstanding appearance than he already had. A distinctly unnatural gust of wind engulfed him, and as his body spun, his cold voice reached out to the 20 dragons. Tempest of fiery arrows. Boom, 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 boom. Hundreds of red arrows wrapped in flames shot out in all directions, as Chenhi's body spun in a spiral, driven by the strange gust of wind that surrounded him. The first-order dragons fell immediately after being hit by the first 2 arrows. The second-order dragons roared in pain for the first second before their bodies, filled with bloody holes, rained down from the clouds. "Bastard!" The third-order dragon that led this now annihilated squadron roared. His body was riddled with wounds of varying degrees, but more than pain, what he felt was humiliation and anger. He was a proud level 178 dragon, one of the most powerful dragon generals of the proud dragon army. "Die." Chenhi's expression changed slightly as more than 50 blue-colored magic circles appeared in different positions floating in the sky. The air froze and ice particles gathered at the center of each magic circle. And even the wind that made Chenhi's body spin slowed down, and the power of his fire arrows directly dropped by more than 60%. "Your damn arrows are nothing but a joke," the dragon roared, spears of ice. Bang, 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 bang. Thousands of ice spears over 5 meters long, each capable of bringing down a building by themselves, rained down on Chen He's location. Being a human without any flying-type skills, he could only watch as the ice spears exploded out of the magic circles and surrounded him. Part of the sky seemed to freeze, and at the place where he was floating, a large sphere of over 200 meters in diameter soon grew. The sphere was pure ice which remained suspended in the clouds, thanks to the immense magical power of the level 178 dragon. Just at that moment, the third-order dragon sensed that something was not right, and he turned his head to the side just in time to see a flash of golden light flying towards him. BOOM. In the cockpit of an Artemis-type helicopter, the pilot looked back and said quickly, "Attack successfully connected." Anderson nodded. From inside the helicopter and looking out the window, Anderson pointed toward the cloud of smoke and golden flames more than 2 kilometers away as he said in a serious voice, "Unholy burn." Soon, the pain-filled roar of the flame-enshrouded beast echoed through the clouds. "Damn monster, he actually survived the Artemis main cannon." The pilot gasped in shock before giving Anderson a respectful glance. After receiving the message with part of the beast's records, Anderson withdrew his magic staff as he said in a hoarse voice, "A dragon is a dragon after all." The Artemis-type helicopter had enough firepower to take out a mutant third-order beast if they successfully connected the attacks. However, dragons were the kings of mutant beasts. They were in a different league. On the ground, He looked at Andrea and said in a sincere voice, "Thank you for that." If not for Andrea using allied teleportation on him, He would not have come out of the third-order dragon's focused attack with only a few wounds. "It is unnecessary to say thank you." Andrea shook her head, and as she looked at the chaotic battlefield she couldn't help but sigh. "If there's anyone who needs to thank here, it's us, you, for supporting us even though you're not part of our faction." He looked coldly towards the main battlefield miles away where the explosions were loud enough to turn the mountain peaks to dust, and said in a serious voice, "I'm afraid in this kind of situation there are no factions, only races." After a moment of silence, Andrea nodded in agreement. Bai Zemin was not the only one who thought that the dragons would definitely not stop after flattening America. Even if the dragons were not exactly the same as the descriptions in the books they had read, it was obvious from their behavior during past battles that the dragons were greedy and arrogant as hell and wouldn't put anyone in their eyes. Andrea, and all the others were 90% sure that mankind would be annihilated if they did not wipe out the dragons first. Therefore, splitting into factions would only make the job of the terrifying flying monsters much easier than it already seemed to be. 3 hours later, on the battlefield where Angelo and Neos had been locked in a fierce death battle, where each attack was more fierce and sinister than the last. Ruar. A roar of pain and frustration involuntarily erupted from the bloodied mouth of the ferocious fourth-order level 276 beast. His body was sent flying backwards, and if not for his quick reaction, he would have directly hit a huge mountain and would have been buried deep in it. "Impossible." Neos looked at Angelo and roared, "You didn't have this power before, it doesn't belong to you." "What are you talking about?" Angelo snorted. "I paid enough to have this kind of strength. Isn't losing my eyesight an appropriate price?" His armor was torn in places, and his body was partially covered by a light but powerful layer of frost that restricted his movements greatly. The blue of his eyes was gone, and he was now basically a blind person whose sclera and pupils were barely distinguishable as both were white. Despite all this, however, his wings beat powerfully behind him, and his grip on his sword was surprisingly firm. As for his aura was stronger than it had ever been before. Neo's body was riddled with wounds, cuts ranging from slight lacerations to deep gullies through which his bones could be seen. The pain was excruciating, and his blood wouldn't stop raining down, weakening him more and more with each passing second to the point where he could barely fly. Angelo raised his sword to the sky, and a bright white light enveloped the blade. It was at that moment that Neo sensed the danger of death, and surprisingly did not choose to fight, but instead flapped his wings and swooped into the distance. Angelo frowned as this was strange dragon race behavior, but he didn't mind too much since Neo's life was in his hands anyway. "Starfear." Angelo's voice had fallen along with the movement of his right hand. As he slashed with his sword, a brilliant white light covered the sky for an instant. The flash was so powerful that it blinded everyone, pausing the ongoing war for a second as everyone turned to look skyward in the distance. The dragon's eyes twitched, and the human's eyes widened as they saw what appeared to be a mountain cut in two fall from the clouds, while what appeared to be a small glowing dot remained steady in the sky. It can't be possible. Lord Neos is dead. As the dragons began to feel despair, even though victory was just around the corner, the humans who had given up roared towards the sky, shouting praises towards the one who led them. In the clouds, Angelo sighed in relief as he slightly relaxed his grip on his weapon. Now that the enemy leader fell, the victory is ours. He smiled slightly even though his face showed fatigue and pain. It was just then that two other auras in no way inferior to those of Neos, whom he had just killed, rose from afar, causing the ground to tremble and the sky to shake. It was only then that the leader of the American faction understood what Neos meant earlier when he said, "The others." Neos was just another pawn with a higher rank than the other pawns. There was someone even stronger behind the scenes. The hand with which Angelo held his sword trembled as he muttered in shock, "How could this be possible?" /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1056, Nuclear Launch. 1056 Nuclear Launch. Angelo had a skill called Sacred Sacrifice, and the effect of this skill was very simple. Based on the price he was willing to pay, he received a proportional power boost. For example, if Angelo sacrificed his sense of touch for one day, what he received was a power boost of x2, or he could simply put it all into a single attack to make the next skill 10 times more powerful. However, being a level 165 soul evolver was still not enough for him if he wanted to face a dragon that surpassed him not only in terms of race, but also in terms of order and level. Therefore, Angelo had no choice but to pay one of the highest prices he could in exchange for power. He sacrificed his sense of sight for 7 days in exchange for his power to be multiplied x10 for 1 full day, or he could consume all that power in a single attack to make his next skill 100 times more powerful. Losing his eyesight on the battlefield while he was fighting such a fierce enemy as a 4th-order dragon was basically equivalent to throwing away half of his life. The only reason Angelo did this was because he could rely on his present sense skill, which allowed him to detect relatively close enemies as well as malicious attacks. He thought his sacrifice had been enough. And in fact, his sacrifice was more than enough because after 3 hours of combat he managed to end Neo's life. Unfortunately, the dragon race turned out to be much more terrifying than Angelo had predicted. A 4th-order dragon was nothing more than a lackey. Angelo couldn't help but think that the leader of the other party was most likely a 5th-order dragon. He could barely kill a mid-4th-order dragon by sacrificing his eyesight for a week, but this level of power did not allow him to kill 2 mid-4th-order dragons. Should I sacrifice my sight and sense of touch forever? Such a thought was born in his heart. It was the only way he could fight 2 4th-order dragons most likely above level 250 at the same time, with more than 70% chance of coming out victorious. So far, Angelo had made only temporary sacrifices. He knew that the increase in power he would receive overall would make him much more powerful if he sacrificed 1 or 2 of his senses eternally. However, Angelo dismissed the idea as soon as it appeared. Who could guarantee that after these 2 4th-order dragons, no more would appear? Making a sacrifice as great as that for nothing was not something Angelo was willing to do unless he really had no other choice. When the silhouettes of the 2 giant dragons, not at all inferior to the previous one in size, appeared in the distance, Angelo finally woke up from the shock that had shaken him to the core. But just at that moment, he saw the 2 4th-order beasts open their mouths wide at the same time. Fucking! The surrounding air grew hot, the grass in the distance died, and the earth dried up. The throats of the 2 4th-order dragons lit up, and under the wide-open eyes of the human troops 2 whirlwinds of fire, thick as buildings, roared like live beasts in the direction of the man leading them. Leader! Angelo! Watch out! Dodge quickly! Whether they were subordinates, friends, and even family members, everyone screamed in terror looking at the small silver figure in the sky about to be devoured by the 2 dragon breaths. A few seconds ago, everyone had been celebrating, thinking that victory was finally theirs when they saw the 4th-order dragon fleeing only to be cut in 2 halves with a single slash from Angelo's sword. However, in a matter of size, they all felt as if the sky was falling on their heads. Angelo wanted to dodge, and if he could, he would certainly gladly do so. But it was only then that he figured out the reason Neos moved and seemed to flee at the end just before he died. It wasn't that Neos was running away, but that he was moving to put Angelo in a critical position soon after. Because behind Angelo was the fortress of Illinois, in which millions of survivors waited with their hearts in their throats for the news of victory or the wail of defeat. Angelo raised his sword and roared skyward, frustrated and indignant. His aura rose and an incredibly strong silver light enveloped him. Even the light particles coming from his wings entered the blade of his sword, getting brighter and brighter. Wipe out! As Angelo shouted the name of his strongest skill while slashing downward, the sky seemed to split in two halves as a milk-white light over 400 meters long and 200 meters wide shot forward. The speed at which the two torrents of flame were moving toward Angelo was so fast that it was just short of touching the sonic barrier. On the other hand, the cut of light was moving towards the dragons at a speed not at all slower. Soon, the three attacks met head-on, near the midpoint of the total distance between the two parties. Rumble! Despite the altitude at which they were fighting, the earth shook and split. Large cracks spread everywhere, and some unlucky ones were not fast enough to escape in time and fell into the deep darkness. War tanks, vehicles mounted with weapons, modified weaponry, normal humans, soul evolvers. A lot of manpower was devoured by the cracks. When the three attacks finally exploded and released all the energy they contained, golden lightning flashed across the sky as flames hotter than those of a volcano covered the world. The sky cried, and the only reason both dragons and humans were still alive was thanks to the milk-white light that devoured the flames without resting for a moment. PFFFFFD. Angelo's body was sent flying backwards like a kite whose string had been cut after being hit in the chest by the shockwave. He felt something coming up his throat, and the taste of iron in his mouth belonging to his blood flooded his senses as large spurts of blood shot out from his cracked lips. A wince of pain followed by a groan that brought him back made Angelo realize that there was no way his current self could take on those two monsters at the same time. He had already fought a tough battle seconds before, for God's sake. Turning his body and flapping his wings to get away faster by using the down force to his advantage, Angelo pulled a small device from his chest and shouted in an anxious voice, "Missile base, listen to my command. Commence number 2 missile launch at coordinates 40 degrees 000, 1 and 89 degrees 1501 W. Repeat, shoot missile number 2 to coordinates 40 degrees 00010, 1 and 89 degrees 1501 W." He had no choice. If it wasn't for how bad things were, Angelo would never be willing to pull out the most terrifying weapon the human race had ever created. A weapon capable of destroying everything indiscriminately and regardless of whether it was the intended target or not. "Nicola's here. Leader, we need the password to." "Nicola's, you son of a bitch. If you know it's me, then fire the fucking missile if you don't want me to throw you alive to the zombies. Now." For security reasons, it required a password to fire a weaponry as destructive and damaging as a nuclear missile was. Even if the leader of the team stationed at the missile base recognized the leader's voice, such a password was still necessary, not only for protocol, but also as insurance. However, Angelo didn't have time for any of that. If they took any longer, things would get completely out of hand, and there would be no hope for them anymore. "I understood. Firing intercontinental missile number 2 at coordinates 40 degrees 000, 1 and 89 degrees 1501 W. In 5, 4. Nicola's trembling voice reached Angelo's ears as he shouted into the distance, "Andrea, raise your strongest barrier in a wide arc. Hurry." At the front of the army, Andrea's expression changed when she heard Angelo's order. Even without him saying much more, she was smart and capable enough to understand what his thoughts were. All those with barrier-type skills, or enough physical power to lift the earth, don't hold back and give it all. Andrea rarely shouted, and her voice was usually in tune with the naturally flowing breeze. But this time, her voice sounded like thunder and spread across the battlefield at the speed of light. No one asked anything, and with their eyes fixed on the two massive creatures that were getting closer and closer, they did as Andrea ordered. The mages raised their strongest barriers without holding back at all, while the warriors struck the earth with their weapons or fists, causing great natural walls to rise up amidst tens of thousands of brilliant magical flashes. A second later, everyone saw a flash of light appearing in the sky from the west. This flash of light approached rapidly, and thus its brightness became greater and greater. The two dragons that were trying to hunt Angelo stopped in the sky at the sight of the bright flash of light. One of them, whose scales were as red as blood, looked at the missile with disdain and laughed. "Those stupid humans keep launching those things at us as if they could hurt our bodies. They really don't learn." The other dragon had metallic-colored scales, and they shone brightly under the glare of the sun. Its voice made it clear that it was a female dragon. "Those weapons can't harm our subordinates at all. What more to us? Let me extinguish their hopes with a bit of fire." The red dragon opened his mouth wide, and a large amount of fire-like energy gathered in his throat, getting hotter and hotter. Angelo couldn't see, but he could certainly feel the hot energy behind him, and without hesitation, he launched himself towards the ground at full speed while shouting an inaudible curse. Roar! The sky rumbled as the red Fourth Order dragon roared. His roar pushed the flames out of his throat, and thereafter out of his wide-open maw. The female dragon watched indifferently as the practically solid flames hit the missile, but when she saw in that split second a white light coming out of the missile, her expression changed. No, that sneaky human fooled us. She flapped her wings in a hurry with the intention of fleeing, but it was too late. At the same time as an explosion even more fierce than the one caused when Angelo's attack collided with the two dragon breaths of the Fourth Order beasts, a brilliant white light with golden edges covered the sky and made it wail in its outburst. Seconds earlier, in the distance, Bai Zemin and the rest of his team were flying in the sky riding on Little Snow's back. They had already entered U.S. territory about a day ago, and thus had heard the explosion caused by two torrents of bright fire and a flash of white light. "It looks like the battle is at its best," Kang Lan sighed. As expected of our great king, arriving at the best time of all, Nangong Lingxin couldn't help but pout. Bai Zemin opened his mouth to say something when he suddenly saw another flare of fire lighting up the sky and hitting something. However, when he saw the white light spreading outward from that small object, his expression changed tremendously. Holy shit, he really triggered a nuclear missile. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1057 Rival, Leader and Friend. The launching of a nuclear missile implied many things. It was not only about the immediate destruction that would be caused by the detonation of a weapon of such magnitude, but also about the certain consequences and the possible consequences that would gradually show up or not in the not-so-distant future. Leaving aside the fact that the explosion of a nuclear missile devoured everything near the impact zone, environmental pollution and radiation were two colossal problems that might not show their terror at the beginning, but in a very short time would definitely show their claws. The fact that this guy Angelo was forced to launch a nuclear missile so close to his base is proof of how much the dragons pushed him into the corner. Nangong links inside as she watched the large cloud of smoke and fire rising into the sky. Hopefully the detonation was over 100 kilometers away from the human base. Kang Lan pursed her lips in a straight line before pointing out, otherwise the radiation will eat the humans alive even if they are safe from the blast. Shangyu and Bingzhu looked at Bai Zemin, and after a moment of silence asked, "What do we do now?" A nuclear explosion was certainly not within what Bai Zemin expected. However, after some thought he realized that at this point he had few other choices, if he had more than one to begin with. "The plan hasn't changed," he said as he gently patted Little Snow's silky fur. "We will annihilate the dragon army right here and try to help the American troops within the scope of what is possible. However, remember that your lives are far above theirs. Do not even consider sacrificing yourselves to help another, whether human or God himself." Of course, Feng Tianwu was the first to nod. "Hehe, even if God asks me for help I won't give it. Forget about my life." Nangong Linkson grimaced. "Our leader is you. If it weren't for you, me, my brother, and my father, we'd all be dead." Kang Lan nodded, and although Shangyu and Bingzhu said nothing, it was evident from the indifference in her eyes that she had no interest in listening to anyone other than the young man beside her, much less sacrificing her life for someone she didn't know. Curious, Bai Shilin asked, "Father, who is God?" The girl didn't even seem that concerned about the terrifying explosion that even now made the sky lament. "No one important." Bai Zemin stroked the little girl's silver hair as he said with a nonchalant smile, "Just someone who Dad will kick his ass if he gives us trouble." "Oh," Bai Shilin clapped her hands with sparkling eyes, having no idea how crazy her father's words were. As for Kang Lan and the others who already knew about the existence of higher existences, thanks to the high status they had within the faction, couldn't help but smile wryly. Get ready, we'll be arriving at the war zone in around 2 minutes. Hold the barriers, Andrea shouted as she pointed her magic staff to the front and extended her free hand forward. There were hundreds of magical barriers erected in a northerly direction. Some barriers were weak, some were stronger, while others were simply large gusts of wind blowing in the direction of the blast. However, it was evident that Andrea's golden barrier was the most powerful of all by far. She did not hold back and consumed as much mana as necessary to support the retreat of the human troops. Hold on a little longer until everyone retreats, Angelo descended from the sky. His body was covered in blood, but his movements were swift and fluid. Hurry up, just 3 kilometers back and we'll get out of the radiation area. The explosion of the nuclear missile had an effect of 20 kilometers, but the shock wave extended for another 30 kilometers, so that everything within 50 kilometers around the area where the missile exploded had been swept away. The problem was the radiation that was rapidly spreading and pushing. Although at this point it was weak after extending 47 kilometers, Angelo estimated that it still had enough power to extend for another 2 or 3 kilometers before coming to a complete stop. As for the 2 fourth-order dragons, Angelo had no idea if they had survived or not, since all he could think of at that moment was to get away as fast as possible before being swallowed by the blast. The second-order dragons and the few third-order dragons that were on the battlefield managed to resist the radiation well thanks to their tough scales and tough flesh, but the first-order dragons were not as lucky. Roars of wailing and pain could be heard everywhere as the human troops retreated in haste, even leaving their weapons behind to gain a little extra speed. The beasts began to fall lifelessly like flies from the sky. Boom, 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 boom. The first-order dragons fell and writhed for a minute or so before losing their lives completely. Although not so obvious to the naked eye, the scales of the beasts had lost much of their gleam, and their bodies seemed to shrink as the radiation consumed their flesh. Approximately 2 minutes later, and just as the human troops had retreated far enough to get out of the area affected by the nuclear missile's radiation, a roar containing both anger and pain proportionately equal echoed from a long distance from the area. Angelo, don't tell me. Jack looked at Angelo with wide eyes, unwilling to finish his words. However, the ugly expression on his leader's face told Jack and the others that the nightmare was real. Let's hope one of them is dead. Angelo tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword as he watched the now just over 5,000 dragons pushing forward. 5,000 might not seem like much compared to before, but if one took into account that those 5,000 dragons were all second-order and third-order dragons, things were different. Plus, considering that there was a fourth-order dragon alive, things were still far from good. How are your wounds? Robinson asked in a deep voice as he loaded a skill onto his two-handed axe. It's bad. Angelo shook his head. Putting aside my wounds from before, the shockwave hit me in the back. I think I have 5 or 6 broken ribs and some pretty bad internal bleeding. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed noticeably. After a brief silence, Andrea asked softly, Angelo, can you continue fighting? Angelo said nothing, and everyone took his silence as a negative answer that made their hearts sink into the abyss. In reality, Angelo could still fight. The problem was that with his physical condition, he could probably only fight for another 5 minutes against dragons of third order or lower. As for fighting a dragon of the fourth order, Angelo no longer had that confidence even if the dragon was half dead. At the end of the day, a dragon was a dragon. Soon, the sound of gunfire resumed, as well as the activation of various skills. Humans and dragons clashed again, except that this time, both sides were giving their all to the point where many launched suicide attacks knowing that this was the last push before the true end. This was especially so for the humans, as right behind their backs were their families. If they lost their home, the home they had worked so hard to achieve in the midst of this cursed world, there was no use for them to go on living. Humans, damn treacherous ants. A male roar filled with anger and pain echoed from the distance, and under the terror-filled eyes of the human army, they watched as the embodiment of chaos rose from the ground. Wings half shattered, scales practically 100% destroyed, body completely covered in blood. The condition of the male dragon was so bad that on his chest one could see his heart beating beyond a thick layer of burnt flesh and glowing bones. Despite all this, however, a dragon was a dragon, and this was a fourth-order dragon. You all must die so that the soul of Diala may rest in peace. The red-scaled dragon opened his jaws wide after reaching maximum altitude, and his magic burst out fully along with a strong mana surge that made all human soul evolvers below level 80 vomit blood. The wave of mana was so heavy, and the magical power so overwhelming that even Angelo and the soul evolvers closest to him staggered back several steps. After all, none of them were unharmed, and people like Angelo with serious injuries were not few. 10, 200, 900, 1,000. Starting from a dozen and growing to over 1,000, magic circle after magic circle appeared in the sky as the throat of the fourth-order dragon heated up, and a great ball of fire gathered in the center of his wide-open mouth. The fourth-order dragon had consumed everything he had to launch a single attack, so after this he would fall unable to fight if not dead. However, this situation could not be worse for the human troops of the United States of America. Subconsciously, Andrea took half a step back. Her beautiful honey-colored eyes trembled as her tiny pupils reflected the glow of the thousands of glowing magic circles in the sky. I can't stop that no matter what. Andrea choked on her own words and could no longer continue, but everyone understood her. A sigh of regret came from Angelo's heart as he took a step forward. It's all right. I can stop that. With your current condition, Jack, who was Angelo's best friend, looked at him with wide eyes. Suddenly he seemed to think of something and immediately exclaimed, Angelo, don't tell me you're thinking of sacrificing yourself here. If you have a better idea, tell me, but be quick, my old friend. I'm afraid that dragon won't give us time to chat. Angelo smiled bitterly as slowly his mana began to fall. Strangely, however, his aura seemed to be slowly growing. Angelo, you can't. Andrea looked at him in shock and said sadly, if you die, who will lead us? You promised to lead our country to a new glory never seen before. Sorry, Angelo raised his sword and sighed. I guess that's not my destiny after all. Robinson looked at Chen-He and couldn't help but spit out, Yo, friend from China. Looks like you're not so important to your leader after all. The same way you guys don't seem to be that important to that blonde girl. Chen-He looked at him indifferently and replied fearlessly, you put your life in other people's hands because you are weak not only physically but also mentally. At least have the balls to admit your defeat and don't look for excuses. Or do you Americans always do this? You bastard, what did you say? Robinson took a step forward and was about to punch Chen-He when suddenly a sound similar to the tearing of a piece of cloth, but amplified thousands and thousands of times, sounded in the sky. Subconsciously, Angelo stopped what he was about to do, and although he couldn't see, he did the same as everyone else, raising his head to look up at the sky. Ruaer. A roar that expressed the lament of a wounded beast, but also its unwillingness, shook the sky. Under the wide eyes of the intelligent dragons and desperate humans, the great fourth-order dragon, practically dead, but powerful enough to end the war between the two races, froze in the sky. The magic circles disappeared one by one, slowly, but everyone's focus was on the large arrow wreathed in blue flames that pierced the beast's chest from his back. Chen-He's pupils contracted when he noticed that beyond the fire was a giant ice arrow covered in flames. Man! The red-scaled dragon barely managed to finish a word in a weak and trembling voice before the gleam in his eyes disappeared completely. Critical hit. The massive body of the beast plummeted down and struck the ground with the same intensity with which a mountain would strike from such heights. Finally, everyone could see a great golden bow over 20 meters high with beautiful opaque runes floating in the sky. Beyond the bow, a small sphere of blue fire floated silently, and those with good eyesight noticed that inside the sphere was a large white dog with people on it. Angelo, don't tell me you had already given up. Give me a break, we came a long way to help you, you know. You still have to pay travel expenses. A youthful yet powerful and commanding voice thundered in the sky, making everyone involuntarily feel the need to bow to its owner. Hearing this voice, Chen-He could not help but smile as he closed his eyes and finally relaxed his tense muscles. This young man was the first one Chen-He saw as his rival since he was born, the first one who made him admit defeat, and the only one he didn't mind losing to. His rival in every sense of the word, even in love, but even then a good leader and a great friend. //////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1058-9, Headed LM Mortal Dragon. 1058-9, Headed LM Mortal Dragon. Using the endless blue lotus flames protection to burn all the radiation that came near them, Bai Zemin stretched his hand towards the sky. An annihilation of the falling sky that had turned into a giant arc under his wish returned to his body. Kang Lan looked at the surroundings and couldn't help but sigh. There was almost nothing there except for a few mountains, and as far as the eye could see, all one could spot was a large crater of scorched earth next to shattered or partially melted stones. To say that dust predominated in an area several kilometers around was not an exaggeration at all. Although this level of radiation is far from enough to kill us, even if we spend a long time in here, it will certainly weaken us. Nangong Lingxin grimaced as she realized an important fact. It seems that even we are not safe from record degradation when it comes to molecular decay. At the end of the day, we are still mortal, Feng Tian Wu remarked calmly. Bai Shilin surveyed the surroundings with curiosity and confusion. Such a large lizard. That's not a lizard, it's a dragon. Shang Yuan Bingzu did not forget to teach her daughter even on the battlefield. As for Bai Zemin, he gently patted Little Snow's head, and in response, the big white dog immediately went to the area where humans and dragons clashed. After leaving the radiation-affected area, Bai Zemin looked down and said in a calm voice, Bingzu, you are in command. Take Shilin and the others to hunt dragons. Leave it to me. Shang Yuan Bingzu nodded, and without another word jumped off Little Snow's back. Like an immortal fairy out of a fantasy book, countless spears of ice began to form around her as she continued her free fall. The golden rays of the sun could barely pierce through the blanket of smoke that covered the area, but they were still enough to make her entire existence glow as if the world depended on her. Die! With a wave of her hand, thousands upon thousands of light blue ice spears rained down from the sky. The human troops were frightened, thinking that they would be trapped under a large number of magic spears, but to the surprise and admiration of each of them, all the ice spears struck the bodies of different dragons with pressure. Bang bang. Critical hit. Bang bang. A single attack was not enough to kill a peak second-order dragon, but the other second-order dragons barely lasted 5 seconds before succumbing under Shang Yuan Bingzu's attack. You damned human, you will pay for your arrogance. A third-order level 128 golden scale dragon swooped towards Shang Yuan Bingzu with its jaws wide open. Shang Yuan Bingzu indifferently looked at the whirlwind of red flames flying in her direction, but soon her attention turned to the wounded dragons and began to slaughter them as if the attack about to hit her was nothing to her. At that precise moment, a thick multicolored barrier appeared 20 meters far away from Shang Yuan Bingzu, blocking the path of the dragon breath. BOOM. Hot flames flew everywhere and the earth split apart. Regardless of any surrounding consequences, the rainbow-colored barrier only shuddered but did not even crack forget about being destroyed. A few meters above and also falling from the sky, Nangong Lingxin pointed at the level 128 dragon and said with a cheeky smile, I'll give it to you, big guy. Reflect. The giant beast's eyes flashed with surprise as it saw its scattered dragon breath suddenly gather again right at the spot it hit the barrier earlier. But its surprise turned to shock as it saw the great torrent of fire shoot back towards it with a speed twice as fast. BOOM. The third-order dragon roared in pain after being hit directly in the chest. Dozens of its thick scales broke off, exposing the now semi-burnt flesh, and as the blood flowed like an unstoppable torrent, its body flew backwards before hitting a mountain it shattered. Bastard! With an explosion that sent the large rocks covering its body flying, the third-order dragon slowly struggled to its feet. However, just then the wind over its head howled, and a moment later the enraged creature's mind went blank. The scales on the dragon's head broke into countless pieces, and its skull sank approximately 5 centimeters inward. Its body sank into a crater over 40 meters deep, and over 400 meters in diameter at the same time as Bai Shilin pulled back her fist covered by a silver light before punching again. BOOM. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In just a few seconds, Bai Shilin had rained over 500 punches on the third-order dragon's skull. With a final roar of pain and anger born of humiliation, The dragon's large head fell helplessly to the trembling ground. Ha ha ha, Mommy Shilling killed the dragon. Looking at the snow-white dress, silver-haired girl dancing gleefully on top of the collapsed body of the terrifying third-order dragon, one of the beasts that had killed the most humans in this war between two races, the soldiers of the United States of America nearly choked to death after forgetting to breathe. Robinson looked at Bai Zemin with wide eyes as he muttered in shock, Who the hell is that little silver-haired girl? That's the daughter of the Chinese faction leader. Did you forget? Andrea sighed. Her eyes rested on Shangyuan Bingzu and Nangong Lingxin for a moment before she said with complicated emotions, Those two may not be as fierce as the little girl, but they both have so much magic and mana that it practically overflows from their bodies. Jack's eyes shone with a strange light as he stared at Shangyuan Bingzu's figure moving gracefully. Her every movement was filled with ferocity, but at the same time nobility, from the way she slashed with her deep blue sword to how she controlled the hundreds of ice spears surrounding her. Chen He also looked at Shangyuan Bingzu and noticed that while he could still feel his heart beating for her, it was no longer as intense as before. When he noticed the eyes with which Jack was looking at the one he now knew was an impossible love, Chen He couldn't help but advise in a gentle voice, Forget it. She's not for you. Jack blinked, snapping out of his daze. He looked at Chen He for a moment before turning his eyes back to the ice fairy as he slowly said, I know she's the second in command of your faction, and naturally I won't do anything stupid against someone who is not only powerful but also has a backing that I can't provoke. But I think I have enough confidence to woo her. Jack was the second in command of the American faction, so in terms of status he was not below Shangyuan Bingzu. His appearance was good-looking, and his strength unquestionable. Being a level 156 soul evolver, few could challenge him in this world. If he didn't have the qualifications to woo a female, then who? Besides, this was the first time in over 10 years that Jack was interested in a woman. It was impossible for him to step back just because Chen He said so. If you think you can surpass Bai Zemin, then go ahead. Chen He smiled with hidden bitterness as he muttered something to himself. Surpass Bai Zemin. Jack blinked in stupefaction, and his eyes unconsciously moved towards the man who was approaching with confident steps. Some dragons tried to devour Bai Zemin, others directly shot fire breaths or lightning bolts upon his existence. The whole area around him was a living hell, and yet his indifferent expression did not change just as the slight sneer at the corner of his lips did not disappear. As the magical attacks approached, the blood that followed him silently as his faithful follower turned into hundreds of chains. The chains swung like living snakes, and to the disbelief of the intelligent dragons, they completely shattered every magical skill directed at him. As for the dragons that attacked him physically, only Jack could faintly see Bai Zemin's hand movements, as he was the only fully agility-based soul evolver among those present. Surpass that, Jack muttered as he saw Bai Zemin's blurry hands moving at almost incomprehensible speeds. At the same time, the bodies of the dragons that lunged towards him with the intention of devouring him, or dismembering him into thousands of pieces, exploded, as if something incredibly hard had hit them out of nowhere. Maybe that's the only way you can get some of her attention. Chen He scratched his head and said with a smile this time much more unattached, That is the first man who managed to attract Bingzu's eyes from the moment she was born until now. To say that for her Bai Zemin is invincible and unbeatable is not an exaggeration, so unless you can surpass him you can forget about receiving even a glance from Bingzu. She is very proud after all. A beautiful and capable woman rarely set her eyes on a mediocre man. As for Shangyuan Bingzu, she was so beautiful that her beauty was beyond reason and capable enough to fight third-order dragons despite being stuck at level 100 for so long. Someone like her certainly wouldn't settle for a partner unless he was the best. As if sensing the depression that accompanied Jack's sigh, Angelo gently patted his shoulder without saying anything. Soon, Bai Zemin arrived in front of the group, and his eyes focused on Chen He. The two men looked at each other for a couple of seconds before Bai Zemin smiled in relief. I'm glad to see you're doing well. You seem to have grown, and not just in terms of strength. One does what one can. Chen He smiled with his eyes closed before opening them and saying sincerely, I'm also glad to see you're doing well. It looks like you finally managed to break your ties towards the second order. Don't mention it, man, Bai Zemin chuckled. After a short pause, he looked at Angelo and said in a serious voice, Angelo, this help won't come for free. His words were like a bucket of ice water that broke the warm atmosphere that oddly enough had formed in the surroundings. With the dragons being literally overwhelmed and slaughtered by the group of newcomers, the elite of humanity could finally take a breath and relax, if only for a moment. Angelo sighed and nodded silently. After a few seconds he spoke. "I'm aware of that, don't worry. I'm willing to cooperate with you on anything as long as it's not exposing state secrets of my faction or something that threatens the safety of my people." Bai Zemin had saved the American faction, and Angelo knew it, so he was so grateful that he was willing to do practically anything. However, he naturally would not do things that would endanger his faction. It made no sense for Bai Zemin to help if he would then cause the destruction of Angelo and his people after all. Bai Zemin was naturally aware of this fact, and as a leader, he knew that he could not be unreasonable. However, this time he could not concede. "Angelo, I want to borrow the core of that AI you told me about before, just for 4 months. 4 months in exchange for saving your faction from total annihilation." "What?" Andrea looked at Bai Zemin as if she was looking at a lunatic. "You want the core of Abyss? You're out of your mind. Abyss is our faction's biggest secret." Besides, what did he mean by total annihilation? The dragons were practically wiped out now, so even without Bai Zemin's help they would be fine. Everyone said something to express their disbelief at Bai Zemin's request. And even Chen, he was stunned for a moment before walking away from the American team, and standing behind him without saying anything, but expressing his position with actions. "Your choice." Bai Zemin looked at Angelo coldly and waited silently. "All right," Angelo sighed. Andrea, Robinson, Anderson, Jack, and all the elites of the United States of America core team looked at their leader in total shock. Jack stared at his best friend's profile as he said in a choked voice, Angelo, have you gone mad?" Angelo, however, ignored everyone. His eyes were blind but still seemed to be able to see Bai Zemin, and as he stared at him he asked with slightly slumped shoulders, "It's not over yet, is it?" Bai Zemin was very pleased with the speed at which Angelo's brain was processing information and analyzing the situation. He admitted in his heart that the leader of the United States was undoubtedly the most capable and outstanding man he had ever met in his entire life in terms of leadership, and probably on the same level as the Demon Lord in terms of talent. He did not respond immediately, but turned to look off into the distance. There, more than 110 kilometers away, but still surprisingly visible, 9 large mountains over 1,000 meters high stood silently amidst the radiation. It was only then that the others realized that those 9 mountains had remained erect even after the nuclear missile detonation. "Forget about finished, Angelo, this hasn't even begun." Bai Zemin extended his hand, and annihilation of the falling sky in the form of a golden spear appeared in his grip. Bai Zemin knew that in the United States, there was an 80% chance of running into one of his hunting targets. First hunting target needed to evolve to the third order, 9-headed immortal dragon. Bai Zemin could sense mortal danger even though his enemy had not moved. "This is the first time since I evolved to the second order that I feel such overwhelming pressure." This would undoubtedly be one of the toughest battles for Bai Zemin, if not the toughest to date. Many things would change from the moment the victor rises above the loser, changes that would completely shake the destiny of all species on Earth and the world itself. The final outcome of this battle would be the beginning of the great change that the universe had been waiting for so long. Rather, the final outcome of this battle would mark the moment in which slowly, but surely the secrets surrounding the universe would gradually begin to unravel. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1059, Higher Existences and Lower Existences Approaching. 1059, Higher Existences and Lower Existences Approaching. Approximately 2 or 3 days before things on Earth completely exploded and chaos arose, the rest of the universe was not silent either. Prime World was a planet that was in its 6th stage of evolution, one of the most evolved worlds in the universe. The amount of resources that Prime World produced was immeasurable, from precious minerals and incredibly valuable metals to fruits and plants capable of improving the natural stats of whoever consumed them by a certain margin, or even upgrading the level of a skill. Those who ruled over this world that was not unlike a paradise were none other than dragons. A faction of higher existences led by the dragon monarch. A faction that, apart from the phoenixes, had the smallest number of members compared to the others, but was still very respected since a single dragon could even face 3 or 4 higher existences from other factions. On top of a beautiful mountain surrounded by all kinds of natural waterfalls and fruit gardens, a palatial castle stood proudly up to the sky. The highest part of the castle, which was naturally the main tower, reached up to touch the clouds, thousands and thousands of meters high. On the highest tower, a man impressive in every respect was gazing with eyes lost in the distance as the clouds, slightly reddish from the coming sunset, moved gently a couple of meters below the platform on which he was standing. This man was none other than Long Tian, leader of the Dragon God realm. Long Tian was a mighty dragon god of the 8th order. His power was enough to shake the universe without a doubt, and as one of the 8 most powerful soul evolvers in existence, there should be nothing he could not have. Wealth, Long Tian was the absolute ruler of over 100 higher worlds. Women, his harem had more than 3,000 beauties of different races, all of them exquisite enough to make anyone drool, and among which there was no lack of queens and princesses. Honor, his status as a dragon god could only be admired by all. Long Tian did not have to envy anyone's position. However, dragons were greedy existences by nature. There was one thing that Long Tian had been unable to have, no matter how hard he tried. A gentle gust of wind blew behind Long Tian, causing the golden cloak, connected to his shoulder pads, to sway lightly at his back at the same time, as a handsome and sturdy man slowly manifested. This man was naturally a dragon, but not just any dragon, but one of the 7th order, one of the most important pillars of the dragon god realm. Even so, the man did not say a word but simply stood with his head slightly down as if he was waiting for something. Finally, after about 5 minutes of silence, Long Tian slowly opened his mouth and calmly said, "Sharon, I assume you have something important to tell me." Since what had happened outside the constellation of the heavenly wolf Sirius, Long Tian had not only lost a lot of face in front of all the other factions, but he had also lost his biggest lifeline, and for the next several millennia, he would have to be much more careful than before, or he might really die. This was particularly true considering that the vampire faction wanted nothing more than to dismember the dragon faction. The leader of immortal bloodlust, vampire King Nikolai, wanted nothing more than to drink Long Tian's blood after learning that he was the one who killed his general to steal the firmament fragment of the goddess of rebirth. Long Tian was arrogant, but not arrogant enough to disdain to the point of ignoring another leader's power. Besides, he wasn't in a good mood either, so he had simply stayed at home without doing anything important during all this time. Time that, for an immortal being who had lived as long as he had, was no more than a flash of time. "Yes," Sharon spoke in a hoarse voice like that of someone who hadn't uttered a word in a long, long time. "Your Majesty, the Phoenix Queen is on the move." For the first time in hours, Long Tian moved. Hearing the words Phoenix Queen, the dragon monarch's eyes flashed with desire and greed that probably not even 1% of the members of his faction had ever seen before. Eternal Phoenix was a female that Long Tian always desired, even before he became who he was today, and while he was still a lower existence. Unfortunately, the other side didn't seem to be willing to dance with a dragon, even though dragons and phoenixes should be a match made by the heavens. Quite the opposite. Due to the schemes Long Tian had played in the past, dragons and phoenixes were mortal enemies nowadays. "Oh." Although Sharon only received a slight sound in return for his words, he knew it was his signal to continue speaking, and so he did. Eternal Phoenix is heading to the place that the other factions visited when the incident occurred outside the constellation of the Heavenly Wolf. Sharon was very careful with his words when he mentioned this matter. Long Tian had no reaction to Sharon's good fortune, and after a minute of silence nodded, "I got it." Under the not at all surprised eyes of the 7th Order Dragon, Long Tian turned and walked past him to head inside the tower. "Sharon, I'm going out for a short period of time." "Yes." ////. Cram World, central world of the demonic army. In the meeting room of the castle, where all the members of the faction congregated, Lucifer stared at Fire Sorrow for a long time. She had already told him everything she had seen and heard, leaving aside small things that had nothing to do with the main matter at hand. For example, something Fire Sorrow didn't mention to Lucifer was the fact that Bai Zemin was in possession of a demigod-grade treasure, which gave its holder an entire world where the laws worked differently than the laws they were used to. She only told Lucifer what needed to be said, nothing more and nothing less. So, Lucifer rested his back against the back of the chair and said, blinking, That son of a bitch really reincarnated. I'm not too sure myself, Fire Sorrow sighed. Her eyes flashed with many complicated emotions as she pointed for the second time. Lucifer, this child Bai Zemin can control the anti-magic domain that the barbarian king used in the past. Although Sirius certainly was powerful, even he didn't dare to play with the barbarian king due to the power of his domain and terrifying physical strength. If Sirius was reincarnated into Bai Zemin, then how is it possible that he can use the anti-magic domain? Well, it doesn't even make sense that this brat Bai Zemin can use the anti-magic domain to begin with. Lucier took out a small blue-colored fruit from his storage ring and casually tossed it into his mouth as he lazily said, "The barbarian king managed to learn and manipulate the anti-magic domain using will instead of mana. Barbarians can't use mana after all. But according to you, this human child definitely uses mana, which doesn't make any sense since the anti-magic domain and mana are natural enemies." Hearing Lucifer's words, Fire Sorrow suddenly frowned as she realized that, in the midst of her out-of-control emotions, she had overlooked something so important. "Well, don't read too much into it." Lucifer waved a hand and said confidently, "We just have to go to Earth, don't we? I also want to see if this guy is that reincarnated son of a bitch or not. I'll kick his ass on sight." Fire Sorrow lowered her head so that her long purple hair covered her expression to keep the man in front of her from knowing what she was feeling or thinking. After about a minute she nodded and raised her head, but just as she was about to say something she stopped as she noticed Lucifer's face getting redder and redder. "Are you okay?" she asked with wide eyes. With a face as red as an African ape's butt, Lucifer said in a hoarse voice, "Fire Sorrow. I think I got the wrong fruit and ate the ripe Hell's blueberry I was planning to give Hellscar. Spicy, very spicy." Saying that, he opened his mouth and spit out the shell of the fruit that still lingered on his now dark blue tongue. Fire Sorrow looked at him speechless as the corner of her mouth twitched like crazy. Approximately 30 minutes later, the two of them turned into bright flashes of light, and without saying anything to anyone they departed directly towards the Milky Way. With 3 of the 8 major factions suddenly moving, especially their leaders being the ones who were making a move in person, it was impossible for the other factions not to notice that there was something strange going on under a thin cloth that covered up the truth. Soon, all factions except devourers and destroyers moved in the direction of the now not-so-small blue planet. However, at that moment, no one but the 2 of the demonic army knew about Earth's existence, or that a new world that should not be there had been revealed to all. Back to the present, planet Earth. As Bai Zemin stared with narrowed eyes at the 9 giant mountains rising in the distance, a flash of golden light shot out from his chest, and under the shocked eyes of everyone present, a person appeared next to him. "Eleonora," Robinson exclaimed with wide eyes. That's right, this female was none other than Eleonora, the now 19-year-old curvaceous and attractive young woman who belonged to Angelo's faction, and whose most peculiar skill was mind reading. Since Eleonora already knew about the existence of the Collector's Pocket World thanks to her ability, Bai Zemin felt that there was no point in hiding it from her, so after some discussion, he decided to bring her with him to the United States. As to why Bai Zemin made such an abrupt decision, there were several, but the most important of all was that he needed Eleonora. She looked at her teammates whom she had not seen in several months, and nodded before staring at Bai Zemin as if waiting for something. After a moment he slowly said, "You remember our agreement, don't you?" "I remember it perfectly," Eleonora snorted. Her beautiful blue eyes flashed with severity as she looked at the great mountains in the distance as she said in a serious voice, "I don't think you have to worry to begin with. If we fail here, we'll all die anyway." "Good for you to know." Bai Zemin nodded, his eyes black as the night moved slightly upward, and there he saw that even riding on Little Snow's back was a person. Feng Tian Wu was the only one who had not joined the dragon massacre. Her slightly red eyes watched the battlefield now almost completely empty of dragons with indifference. Anyone who saw her at this moment would definitely think that she disdained to fight against beings weaker than her. It was as if Feng Tian Wu did not have the slightest interest in hunting dragons even though she had never seen one in her life. But Bai Zemin knew that the real reason why she had not joined the hunt this time was different. After all, the records of several third-order dragons would certainly strengthen Feng Tian Wu's physical body to a great extent. There was no way she didn't know this. As if she felt his eyes on her, Feng Tian Wu slightly lowered her head and looked at Bai Zemin. She seemed to lose herself for a moment in that indifferent pair of black eyes, and for that brief moment, She felt that if they weren't so indifferent, it wouldn't hurt to lose herself in them for a long time more. She nodded toward him without a word, and as if she could read what was in his mind, Feng Tianwu extended her open palm toward the sky. Meteor. Backslash 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 backslash. Really, thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1064th Order, Endless Blue Lotus Flame. 1064th Order, Endless Blue Lotus Flame. The large cloud of dust and toxic smoke that covered a large part of the sky swirled as Feng Tianwu's mana traveled from every part of her body to the palm of her hand, extended upward above her head. From a distance, it was as if a large storm eye was forming in the middle of what appeared to be a huge spiral. Clouds of gas slowly spun, gaining speed faster and faster as the now visible sky lit up with the eruption of what appeared to be a second sun. Watching the great phenomenon frightening enough to be mistaken for a natural catastrophe of a magnitude never before seen in full formation, Robinson choked as he said hoarsely, What's the story with that woman's magical power?" Even a mage as powerful as Anderson was overwhelmed, as he felt the steady flow of magic enveloping and swirling around the slightly reddish-haired woman in the sky. "Feng Tianwu," Angelo said as with his eyes now closed he looked up at the sky. "There are only 2 tremendously strong fire mages in your faction, aren't there, Bai Zemin? And they both happen to be father and daughter." "That's right, she is Feng Tianwu." Bai Zemin did not hide it as it did not make sense to begin with. Even if the Americans knew Feng Tianwu's identity, it didn't change anything at all. "I'm curious to know how powerful she is now. I heard you led a small team into outer space for some kind of major operation." Angelo nodded as if he understood something, but asked no questions about it. As the heat from the surroundings grew, Bai Zemin couldn't help but notice how the ground beneath his feet slowly but surely began to tremble. "Angelo, call off your troops. This battlefield is no longer one they can take part of," he said in a serious voice as he looked off into the distance. Despite his lost sight, Angelo could still notice how the shaking of the ground was being generated from the location of the 9 mountains as its center. Soon, all the human troops began to retreat, and only the most powerful ones were left behind to fight against the few dragons that were still alive. With Shangyuan Bingzu and Bai Shilin joining the attack, it would not be long before all the dragons fell lifeless from the sky, and thanks to Nangong Lingxin, the number of human losses was greatly reduced. While all this was going on, Feng Tianwu seemed to be in her own personal world. Even the dragons did not come near to disturb her, as they felt the terrifying magical power constantly exploding outward from her charming body. Approximately 1 minute later, a huge blood-red fireball had formed in the sky. The heat was so overwhelming that even someone like Robinson, who was a purely physical warrior, was sweating fiercely. Feng Tianwu looked at Bai Zemin, and seeing him nod, she also nodded before calmly looking up at the 9 mountains. She waved her hand slowly in fall, and the huge fireball followed her movement. Rumble! As the giant fireball descended from the sky under Feng Tianwu's command, the ground began to sink lower and lower without even being touched by it. "Thank God we're a great distance away from that thing." Eleonora couldn't help but complain as she wiped the sweat from her forehead. Soon, something surprising happened. When the giant fireball was about 50 meters away from one of the 9 mountains, a deep blue barrier appeared in the shape of a dome covering the 9 mountains. Furthermore, as if responding to Feng Tianwu's magical attack, the deep sleeping beast seemed to wake up as countless larger and larger rock fragments broke off from the mountains. When one of the stones near the top fell, the pupils of all the elites present contracted fiercely as their eyes met a large golden eye staring back at them. "Father," Bai Shilin swallowed as she took several steps back until she stopped next to the only person who could currently make her feel safe. Bai Zemin gently stroked his little daughter's straight hair as he looked at the surroundings and calmly said, "Shilin is scared." All the dragons had been wiped out, and the battlefield was littered with human corpses and dragon corpses as well. "And no," Bai Shilin shook her head without much conviction. Bai Zemin tilted his head slightly to look at her before staring at the golden eye. He failed to notice that the 9 mountains were trembling more and more as Feng Tianwu's magic attack tried to destroy the defensive barrier. And now, there was not only one golden eye, but there were several. "It's okay to be frightened," Bai Zemin said as he patted her on the head. It is." Bai Shilin raised her head to look at him and said in a gentle voice, "But my father is never scared." Bai Zemin subconsciously laughed good-naturedly at Bai Shilin's words as he said, "Who said your father is never scared? My dear Shilin, listen carefully. There is no one who is not afraid, and if someone says they are not afraid of anything, it is because they have not yet encountered that something or someone that makes them fear." The universe was so big that there were definitely incredible things out there. Even the strongest wouldn't dare jump into a black hole or into the space of nothingness, where the lightning of the void struck fiercely, right? They did not do so because they knew the consequences and feared them. Bai Shilin's eyes widened in surprise as she said, as if she couldn't believe it, "Father is scared too, but father is so strong." "Oh, father is very strong, but he is still afraid of many things." Bai Zemin took a step forward and tilted his posture so that his left foot was in front of his right. With annihilation of the falling sky in its spear form firmly grasped by his two hands, he half closed his eyes at the 9 dragon heads revealed. "When Shilin grows up, she will understand many things. For now let father take care of the bad guy, okay?" After a moment of silence, Bai Shilin nodded prettily and obediently stepped back. "Okay." She didn't say anything similar to "Father, take care of yourself," or "Promise me you'll come back." In Bai Shilin's mind and heart, her father was the most powerful person of all and would never lose against anyone, not even the big monster who was now looking at them as if he was looking at a couple of insignificant ants. "Bad monster, you wait and see how Shilin's father cuts off your head in an instant." She shook her little fist as she shouted out loud with a serious expression on her young face. "Well, I don't think one head is enough," Nangong Lingxin muttered to herself with a face as pale as a sheet as she looked at the colossal beast in the distance. Shangyuan Bingzhu looked at Bai Zemin's serious profile, and although she wanted to say something, no words came out of her mouth. This was a very different battle from the one they had fought against Thao Zhai. Just the eyes of the beast about to break free were enough to make her records petrified. Realizing her own weakness and inability to help a person so important to her, probably more important than she thought, Shangyuan Bingzhu could not help but look at Feng Tianwu as she recalled her harsh but honest words at the beginning of the ride. To Bai Zemin, the world seemed to have disappeared for a few brief seconds. All that was in his line of sight was the great beast over 100 kilometers away and what surrounded him. The blue defensive barrier was so powerful that Feng Tianwu's magic attack was still struggling to break through it, and had only managed to leave several cracks on the surface. Boom, boom, boom. As the earth trembled due to the constant explosions caused by the two skills, shockwaves and white-colored lightning flew everywhere from the impact center. Even the world's spatial barrier twisted slightly, making it clear that if it were not for the fact that the Earth was now a world in its third stage of evolution, it would not be able to withstand so much magical pressure. Another very important thing that Bai Zemin noticed was that not all the heads of the beast were the same. In fact, at a glance he noticed that 5 heads were different not only in terms of color, but also had runes or patterns engraved along the neck, while the other 4 were the same. 1 red head, 1 black head, 1 white head, 1 green head, 1 blue head, 4 yellow heads. Bai Zemin didn't quite know what each head represented, but he was smart enough to understand that if he wanted to win, he would have to learn the attack patterns of his enemy, and most likely the color of each head was the answer. At the end of the day, Bai Zemin could not kill the enemy in front of him unless he was willing to be stuck at level 100 for life. The evolution requirements were strict, and the soul record pointed out to Bai Zemin that to evolve to third order, he needed to use record devastation on the 9-headed immortal dragon and strip the beast of his deepest records. Great, now not only do I have to face off against a 4th order beast most likely at max level, but also play detective while I'm at it. Better yet, I can't kill my enemy. Bai Zemin couldn't help but laugh at his clearly precarious situation. A minute or two later, the beast finally broke free, his heads at least. The 9 heads writhed like snakes, and their murderous intent created a crimson aura around them. Even people like Robinson and the others felt their hearts stop for a brief moment. Their faces turned so pale that it was as if all the blood in their bodies had been drained. "Go back, everyone, move back." Angelo waved his hand and screamed urgently. Every pore of his body screamed and cried danger. This was the first time since he began his evolution that Angelo felt such a high-level amount of mortal danger that he felt helpless. "Bai Zemin, that beast can't attack yet. Its body will be released soon, and only then can it be let loose." Leonora's voice answered Bai Zemin's question regarding why the 9-headed immortal dragon wasn't launching any attacks. Thanks for the information, brat, Bai Zemin muttered as he leaned forward even more. Bang! With the activation of Crimson Flame, Bai Zemin's entire body, including his spear, were enveloped by a bright deep red flame. From the sky, Feng Tian Wu frowned harder and harder as beads of sweat fell from her forehead. Finally, after another minute, she looked at Bai Zemin and called out, "I can't control it anymore. Can you break through the barrier?" "I'm afraid I'm not that confident, but I can try," she shouted in response. The winds around her were hot and fierce. Add this to the constant explosions getting louder and louder, and it was hard to hear anything unless she shouted, "I can only use this kind of attack once unless I activate that skill." "Well then, only one time it shall be," Bai Zemin shouted in a deep voice. "Little fire, come out to play and show the world your new strength." In response, he felt a slight tickle in a certain spot in his soul, similar to a child trying to poke him, as if having fun after a long time of being locked up. Very soon, a deep blue-colored flame that was even deeper than before came out from Bai Zemin's chest and slowly began to cover his entire body. The crimson-colored flame was devoured by the endless blue lotus flame, and unlike the neon purple flame that used to form before when the two flames joined together this time, the purple was much darker and not bright at all. This would be the first battle of the endless blue lotus flame, whose power had finally evolved to the fourth order. Backslash 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 backslash. Really, thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1061, Fighting the Nine-Headed LM Mortal Dragon. 1061, Fighting the Nine-Headed LM Mortal Dragon. It had been about a year, little more, since Bai Zemin had obtained the endless blue lotus flame and formed a soul contract with it. During all this time, he had given everything he could to feed his comrade who supported him not only on the battlefield, but also when it came to blacksmithing, when it came to forging new equipment for either himself or his team. However, feeding a flame that once had the power to stretch to the ends of the universe and burn endlessly was no simple task. Starting from unclassified soul stones, all Bai Zemin managed to do was to maintain the existence of the endless blue lotus flame. As for the first-order soul stones, they barely did anything to increase the power of the flame. It was only from the second-order soul stones onwards that the endless blue lotus flame really began to grow stronger, but Bai Zemin did not have enough of them to give all of his treasure to the flame. Even if he wanted to do so, as a leader he had to think of his entire faction and not just himself. Therefore, the growth of the endless blue lotus flame was really slow. However, when Bai Zemin became powerful enough to fight and kill third-order enemies, things picked up significantly. Although he could not feed his companion with all the ones he got, as they were even now a very high-level treasure, a good portion was used by him to boost his friend's power. Finally, about 2 weeks ago, the endless blue lotus flame that had been stuck for a long time being a third-order flame finally broke through to the next level of power. As for how powerful the current endless blue lotus flame was, we'll find out soon enough. Bai Zemin bowed like a tiger with his left hand now resting on the ground and his 2 feet ready to pounce with his right hand, firmly holding annihilation of the falling sky behind him. Do it now. His voice was like a thunder rumbling in the sky, and as if she had waited for those words all her life, Feng Tian Wu finally clenched her palm into a fist. Explode. What happened next was one of the most terrifying explosions everyone present had ever seen, to the point where the previous nuclear missile paled in comparison. Red flames flew everywhere, but everyone's vision turned white as the ground collapsed. Rumble. The sky seemed to split as it wailed at the power of the terrifying explosion, and even from the distance of over 100 kilometers, the most powerful evolvers on Earth felt their ears buzz and their heads go blank. It was as if a 1,000-kilogram hammer had hit them directly in the back of the head after a mighty swing. Being all soul evolvers of the highest level in terms of potential and talent, however, this kind of surprisingly terrifying situation did not block their survival senses. Shield of the King. Impenetrable energy barrier. Earth barrier. Ice wall. Ice shield. Andrea, Nangong Linkson, Anderson, Shangyuan Bingzhu, and Bai Shilin. All 5 of them activated their magic skills and did not care about mana consumption at all. 2 or 3 seconds later, the shockwave, accompanied by a fierce arc of flames over 200 meters high, struck against the first defensive barrier. Andrea gritted her teeth, then cried out for a few seconds as she used everything she had to keep her increasingly cracked barrier standing. Boom! With the shield of the king erected by Andrea out of play, next up was Nangong Linxen's barrier. However, even the impenetrable energy barrier only lasted a little longer than Andrea's defensive skill before it was shattered into pieces. The flames were pushed out by a constant series of explosions that caused terrifying shockwaves and destroyed barrier after barrier. Shangyuan Bingzu's platinum-white hair danced messily behind her as hot air blew through the cracks in her ice wall. She gritted her teeth and with steadfast eyes gave it her all, but even then it wasn't enough. Boom! You won't get through. Bai Shilin controlled over 500 ice shields to envelop the weakened flames and did her best to not let them out. Shilin, you can do it. Come on, little girl, you can do it. Scared to death, Nangong Linxen and Robinson shouted their encouragement to Bai Shilin. However, the power of Feng Tianwu's flames powered by practically 80% of her mana, and all of her magical power, besides the constant shockwaves, was nothing to scoff at. And no, Bai Shilin cried out with tear-filled eyes as she saw the cracks growing larger and larger in her shields, and desperately tried to repair them. Just when it looked like Bai Shilin's shields were going to be destroyed, Shangyuan Bingzu slashed forward with her sword. No. Are you crazy? Bastard. Seeing what she was doing, everyone went crazy and looked at her in shock. Blizzard, Shangyuan Bingzu bellowed, completely disregarding everyone around her. The great slash of her sword suddenly flashed, and countless ice particles gathered in silver light. Bai Shilin's shields were easily cut through, and the flames immediately rushed forward as if they wanted to devour them at once. However, they could barely advance as all the frost energy from the blizzard skill was released the moment the silver light hit them. As WOSH, the frozen energy trapped the tremendously weakened flames, enclosing them little by little in a huge wall of ice that stood more than 40 meters high. Robinson and the others had their eyes wide open as they looked at the huge ice sculpture, and just as they thanked the heavens for being alive, they heard a dragon roar. However, this was not just any dragon roar. It was a roar that carried overwhelming pain and irreconcilable anger. Roar. It was only then that everyone remembered Bai Zemin, and as they looked to where he had been seconds before they realized that not only was he no longer there, but the entire ground around him was cracked as if something tremendously powerful had crushed it. As if by prior agreement, they all jumped up and stood on top of the large, irregular ice sculpture. It was then that they saw something they could never in their lives forget. "Oh my God," Elenora muttered with wide eyes. The shock was visible in everyone's pupils as it was reflected as one of the 9 heads of the terrifying dragon now free fell seemingly in slow motion from the sky. Amidst the blue-colored particles of the magic barrier shattered by Feng Tianwu's flames, and amidst what was a fiery crimson flame hell, the more than 500-meter-long head slowly fell. There was only a small spot of especially striking deep purple color in the sky just beyond, where the neck cut into 2 pieces. "It hurts, it really hurts. Ha 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 ha. How long has it been since I felt pain?" Using shadow control to turn his shadow into ash-gray wings, Bai Zemin, wrapped in the purple flames born from the union of his crimson flame skill, and the endless blue lotus flame, remained suspended in the sky amidst the hell of crimson flames. Hearing the mighty, imposing voice of the 9-headed immortal dragon, Bai Zemin felt his mind go blank for a brief moment. That's how loud the beast's roar had been. Even worse, when he noticed the joy in the monster's voice, he couldn't help but frown. Soon Bai Zemin's bad feeling came true. He narrowed his eyes, and a bead of sweat fell down his forehead as he said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "Of course." There was no way it could be that easy. Under his wide-eyed eyes, the white head of the 8 heads still standing moved and let out a strange roar that sounded more like a shriek in comparison. The golden eyes of the white head glowed, and soon the entire body of the 9-headed immortal dragon took on a silvery glow. What happened next was as if time was moving backwards. The green-colored head that Bai Zemin had managed to cut into 2 pieces using the power of his spear, the thrusting power that contained all of his strength increased to practically double thanks to overlap regeneration, and the power of his purple flame. It stopped falling, floated, and rejoined the severed neck. As Bai Zemin watched the 9 heads swinging in front of him, he couldn't help but feel small as a speck of dust in the middle of the vast universe. 18 eyes stared at him while a dignified and firm voice echoed in the surroundings with a certain echo. You were able to hurt me despite being a small human, a second-order human at that. Let me give you a dignified death in return. At the same time as Bai Zemin felt the entire area heat up and his body began to sweat, the crimson-red giant head moved back as the neck tilted back. The large dragon mouth of the red head opened, revealing a huge fireball that didn't seem to be much smaller to the one Feng Tianwu had used before. To die before the Dragon Emperor is your honor. Dodge quick! Elenira's anxious and fearful voice sounded from the small intercom that Bai Zemin wore inside his right ear. However, Bai Zemin did not dodge as he was supposed to. To begin with, this level of attack was comparable to that of a nuclear bomb. If he simply dodged all the attacks to come, then the entire world would probably end up being destroyed by this monster. Die he! Bai Zemin's face was covered in sweat as the huge fireball that seemed to be a sun itself flew towards him. The difference in size between the 9-headed immortal dragon's magic attack and Bai Zemin was so huge that it wasn't even worth mentioning. Relax, I won't kill you. Bai Zemin flapped his wings and lunged forward while stabbing with his spear. A whirlwind of deep blue fire shot out from the tip of his spear. The whirlwind of blue fire was as large as a giant building, but in comparison to the great fireball, it still paled in comparison. However, when the whirlwind of blue flames and the huge crimson sun met, it was as if some kind of bomb had exploded inside the flames of the 9-headed immortal dragon. With a puff-like sound, the crimson flames burst outward, giving way to the blue whirlwind and dying out an instant later. The great 9-headed dragon had no time to do anything, and under his wide eyes, he was hit directly on the white head by the deep blue flames. This time, the 9-headed immortal dragon's roar of pain was 100 times more terrifying than the previous one. Amidst the smoke caused by the explosion and the sparks of blue flames flying everywhere, the white head was fiercely struck in the jaw, and the neck was forced back more than 60 meters. However, under Bai Zemin's practically narrowed eyes in a thin line, the white head glowed again, and just like before, all wounds disappeared without a trace in just a second. You won't kill me, the 9-headed immortal dragon's voice rang out all around as all the necks surrounded Bai Zemin and stared at him. Of course, you won't kill me, because you can't. You can't kill an immortal being human. Bai Zemin had finally discovered the secret of the beast before him and the reason behind the name, 9-headed immortal dragon. Therefore he mocked, Immortal, immortal my ass. I won't kill you, but I will make you suffer a fate far worse than death. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1062, Feeling of Uselessness. Guys, this chapter is full of mistakes since I don't have time to edit it now. I will do it as soon as I get to my country since I could only write at the airport. I am sorry for this. Bai Zemin thought that, after having discovered the secret behind the apparent immortality of the 9-headed immortal dragon, everything would be easier, but nothing could be further from the cruel reality. During the first 5 minutes, he again launched all kinds of attacks towards the white head, but what he discovered was something that did not please him at all. Those 4 equal yellow heads were the big problem opposing Bai Zemin's victory. Void Fist, he roared as with his right hand he swung annihilation of the falling sky in a wide arc, shooting purple flames in the form of a wave to meet the fire-like attack of the red head. At the same time as the purple flames and the great red sun collided, creating a terrifying explosion of heat in the process, Bai Zemin struck at lightning speed with his left fist, accumulating over 5,000 marks in an instant. The sky rumbled as the great fist seemed to shatter the spacetime barrier, hitting the white head in an instant. However, just as the big fist was about to hit its target, one of the yellow-colored heads appeared as if by magic in front of the white head. The most amazing thing of all was that despite the yellow head being pushed back ferociously and hitting the white head, the damage it received was virtually ignorable, and with a shriek from the white head, all damage caused disappeared as if it had never been there in the first place. This was something that had been happening repeatedly, and no matter what kind of attack Bai Zemin used, the 4 yellow-colored heads with incredibly high defense took it upon themselves to hinder him time and time again. Now over 150 kilometers away, Shangyu, Bingzu, and the others watched the ongoing battle with wide eyes. Impressive. Robinson clenched his fists tightly as he said in a trembling voice, "That Bai Zemin guy is really managing to attack even while dodging and fending off attacks from the other heads of that damn monster. I wonder how long he can hold on though," Andrea sighed. "My father will win." Bai Shilin looked at her, and although her face was as angelic as a little baby's, the murderous intent that shone in her beautiful black eyes laid bare that she was not to be trifled with at all. Andrea could only force a smile and remain silent. The girl obviously loved her father madly, and if anyone said anything remotely bad about him, it would immediately draw her aggro. However, Andrea's few words were left floating in the air, and the adults who could understand things better knew that what she said was true. What Bai Zemin was doing was not a simple task at all. In fact, to be able to keep fighting with such intensity for over 20 minutes was a feat none of them could replicate. Looking at the hell of red-purple fire in the distance, as well as the constant lightning flashes that were unleashed and struck the earth with every explosion that shook the sky, Nangong Lingxin couldn't help but say through gritted pearly teeth, "We really can't help him. Didn't he bring us here because he had faith in our strength?" In response to Nangong Lingxin's words, a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft sounded behind. "My advice is not to think about such things. If you try to get involved, you will only end up being a problem sooner rather than later." Everyone turned to see Feng Tian, who watching the battle in the sky with steady eyes that showed neither sadness nor joy. "You?" Nangong Lingxin gritted her teeth and glared at her angrily as she said in a higher tone of voice than normal, "Surnamed Feng, I think the title of Ice Queen would suit you better than Shangyu and Bingzu. You don't even show the slightest sympathy to your companions when you die. Are you still a human being? Do you have red blood running through your veins? I'm beginning to have my doubts about it." Actually, Nangong Lingxin did not like Feng Tianwu at all. In fact, she was one of those who was not particularly happy when she learned that Bai Zemin was willing to consume a terrifying amount of resources and take the risk of traveling to outer space to save her life. This was because being one of the faction's leading soul evolvers, Nangong Lingxin had had the opportunity to team up with Feng Tianwu repeatedly. However, Feng Tianwu and team were two words that were better off in different sentences and paragraphs. Feng Tianwu looked at Nangong Lingxin with genuine confusion for a few seconds before calmly saying, "Why are you getting angry? I'm simply telling the truth after analyzing the situation. It's in this kind of situation that we should keep our heads clear and not get carried away by emotions." "Pure bullshit." Nangong Lingxin scoffed and stopped paying attention to him, but not before saying, "Beautiful and powerful as you are, I pity the poor man who dares to want to spend his life together with you. You would probably analyze the life and death situation and judge them if he's worth risking for, wouldn't you, Miss Clearhead?" Feng Tian Wu looked at Nangong Lingxin's back silently as she tried to understand what she was doing wrong. Unlike in the past, she hated playing with people's feelings because she understood that doing such a thing not only made no sense, but also didn't make her feel particularly good after knowing the consequences of her actions. Therefore, she had always tried to analyze the situation she was in so that she and others would suffer as little as possible. Apparently, however, this was also wrong, and she couldn't quite understand why. Shangyu and Bingzu disregarded everything the others said or did. Her beautiful sky-blue eyes looked at the small purple dot of light in the darkening sky battling against the colossal nine-headed monster, and without her realizing it, she had clenched her fists so tightly that her fingernails dug into her palm, causing lines of blood to run down her hands. "Mother?" Bai Shilin gave her a worried look and whispered under her breath before turning her clear eyes back to the battle in progress. She was no fool at all, and from the attitude and words of the others she understood that this was a very difficult battle even for her beloved father. However, Bai Shilin's faith in Bai Zemin was not shaken at all, and in her eyes it was absolutely and utterly impossible for anyone or anything to defeat the one she most admired and her goal to pursue. Shangyu and Bingzu was so focused on the battle raging in the sky and her own conflicting emotion that she naturally failed to hear Bai Shilin's worried whisper, but she certainly heard Lilith's taunting words ringing in her head just then. "How is it, little brat? Now do you understand the difference between you and me?" Lilith let out that giggle that was so characteristic of her. "I will not hesitate at all to kill that little nine-headed lizard if the man I love really is on the verge of death. You, on the other hand, aren't even capable of beating yourself. Look, you're not even the one he trusts anymore. Your role is over here." Shangyu Bingzu, surprised, raised her head and looked to the side just in time to see Eleonora shouting toward the communicator in her hand. It's going to attack with the green-colored head. Shangyuan Bingzu immediately turned to look up at the sky, an instant before the green head of the nine-headed immortal dragon spat out a huge toxic fog that in a matter of blinks enveloped Bai Zemin and the surrounding area. However, thanks to Eleanor's early warning, Bai Zemin managed to protect himself in time. He fueled the power of the endless blue lotus flame with his mana, and then used overlap regeneration again, this time to increase both his magic and agility, while with a pair of fierce flaps he moved away from the area affected by the green head's attack. It was then that the nine-headed immortal dragon noticed something was wrong. "You little bastard, how can you get ahead of my moves?" Bai Zemin coldly snorted, and in an instant soared over 7,000 meters as he slammed his spear into the heads that were trying to swallow him alive. He naturally wasn't going to tell the beast that apart from his skill-predicted danger sense, he had the support of an extraordinary soul evolver capable of reading thoughts. After getting rid of all the heads and destroying both the green head and the blue-colored head to soar into the sky, Bai Zemin was not surprised when the white head protected by the four tough yellow-colored heads acted as a shield, completely healing the nine-headed immortal dragon. If not for the fact that he had a plan, the feeling of despair would have swallowed him up by now. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 10, 63 Pawns of a Big Chessboard. While Bai Zemin was fighting on American grounds against the nine-headed immortal dragon, one of the most powerful beings in the universe had finally arrived in the solar system. With 4 pairs of beautiful deep red wings formed by pure flames, Eternal Phoenix stood silently staring at the sight in front of her for several minutes without moving or making a sound. Finally, she tilted her head slightly in a seemingly innocent and cute gesture as she mumbled something to herself. She had been here recently, but the place was different from what she remembered. It wasn't that Eternal Phoenix's memory was bad. As one of the strongest beings in the cosmos, and with records as strong as hers, it was absolutely impossible for her to misremember something that had happened less than 1 year ago. Come to think of it, the second in command of the demonic army seemed to be looking for something in this area. Eternal Phoenix recalled the scene of Fire Sorrow going back and forth all over the area in front of her. But Fire Sorrow ended up disappointed and sad when she didn't find whatever it was she had been looking for. Eternal Phoenix looked carefully at the beautiful planet, whose light blue glow brought some light into the dark universe as she said in puzzlement, "This planet wasn't here before. What's more, this world is already in its 3rd stage of evolution." Just 2 lines that contained a lot of surprising information. A planet seemed to have been born out of nowhere. Eternal Phoenix knew that the blue planet in front of her had not been there before. This seemingly newborn planet was already in its 3rd stage of evolution, something that made no sense at all for 2 obvious reasons. First of all, the soul record never appeared on newly formed planets. After all, there was no point in the planet evolving if there was no life on it. Finally, it was absolutely and totally impossible for a newly formed planet to evolve 3 stages in less than 1 year of time. Simply put, this planet was already here, hidden. Eternal Phoenix could sense that the slain member of her faction took her last breath on the central star of a small group of planets of which the blue planet in front of her was a part. Interesting. Being one of the strongest beings in existence, as well as one of the oldest, few things could get Eternal Phoenix's special attention. However, it didn't take a genius to understand that something great and mysterious was going on here, and such it seemed that the blue planet before her was the source of said mysteries. Not only had Fire Sorrow been unable to find anything despite her desperate search, but even the other leaders besides Eternal Phoenix herself had failed to find anything strange. But now it was more than clear that what Fire Sorrow had been looking for was the blue planet that Eternal Phoenix had in front of her. A lower world that not even the strongest beings in the cosmos could see, feel, or detect. Eternal Phoenix would not have believed it if anyone else told her, and she was willing to bet her deepest records that this was the first time in history since the creation of the universe that such a thing had happened. To begin with, it was impossible for such a thing to happen unless the true ruler of the universe gets personally involved, Eternal Phoenix muttered. It was true that existences like her received titles such as Empress, Emperor, Monarch, God, and so on. But everyone knew in their hearts that the true leader, God and monarch of the universe and all life living in it was none other than the soul record. It didn't matter if it was a first-order soul evolver or if it was the 8 eighth-order leaders. Everyone had to respect the rules of the soul record whether they liked it or not. The soul record needed only a simple lightning strike to dethrone the strongest king, stripping them of their records and turning them into nothing more than a stray dog or mortal remnants. With all this in mind, Eternal Pijonix couldn't help but ask to the void in front of her, why on earth would the soul record hide a small lower world? Of course, she received no answer, but Eternal Phoenix was neither disappointed nor annoyed, because she did not expect someone or something to answer her doubts to begin with. Curious but mostly feeling a strange excitement she hadn't felt in too many years to remember exactly how many, she flapped her beautiful wings and without hesitation advanced in the direction of the unknown planet. At least its glow is beautiful, she thought to herself before disappearing. Eternal Phoenix had come to this place mainly because of how strange the circumstance in which one of her subordinates had died had been, but the focus of her attention had now shifted almost completely. Almost, because the appearance of the mysterious blue planet certainly had something to do with the death of the fifth-order Phoenix. Or, at the very least, something living there had something to do with it. Not long after Eternal Phoenix entered Earth's atmosphere, a handsome man over 2 meters tall appeared at exactly the same spot where she had stopped before. With 4 pairs of fleshy wings identical to those of a golden dragon, Long Tian looked at the surroundings and his nose twitched slightly for a few seconds. Finally, he looked at the blue planet in front of him and without hesitation lunged forward. Unlike Eternal Phoenix, who had been in this part of the universe recently for which she knew that Earth should not be there, let alone as a world in its 3rd stage of evolution, this was Long Tian's first time visiting this area of the cosmos. After all, he had done his best to run away from the ghost of the heavenly wolf Sirius back then, so he had no idea that less than 1 year ago the Earth was invisible and unreachable even to them, the most powerful beings in the universe. In short, unlike Eternal Pijonix, Long Tian had no idea how strange, peculiar, and perhaps even dangerous his action was to dive into a world that the silent ruler of all life had covered up for some reason unknown to all. Approximately 10 minutes later, 2 silhouettes emerged from a small spatial rift. The man was extremely handsome with long golden hair down to the small of his back. However, this man was wearing pajamas with pictures of childish animals such as pink pigs, white horses, and blue elephants. Naturally, this man was Lucifer. "It looks like the party will be big this time," he said, staring at planet Earth. Lucifer's eyes glowed with a strange light for a split second, and even he couldn't comprehend his emotions as he looked at the place where he was born. His home, the planet he thought had been destroyed millions of years ago. Although Fire Sorrow was not as strong as Eternal Phoenix or Long Tian, she was still a 7th-order soul evolver, probably one of the most powerful in existence. Therefore, she could also sense a faint trace left behind by 2 very strong existences. Lucifer, what do we do now? These must be dragons and phoenixes." Fire Sorrow immediately began to become anxious and emotional. For her, Earth had no longer been her home since the moment all her friends left together with her for another part of the universe, and her only attachment was memories. However, the existence of a certain 2nd-order youth made the importance of Earth to Fire Sorrow even higher than it was to anyone else. It was precisely because Earth, or rather, someone living on Earth, was so important to her that when Fire Sorrow discovered the fact that 2 powerful higher existences had arrived here, it made her feel incredibly uncomfortable and alert. After a moment of silence, Lucifer nodded. "Let's go too. I want to see what the hell is going on here to understand better this great chessboard in which we are but pawns." The pawn was the weakest piece on the entire chessboard, and leaving aside its potential to become any desired piece, except king, there was nothing special about it. The fact that Lucifer, one of the most powerful and ancient evolvers in the history of the universe, would point to himself as a mere chess pawn was certainly surprising and terrifying at the same time. If it was before Fire Sorrow might have said something about it, but after seeing how strange things were on Earth, and especially after witnessing with her own eyes what that person could do despite being only a level 100 soul evolver, she couldn't help but agree with Lucifer. From the mystery of Earth to how abnormal the growth rate of its inhabitants was, it was all a sign that the truly important pieces of the chessboard resided there, on that beautiful blue planet. As for Bai Zemin, Fire Sorrow had not the slightest doubt that he was indeed a very important piece in the great chessboard that the soul record had been very carefully shaping all this time. Guys, I just arrived in my country. I'm sorry I've been uploading one chapter a day, but please consider it a mini vacation for me. Starting tomorrow, we will go back to the normal schedule of 2 chapters a day unless something bad happens. Thank you for all your support, from the bottom of my heart. Chapter 1064, Betting Between Higher Existences, Human vs. Dragon. 1064, Betting Between Higher Existences, Human vs. Dragon. More than 2 hours had passed since the battle between Bai Zemin and the 9-headed immortal dragon had begun. However, even after all this time, the fight between the two beings showed no signs of being near its end at all. In fact, with each passing minute, things were getting bloodier and bloodier to the point where the Earth's space barrier was showing signs of tearing in some parts of the sky. The blue color that so characterized the sky of the beautiful planet Earth had long since changed its shade. After the constant releases of flames by the red head of the 9-headed immortal dragon, which were filled with magical power and mana, the world took longer to absorb them than the beast fired them, so that, at this point, the sky was a sea of red flames with deep purple tones. After a clash between annihilation of the falling sky and one of the yellow-colored heads with monstrously high defense, the 9-headed immortal dragon was forced to take more than 5 steps backwards. Boom, 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 boom. Each step of the beast caused the lava-covered ground to tremble fiercely as huge craters over 300 meters in diameter and over 20 meters deep were easily formed. As for Bai Zemin, he too was forced to retreat only half a step into the sky. With annihilation of the falling sky in the form of a greatsword being firmly grasped by his bleeding hands, Bai Zemin took 2 quick deep breaths to steady his heartbeat as he coldly stared at his enemy. It was as if the two had come to some sort of agreement, and instead of continuing to attack each other with as much ferocity as before, they simply looked each other in the eye, as if they wanted to preempt the other's move to put an end once, and for all to this great 1 versus 1 fight. From a distance, the American troops looked on in fear, admiration, reverence, and above all disbelief. Disbelief directed at the small human who was single-handedly managing to fight without looking at all lesser than a beast as massive and terrifying as the 9-headed immortal dragon. That man, is he still human? Andrea couldn't stop the sock in her heart from growing as she looked at that winged figure standing firmly in the sky with his back straight as a tower, and the grip on his weapon as strong as it was at the beginning. He aspires to be the strongest in the universe after all. Eleonora commented calmly as her beautiful blue eyes stared at the man she not so long ago despised, and came to even hate but whom she was now beginning to genuinely respect and admire. The strongest in the universe, Jack sighed. Angelo still couldn't see, but the sound of each explosion comparable to a nuclear detonation, as well as the rumbling of the sky and shaking of the ground, were more than enough details for him to understand that the kind of battle that was being fought now more than 150 kilometers away was one he could not get into. Even if he were to pay the highest price of all in exchange for power, his life, Angelo still wasn't 100% confident that he could kill the 9-headed immortal dragon that Bai Zemin had stood his ground against for over 2 hours so far. Maybe he really can go that far. Angelo was proud, and he definitely had the right to be proud. But being proud didn't mean being blinded by said pride. He could at least admit when someone was superior. In fact, the difference was simply too big not to admit it. Die. Haven't you realized that you can't kill me, human emperor? 2 roars sounded in the distance, and a moment later a terrifying explosion that, for a second, silenced the entire world, released a white light that spread tens and tens of kilometers, blocking everyone's vision. Rumble. The sky rumbled, and when the blinding white light disappeared, everyone saw Bai Zemin with his greatsword firmly grasped clashing against the black head. Black lightning shot out from the black head, fiercely lashing Bai Zemin's body and causing white smoke to rise from inside his armor. However, Bai Zemin's eyes were fierce like a beast, and refusing to retreat, he continued to press forward. The space around the point where the golden greatsword and the black head collided twisted furiously, and small black cracks with golden edges constantly formed. Fortunately, Earth's space law was strong enough to repair such cracks faster than they could form and spread. You're just a small dragon, don't be so arrogant. The body of Bai Zemin was surrounded by the characteristic halo of golden light belonging to overlap regeneration. However, from the pores of his body was constantly released a strange black smoke that did not stop spreading, and by this point already covered an area of more than 2 kilometers in length and width, enveloping even the giant dragon inside. His body seemed to be wrapped in gold, but the black mist that surrounded him along with the slightly red glow of his eyes, as well as the image of the crimson wolf behind him, no longer allowed him to look like a god as in the past in every overlap regeneration activation. Quite the contrary, anyone who saw the current Bai Zemin would mistake him for a demon god fresh out of hell. Through soul manipulation, Bai Zemin's regeneration skill had been raised by one whole order, and therefore overlap regeneration had also been upgraded. The current him could use the points from one of his natural stats to increase 2 other stats, and he was currently fighting with plus 14000 points of agility and plus 13900 points of strength. However, this was not all. With the second activation, God of War's partial possession of the passive skill God of War's will being triggered, Bai Zemin's magical and physical attack power had received a boost of nearly 1,000 points. On the other hand, as a consequence, he began to disdain his enemy to the point of being somewhat careless with his defense and more focused on attack. The irony was that while Bai Zemin disdained his enemy, the 9-headed immortal dragon now respected him to the point of calling him Human Emperor, as a sign that he was treating him as his equal in terms of status. In other words, while Bai Zemin was now receiving wounds more and more often, the wounds suffered by the 9-headed immortal dragon were less thanks to his now elevated caution. Even so, Bai Zemin's attacks were so fierce that regardless of whether it was physical or magical attack power, all of his attacks dealt great wounds to his enemy regardless of his wariness towards him. In fact, in terms of physical attack power, he was slightly below the 9-headed immortal dragon. However, this was where the black smoke coming from his body came into play. That black smoke was actually the skill Dark Mist that Bai Zemin had learned when he reached the second order, and one of the effects of this skill was to decrease the physical attack power of all enemies within the affected area by 10% regardless of any difference. A pity, however, the power of the Emperor Wolf domain did not work on the 9-headed immortal dragon. The Emperor Wolf domain had only one requirement to work and weaken the enemy by 20%. The user needed to have killing intent greater than that of the enemy. In this case, it seemed that Bai Zemin's killing intent and that of his enemy were equal. Therefore, after the first attempt at the beginning of the battle, he did not try to activate the domain again. Suddenly, the skill predicted danger sense of Bai Zemin made his brain hurt as it went off at the same time as Alinara's voice sounded in his right ear. Ice attack on its way. Out of the corner of his eye, as he collided with the black head, Bai Zemin saw the blue head open its mouth and gather huge amounts of sky blue lightning just a blink before a terrifying frosty dragon breath struck both him and the black head mercilessly. The entire black head and half of the black head's neck were enclosed in a thick layer of ice after the freezing ray hit. In addition, right in the forehead area was another smaller ice statue. The whole area had frozen over. Even the red flames had disappeared, leaving nothing but the purple flames burning even within the ice. For a few seconds, the only sound that could be heard was the sound of the cold wind blowing fiercely, and the sound of the now 8 heads of the 9-headed immortal dragon moving slightly staring at the smaller ice statue. Crack, crack, crack. The cracking sound became louder and louder as thicker and thicker cracks covered the entire black head and the frozen neck part. Finally, the cracks also extended to the small human-shaped ice statue, and an instant later the head, neck, and human form encased in ice exploded. Boom! From small glowing fragments to huge blocks, massive amounts of ice rained down from the sky after both statues exploded. Except for half of the neck down, the entire black head had disappeared without a trace. Swoosh! Like a ghost, Bai Zemin, whose appearance was similar to that of a demon god, showed up right in front of the white head. With just over 14,000 agility points, coupled with the fact that his blood surge breastplate of ice magic increased his movement speed by 50% when facing enemies 100 levels or more above him, the speed of Bai Zemin was an inch away from breaking the sound barrier. He was so fast that even the laws of the world took a moment to realize that what had been frozen was not him, but a residual image, so there was no way the 9-headed immortal dragon could keep up with him. Even so, however, his disdain for his enemy had made him pay a small, not so small price during the attack of the bluehead. With his left arm trapped in a thick layer of ice that was slowly beginning to spread, Bai Zemin slashed fiercely with his greatsword towards the white head, rumbling the heavens, shaking the earth. Purple flames blazed above annihilation of the falling sky, causing a great whirlwind of fire to shoot forward in mid-swing. Rumble! Just as the name of the skill said, the sky rumbled and the earth shook even before hitting its target. Looking at the huge purple sword slashing towards the vulnerable white head, Chen He said with a faint smile, "He will definitely become the strongest. Bing Zhu and I have seen him grow up since day one, and I must admit that I have yet to meet someone so tenacious and cruel towards oneself, even willing to gamble his life for the sake of gaining one extra stat point during a sleepless night." Long Tian sneered in the sky no more than 5 kilometers from where Bai Zemin and the 9-headed immortal dragon were fighting. A puny little human dares to fight a dragon. Really. Some people don't know how vast the heavens are and how wide the earth is. Eternal Phoenix was standing in the sky not too far away. Her eyes remained on the about-to-occur collision, and she seemed not to hear the dragon god's words. "Hey, Eternal Phoenix, how about a bet? I bet the dragon eats the human," Long Tian chuckled. To them, it was as if time was moving in slow motion, though they could see every detail clearly, and even speak quickly before anything else happened. In response to his words, however, Eternal Phoenix rolled his eyes and ignored him. Such a bet made no sense to begin with, even if she was hugely amazed by the fact that a level 100 human could take on a level 400 dragon. She didn't think the dragon could lose. It was then that a male voice brimming with interest sounded from above, drawing both of their attention. "Oh, I'm interested in that bet of yours, Long Tian boy." The dragon god and the Phoenix Empress abruptly raised their heads at the same time. There, Lucifer with his eyes fixed on the ongoing battle, and Fire Sorrow who was looking at them, both coldly descended from the clouds of red flames. There were 8 known factions of higher existences in the universe, each with an absolute leader at its head. Each of these leaders was a sole evolver of the 8th order, and there were only 8 of them, not one more, not one less. However, 3 of those 8 had gathered in a lower world together with a 4th soul evolver who, despite being a 7th order, possessed enough magical power to launch an attack comparable to 2 beings of the 8th order. Not to mention that the party had just begun. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up 3.